Good morning, good morning. How is everybody this morning? Everybody got their coffee ready? Waiting on this feed to start. And my coffee is strong. I think this is my second cup today, maybe my third. I've lost count by now. I've already lost count. I've lost count. Hey, Gail. Hey, Mickey Joe. Mickey says, where you at? Gonna dock your pay if you're late. I was late. Hey, JB. Hey, Gail and Henny. Good morning, guys. How is everybody? How are you all? We're just waiting for this stream to start so that we can get a move on. They should be doing jury instructions first thing and then straight into deliberations. So that's the expectation. I went back and watched what was left last night when they met back at like, I think 3:20 p.m. or whatever. And yeah, nothing spectacular happened. So Gail said, Jenny, have you heard about the 3 Kansas City Chiefs fans found dead in their friend's backyard? I have. Apparently, the owner of the house where they were at, the guy that had the party, was a scientist. He like worked for some science company that makes vaccinations and stuff to do with like HIV and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's very suspicious. Very suspicious. And I'm hearing like day after day, there's more and more things coming out about it that's like super suspicious. Like the dude that owns the house, like read all the text messages and emails. Like I guess there were like read receipts and stuff, and never answered these family members, these wives and fiancés and whatever, of these 3 buddies. Yeah. And then the cops go peck on the door, and then he's like, hello, I'm here. Like instantly went to the door, and they had been banging and pecking on the door, and the chick busts out the window, I guess, and finds one of them dead on the back porch, and the other 2 were dead in the backyard.
froze to death, literally. Pretty sketchy. Raining again today. I'm sorry. Oh, we have movement. Hold on, let me get this started.
Okay, so let's hear it.
Okay. Yes, sir. Let me go ahead and push play.
Every story, and you should never judge a person based on one version of the story. That no matter how thin you hold a piece of paper, there's two sides to the paper. So I'm going to tell you what I have so far on the side of the story that is not in your favor, and then give you an opportunity to fill in the gaps, correct any misinformation you think we may have, and tell your side of the story. Because this will be tonight your first, last, and only chance to give us your side of the story. Because beyond here, how do you know how it works? Attorneys get involved, and then attorneys tell you not to talk. And that's why I'm trying to talk to you. Yeah, and so I know you're doing great. Well, because man, that's the thing, is, man, I ain't got nothing to hide. That's why I'm here for tonight, man. Otherwise, it would have been like, man, if I thought I needed an attorney, I would have been like, look, I need a lawyer. You know what I mean? But I know I haven't done anything, you know. So anyway, give me your side. I'm going to let you know a couple of things. Detective picture is absolutely accurate with the timestamp on the video. We have you on video walking on 2nd Street from where you live toward Laurel Avenue, which is the road that the treehouse is on. 8:11 p.m. At 8:15 p.m., the first call comes into 911 telling our dispatchers that a guy has been stabbed, he's dead, and he's laying face out in a pool of blood. Because that's what's going on. Hear me out.
I have no idea what's going on. I have no clue. They were supposed to be going into jury instructions and deliberations. So why he's playing this video is beyond me. I don't know what this is about. I mean, what this is the video of him being interrogated by the what's her name, Penny Phelps. She's the blonde-headed woman right there giving him or questioning him. So I don't know. But good morning, Tammy. Good morning, Shirley. Good morning. Good morning. How are you this morning? I'm going to resume this, see what in the world's going on here, okay? Okay.
So you have 4 minutes from where you're at to where this thing happens. Now, the really disconcerting part of all of this is at 8:19, 4 minutes after we have a report of a man being killed, we have you and Lori on video walking back from the treehouse toward. That's got to be impossible, though. Because, okay, you know, like I said, man, for him, I wish I could try this, because, man, for him, again, man, go back and check the Tom Thumb video. Because that had to be somewhere around the same time. Had to. You know what I'm saying? Because, man, for him, you know, I remember, man, for him, the whole thing with the police lights and stuff like that was not long after we went and got cigarettes. So, man, for him, man, how could I be, man, for him, Tom Thumb buying cigarettes while I'm supposed to be over there at the CVS? You know what I'm saying? Now, I do, man, like I told him, man, for him, I have a vague memory of, man, for him walking through the drive through the CVS. Okay. You know, so, man, I may have gone there earlier, man, for him, I could see that, you know, but I would know I didn't go there later. I know I didn't go there later, but, man, for him, I may have gone there earlier. But, man, I mean, literally check the video, man. Okay. That's why I'm going to tell you some other things that the second picture hasn't shared with you, that I'm going to share with you. Like on our side of the story. In the walk from Laurel Avenue on 2nd Street to where you live, we found in lot 72 a knife. Okay, on that knife is blood, and on the handle of that blood, latent DNA. That's going to the lab. Okay, and in the back of the boat, parked alongside Second Street, is masked. And the mask has a very weird, creepy, scary face on it, but it's also made out of foam, and on the front of the mask are 3 blood smears. And the mask has a really nice elastic band that goes around the back of the head, and a nice foam pad in the front. It's loaded with DNA. Okay? Now, all that stuff's gonna go to the lab. Cool. Okay? And if you're, I'm confident. Okay. Totally confident. You know? And we have wounds on our victim that are consistent with the knife that was found in lot 72. So what
We're trying to listen to the
know
video.
is that the story and the details of the story are not stacking up in your favor. Well, I'm just saying, all that stuff that you just told me, test all you want. Okay. You're not gonna find anything there for them, with my, with anything lying on it. You know, I mean, granted, if the match came from the house, man, you might have a fingerprint on it, man, who knows, I may have touched it. Same thing with the knife, man, I may have touched it. But I guarantee you, man, you may got no DNA, man, for no amount on the inside of that man, and there's no man for him, I've never grabbed a knife and did anything to anybody. So, man, straight up test away, because, man, I'm confident, man, it'll go with knowledge. That's good, like, so, I mean, the timestamp with the video, I mean, like I said, definitely coaching.
That's all.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand the exact nature of your verbal tennis motion.
Your Honor, the blood, she tells me.
Now, what is it that you're asking me to do?
I would ask this, Your Honor. I mean, because again, to be fair, and like I said, to make sure that the jury has the right information, I would either ask that the video be allowed to be back with the deliberations, or that Your Honor, instruct the jury.
Okay, so I don't see a problem, but we'll hear what the state's.
But there is no inconsistency here. What we argued is genuine. We argued that he wouldn't know it's Matt Bonnett's blood on the knife. They simply identified the evidence that they have. He deduced that it was Matt Bonnett's blood and told Paul Belmonte. This video is not evidence. We haven't contradicted anything in evidence. We made argument. So I would submit to the court, there's nothing here to rule on other than nothing, really.
Your Honor, if I might. No, they said this was their single most compelling piece of evidence, that there was no way I could have known.
Okay, but stop.
And yes.
Get to the point that somehow or other they were misrepresenting the state of affairs because they knew that someone had told you that it was Matt Bonnett's blood and they intentionally misrepresented that? Is that what you're claiming?
Yes, I am saying that.
Well, that video doesn't establish that.
Honor, I definitely could infer from what she just told me that was Matthew Bonnett's blood. If it's consistent with the knife wounds, if again, they have blood on the knife, then it only stands to reason that it's Matthew Bonnett's blood. Again.
Okay, I know what's going on, guys. I figured it out. So, you remember yesterday how they were talking about when no, surely what they're trying to say is, okay, yesterday during some of the closing arguments, the prosecution was saying that whenever whenever Tucker was at McDonald's with Paula Belmont, that he had told her, because he said something like, oh, they found the knife, and she's like, oh, well, good, it's going to have my blood on it. And he's like, no, not your blood, it's Matthew Bonnett's blood. And what the prosecution was trying to say is there's no way that you could have that Tucker could have known that at that point in time, because the detectives hadn't even something like the detectives didn't even know at the time whose blood was on that knife. So how could Tucker have known unless he was the one there and knew what happened, right? And so now this is what he's doing is playing this interrogation with the Penny Phelps captain chick. Because Tucker is wanting the jury to know how he knew that had Matthew Bonnett's blood on it, apparently. So, JB said he apparently has no clue that detectives can lie to someone while interrogating to get something out of said person. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's continue and see what happens here. So the judge is saying that can't be found from this video or something. I don't know. So, okay, here we go.
They're purporting that conversation to be something that is totally evident that I had to be there. And they said there was no possible way for me to know. Well, yes, there is.
Okay, thank you. I'm denying the motion. I find that the information conveyed to the defendant during the Penny Phelps interview is not inconsistent with the state's argument. There was mention of blood found. It was, in fact, I believe there was indication it was going to be sent for testing, but it was never told to you, oh, that's Matt Bonnett, that's Matt's blood. It was not. So anyway, Mr. Tucker, I've made my decision. I recollect that, no, sir, I'm not going to argue any further. I've heard your motion. I've made my decision. I allowed you to, when the state objected during closings, you're right. They can't use something as a sword and a shield. That didn't come in because of the interview, the statement, because it's a prior consistent statement, basically, that's inadmissible. But when they objected and you started to talk about this particular interview, I overruled the objection and said that you could mention that you were at the station for a long period of time and questioned about the event. So I allowed you to make some explanation. I didn't allow you to go into what was said, but yes, sir, you have.
I'm not trying to argue.
Well, that's what you're doing. If you had a question about my ruling, that's fine, but.
I do. Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm not trying to argue.
Wilson, what's your question?
Your Honor, yes, I know that Your Honor overruled their objection.
Right.
You did establish that I could talk about being at the station. I could not talk about what the hearsay would have been if what I was told. And I really do think, Your Honor, I mean, it is very, very, misleading to the jury to allow them to go back there and deliberate on something that could cost me my life based on, information that, again, they're not being provided the entire amount of information concerning what the major part of their case is.
Okay. I understand your position. I've denied the Ori Tennis motion for finding no violation, allowed the video to be played in the record, allowed the Ori Tennis motion, heard substantial argument, made a decision, provided rationale to support the decision. Understand you disagree with it. Understand you've preserved the issue should it become necessary, but in any event.
I'll go ahead and take the video off there.
Okay. I don't mind. I saw Carrie in here.
You're right.
You want to come in here, or we have
Good morning, Cynthia. Good morning. Good morning. Good
I saw
morning.
Carrie, and there was some question about the operation. I saw him come in here earlier. I assume he wanted to check something.
He's going to turn the internet off on the TV so we can go back
It's unbelievable. The AC has to be malfunctioning again. It's unbelievable. I don't know. I'll go check with court administration while Carrie's doing this. I'll be right back.
Oh my goodness. Did you guys hear that big long that the judge did? That was pretty funny. Oh God, Mickey, right? She says, wonder if they found the tape in the missing backseat of Bryce's trial. Oh God. Good Lord, good Lord. Oh no, you didn't. Yeah, he sounded like a horse. Oh, that was funny. Oh no, no AC. Oh my goodness. My goodness gracious. Mm-mm-mm. He has the best sounds, you know? Like Mr. Ed, yeah. That's so funny. Hmm. Tammy says, "Where did he go?" I think they're taking a short break. He's back.
This person did, but they have a different name than on the docket.
I imagine we'll be around.
Okay.
Okay, do we have all the jurors present?
Your Honor, the only remaining, I guess, issue is the unbolded
Oh,
3.10. It's really up to the defendant and the court. I just did it in.
well, it's fine. It's with me. We mentioned the.
No, as long as it's the same
Yeah,
document.
it's the same one here. Same document.
Which number is it?
3.10.
Yes.
Well,
No, Tammy, they haven't gone over the jury instructions yet. That would suck. And he says he went screaming in his office. He's probably got a pillow that he screams into for situations just like this one. Tammy said he forgot his gummies. Oh, Lord help me. That is a good one.
this is the one I have.
Same package.
Yes, I don't need a whole new package. I already got this one completely organized. I think. Well, let me look.
How are you this morning, Cynthia? If I missed
Sergeant.
Different instruction.
Handed up the wrong.
asking you how you were doing today. Oh, did I say hey to JC? Hey, JC.
I apologize.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Okay, that is in lighter type, consistent with the type of the other instructions. So I'll substitute the one that's darker for the one that's lighter. It says the same thing. Thank you. Let's bring the jury in, please.
Yeah, apparently so, Tammy. It's what it looks like to me. JC says, hey, sugar. Hey, sugar, sugar. Da, 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 da. Oh, honey, honey. Cynthia says, Jenny, I'm hanging in there. Thanks for asking. How are you? I am good. I am doing good. Tammy, I think it was one of them. Maybe it looked like Tucker for a minute. It was like had a stack of papers, the jury instructions, and he was just like, you know, smacking them on the edge of on their paper's edge on the bottom of the paper to like get them all nice and straight.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone.
But he was doing so right in his microphone. So, and they're doing it again. Oh, it's the judge that's doing it. It wasn't Tucker.
See you all here again this morning, members of the jury.
All right. We're getting ready to hear a bajillion words of jury instructions.
So,
it's going to take probably a half an hour.
Yesterday, you heard closing arguments. And I told you that in light of the hour and the like, that it seemed to me to make more sense to send you home for the evening, to take care of the business that we needed to take care of, and to have you come back this morning so you could receive jury instructions and have ample time for your deliberations. And so here we are to do that. So I'm going to now instruct you on the law applicable to the case. I'm going to use this packet of written instructions, basically verbatim. When you go back to deliberate, along with the evidence, you're going to have this packet of instructions, exactly what I'm using to instruct you. So you'll have both the verbal instructions and the written package. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Franklin Tyrone Tucker has the right to be represented by an attorney or to represent himself in this trial, as do all criminal defendants in this country. He has exercised his constitutional right to act as his own attorney. This decision should not affect your consideration of this case. Franklin Tyrone Tucker, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of first-degree felony murder, robbery with a deadly weapon while masked, aggravated assault while masked, and battery while masked. If the defendant helped another person or persons attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, number one, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and number two, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. For first-degree felony murder and second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Matthew Bonnett. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how a first-degree felony murder, second-degree murder, robbery, aggravated assault, or battery will be committed, as long as the principal intended the first-degree felony murder, second-degree murder, robbery, aggravated assault, battery to occur, and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the first-degree felony murder, second-degree murder, robbery, aggravated assault, battery to occur. To be found guilty of a first-degree felony murder, second-degree murder, robbery, aggravated assault, battery, as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the first-degree felony murder, second-degree murder, robbery, aggravated assault, or battery while armed. Franklin Tyrone Tucker is accused of first-degree felony murder in count 1 of the indictment. First-degree murder includes the lesser crimes of second-degree murder, manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Matthew Reed Bonnett was killed by Franklin Tyrone Tucker, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree felony murder or second-degree murder, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. Number one, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune, in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent, or when the killing occurs by accident and in misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation, or when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a dangerous weapon if it was used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great is distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Franklin Tyrone Tucker may be found guilty of first-degree felony murder or any lesser included crime. To prove the crime of first-degree felony murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, Matthew Reed Bonnett is dead. Number two, while engaged in the commission of a robbery, Franklin Tyrone Tucker caused the death of Matthew Reed Bonnett. Number three, Tyrone Tucker was the person who actually killed Matthew Reed Bonnett, or Matthew Reed Bonnett was killed by a person other than Franklin Tyrone Tucker, but both Franklin Tyrone Tucker and the person who killed Matthew Reed Bonnett were principals in the commission of robbery. In order to convict the defendant of first-degree felony murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had a premeditated design or intent to kill. To prove the crime of robbery, the state must prove the following four elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, Franklin Tyrone Tucker and or his accomplices took the money or backpack from the person or custody of Paula Belmont. Number two, force, violence, assault, or putting in fear was used in the course of the taking. Number three, the property taken was of some value. And number four, the taking was with the intent to permanently or temporarily deprive Paula Belmont of her right to the property or any benefit from it. An assault is an intentional and unlawful threat, either by word or act, to do violence to a victim, when it appears the person making the threat has the ability to carry out the threat and the act creates in the mind of that victim a well-founded fear that violence is about to take place. If the circumstances were such as to ordinarily induce fear in the mind of a reasonable person, then a victim may be found to have been in fear, and actual fear on the part of a victim need not be shown. The taking must be by the use of force or violence so as to overcome the resistance of a person, or by putting a person in fear so that he or she does not resist. The law does not require the force, violence, assault, or putting in fear to be exerted against the victim from whom the property was taken if the force, violence, assault, or putting in fear was exerted against another in the course of the taking. The law does not require that a victim of robbery resist in any particular extent, to any particular extent, or that a victim offer any actual physical resistance if the circumstances are such that a victim is placed in fear of death or great bodily harm if he or she does resist. But unless prevented by fear, there must be some resistance to make the taking one done by force or violence. In order for a taking by force, violence, or putting in fear to be robbery, it is not necessary that the taking be from the person of a victim. It is sufficient if the property taken is under the custody of a victim so that it cannot be taken without the use of force, violence, or intimidation directed against the victim. If you find the defendant guilty of the crime of robbery, you must further determine beyond a reasonable doubt if, in the course of committing the robbery, the defendant carried some kind of weapon. An act is in the course of committing the robbery if it occurs in an attempt to commit robbery or in flight after the attempt or commission. If you find that the defendant and/or his accomplice carried a knife in the course of committing the robbery and that the knife was a deadly weapon, you should find him guilty of robbery with a deadly weapon. Great bodily harm means great is distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. If you find that the defendant carried a weapon that was not a firearm or a deadly weapon in the course of committing the robbery, you should find him guilty of robbery with a weapon. A weapon is any object other than a firearm that will likely cause bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may be a weapon if it was used or threatened to be used or intended to be used in a manner likely to cause bodily harm. Counts 1 and 2 are linked in that the crime charged in count 2, robbery, is an essential element of the crime charged in count 1 of the indictment, first-degree felony murder. You should first consider the evidence applicable to count 2. If you find the crime in count 2 has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty on both counts 1 and 2. If, on the other hand, you find that the crime charged in count 2 has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must then consider the evidence applicable to count 1. A guilty verdict on count 2 does not require a guilty verdict on count 1. You should find the defendant guilty on count 1 only if you find all the elements of that crime, including the essential elements contained in count 2, were proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crimes of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crime indicated in the definition of first-degree felony murder is second-degree murder. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1.
Yeah, I don't think he slept last night either, Tammy. Pretty sure he didn't.
Tyrone Tucker. Number 3, there was
Um,
the killing of Matthew Bonnett.
And then also, surely they do get a packet that goes back with them to the jury room, so they get to review it anytime they need to.
Actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another in demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, number 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. And number 2 is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. And number 3 is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Excuse me. To prove the crime of robbery, the state must prove the following 4 elements beyond a reasonable doubt.
Hey, good morning, Lee. How are you this morning?
Accomplices took the money or backpack from the person.
Good morning, good morning.
Number 2, force, violence, assault, or putting in fear was used in the course of the taking. Number 3, the property taken was of some value. And number 4, the taking was with the intent to permanently or temporarily deprive Paula Belmont of her right to the property or any benefit from it. An assault is an intentional and unlawful threat, either by word or act, to do violence to a victim when it appears the person making the threat has the ability to carry out the threat, and the act creates in the mind of that victim a well-founded fear that violence is about to take place. If the circumstances were such as to ordinarily induce fear in the mind of a reasonable person, then a victim may be found to have been in fear. An actual fear on the part of a victim need not be shown. The taking must be by the use of force or violence so as to overcome the resistance of a person, or by putting a person in fear so that he or she does not resist. The law does not require the force, violence, assault, or putting in fear to be exerted against the victim from whom the property was taken if the force, violence, assault, or putting in fear was exerted against another in the course of the taking. The law does not require that a victim of robbery resist to any particular extent, or that a victim offer any actual physical resistance if the circumstances are such that a victim is placed in fear of death or great bodily harm if he or she does resist. But unless prevented by fear, there must be some resistance to make the taking one done by force or violence. In order for a taking by force, violence, or putting in fear to be robbery, it is not necessary that the taking be from the person of a victim. It is sufficient if the property taken is under the custody of the victim so that it cannot be taken without the use of force, violence, or intimidation directed against the victim. If you find the defendant guilty of the crime of robbery, you must further determine beyond a reasonable doubt if in the course of committing the robbery, the defendant carried some kind of weapon. An act is in the course of committing the robbery if it occurs in an attempt to commit robbery or in flight after the attempt or commission. If you find that the defendant and or his accomplice carried a knife in the course of committing the robbery and that knife was a deadly weapon, you should find him guilty of robbery with a deadly weapon. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. If you find that the defendant carried a weapon that was not a firearm or a deadly weapon in the course of committing the robbery, you should find him guilty of robbery with a weapon.
Yes, Joanna, if you're lurking, dear, let us know how you're doing, how you're feeling, what the doctor said.
Contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may be a weapon if it was used or threatened to be used or intended to be used in a manner likely to cause bodily harm. If you find that Franklin Tyrone Tucker committed robbery, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, he personally carried a knife, you should find him guilty of robbery with a weapon. A weapon is defined as any object readily capable of inflicting bodily harm if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction, or any other object that was used or threatened to be used or attempted to be used or intended to be used to inflict bodily harm. If you find that Franklin Tyrone Tucker committed robbery, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he personally carried a weapon, then you should find him guilty only of robbery. To prove the crime of aggravated assault, the state must prove the following 4 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The first 3 elements define assault. Number 1, Franklin Tyrone Tucker intentionally and unlawfully threatened, either by word or act, to do violence to Roger Allen Roggett. At the time, Franklin Tyrone Tucker appeared to have the ability to carry out the threat.
Oh, hey, Shirley, she's just been sick with like a
Roger Allen
cold or a bug or something.
That violence was about to take place. And number 4,
Not
the
feeling the
assault was made
best.
with a deadly weapon. If the circumstances were such as to ordinarily induce a well-founded fear in the mind of a reasonable person, then Roger Allen Roggett may be found to have been in fear. An actual fear on the part of Roger Allen Roggett need not be shown. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a deadly weapon if it was used or threatened to be used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. To prove the crime of battery, the state must prove the following element beyond a reasonable doubt. Franklin Tyrone Tucker actually and intentionally touched or struck Roger Allen Roggett against his will. An intentional touching or striking includes situations where a defendant knows that a touch or strike is substantially certain to result from his or her act. If you find that Franklin Tyrone Tucker committed crimes charged, you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that Franklin Tyrone Tucker was personally wearing a hood, mask, or other device that concealed his identity, you should find Franklin Tyrone Tucker guilty of crimes charged while wearing a device that concealed his identity. If you find that Franklin Tyrone Tucker committed the crimes charged, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he personally wore a hood, mask, or other device that concealed his identity, then you should find the defendant guilty only of the crimes charged. defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment and information at each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the
Oh,
exclusion
nice,
of it beyond
JB's
a reasonable
mama.
doubt.
Yay. You get to go to the
To
chiropractor.
overcome the defendant's
That's
presumption of
awesome.
innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged with committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to say and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify?
Okay,
The
yes,
witness
Joanna,
at some
what did
other
the
time
doctor
make a
say?
statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or
Yes,
she gave
Lee,
in
they
court.
started at 9. Good morning,
Has the witness
Morgana.
been convicted of a felony?
Yes,
Whether the
leave your
state's met its
DNA
burden of
on
proof
the
does not
thumbs up.
depend upon the
I would
number of
appreciate
witnesses
that.
it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered,
We are
but instead upon
collecting
the nature and
DNA
quality of
evidence
the
over
evidence
here.
presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider his testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if the testimony of such a witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt, or the other evidence in the case does so, then you should find the defendant guilty. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of his testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It's entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of a witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence in these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry
Yes.
for anyone or
Lee
are
is saying leave
angry
your
at anyone.
fingerprint evidence on the
Remember, the
thumbs up
lawyers are not
button
on trial.
as well.
Feelings about them should
I'd
not influence
appreciate
your
it.
decision in this case. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accordance with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding the verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course, your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict forms have been prepared for you. They are as follows. As I explained, the evidence goes back, the written instructions go back.
Shirley thinks that the
and
judge has a
verdict
nice head of
forms
hair.
go back.
He does. He
And
really
I'm going
does.
to
I think
go
so too.
over them verbatim right now as part of my instructions. They're not complicated.
Tammy says, I hope he
You
finds him
should
not
find them
guilty because
quite
this judge will throw away the
self-explanatory,
key.
but again, to be thorough, I'm going to take a moment here to review them. There's 4 separate verdict forms appropriately labeled to correspond with each of the 4 counts. So I'm going to start with verdict count 1, and you can see in big bold letters, there it is, identified as verdict form for count 1. In the upper left corner is the date line. When the jury has reached its verdict, the foreperson should put today's date. That's when you reach your verdict, which is January 25th, 2024. Right below the date line is the jurisdictional statement in the Circuit Court of the 16th Judicial Circuit in and for Monroe County, Florida Criminal Division. You will remember way back to jury qualifications, and we talked about everybody being a resident of the 16th Circuit, because in order to be a juror, you got to reside in a jurisdiction wherein the crimes were allegedly occurred and where the trial is taking place. So this tells us what the jurisdiction is. And then right below the jurisdictional information on the left is this, what we call the style of the case. State of Florida plaintiff versus Franklin Tyrone Tucker defendant. Case number 2017 CF 841CK. You've heard me say that multiple times. That's the case style and the case number. And below that is the heading of the form, and then there's 3 choices here. If the jury's verdict is we, the jury, find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment of the offense of first-degree felony murder, the foreperson puts a check mark in the line ahead of that verdict, and then you see down here in the lower right is an area that says, so say we all, a line, foreperson. That's where your foreperson signs and then dates the verdict form. If the jury's verdict as to count 1 is we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of a lesser included offense of second-degree murder.
You think it'll take longer, Tammy?
Goes on that line, and then once again signed.
I'm not so sure.
Person. And as to count 1, if the jury's verdict is we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, then the check mark goes on that line and once again signed and dated in the appropriate place. We've got a separate verdict form for count 2. This one's 2 pages. It's the same format, and I'm not, it's got the same information above the heading. And again, it's verdict count 2. So if as to count 2, the jury's verdict is we, the jury, find the defendant guilty as charged with information of the offense of robbery. Then the line ahead of that verdict is checked. And then the jury considers the questions or interrogatories if it's guilty as to robbery. Obviously, if you don't find the defendant guilty of robbery, you don't go to these questions. But I'm going through the form in chronological order, not by any means suggesting what your decision will be, but only explaining it as it's presented here. So we see some instructions. If you find the defendant guilty of robbery, you must then answer the following questions. First question, in the course of committing the robbery, was Franklin Tyrone Tucker in possession of a deadly weapon? One of two answers, yes or no. Whatever the answer is, if you get to that part, that's where the check mark goes. Yes in front of yes, no in front of no. And you go on to the next question. In the course of committing the robbery, was Franklin Tyrone Tucker in possession of a weapon? If you get to this interrogatory, once again, yes or no, lines ahead of both choices. Whatever the decision is of the jury, that's where the check mark is placed. And then the final interrogatory on the second page, in the course of committing the
Oh,
robbery, was
Joanna,
Franklin
what's
Tyrone
going on
Tucker
February
wearing
the
a mask?
4th?
Same choices, yes or no, check mark in front of that answer that the jury unanimously finds to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So, if the jury's verdict was guilty and as to robbery, and you get through all those interrogatories, then the foreperson, again, this time it's on the second page, but it's again in the right-hand bottom part, signs and dates the verdict. Now, if the jury's verdict as to count 2 is we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so then there's
Good
where the check
morning,
mark goes.
Steph.
You don't
Hey,
get
hey,
those
hey.
interrogatories, and you just have the foreperson
Tammy
sign
says, good morning,
and
Steph,
date
if
the
you're
verdict.
lurking while laying in
That's
bed.
count 2.
Um,
Count 3,
maybe
separate
about
verdict form, so labeled.
30 minutes,
Same
maybe, Steph.
format at the upper portion. Again, heading clearly says count 3. And then we look at the choices that the jury, the decisions available to the jury. If it is, as to count 3, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty as charged in the information of aggravated assault, the offense of aggravated assault. That's where the check mark goes. And then you look at the instructions immediately below that finding, and you're told if you find the defendant guilty of aggravated assault, you must then answer the following questions. It's actually only one question. In the course of committing the aggravated assault, was Franklin Tyrone Tucker wearing a mask? Once again, there's yes or no options, lines in front of each one. If you get to this interrogatory, you check which one of those two options the foreperson does. The jury so finds, signs, states the verdict form by the foreperson. As to count 3, if the jury verdict is we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, then the check mark goes in front of that verdict and signed and dated by the foreperson. Separate verdict form for count 4, same heading, label, count 4. If as to count 4, the jury's verdict is we, the jury, find the defendant guilty as charged in the information of the offense of battery, that's where the check mark goes ahead of that verdict. And then following the instructions, if you find the defendant guilty of battery, you must then answer the following question. In the course of committing the battery, was Franklin Tyrone Tucker wearing a mask? Yes or no? Check the line in front of the answer that you find if you get to this interrogatory. As to count 4, if the jury's verdict is we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, there's the line ahead of that verdict that's checked. And once again, when you complete the verdict decisions as to count 4, so say we all, signed by the foreperson, dated on the date. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment and information, and although they may have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately, and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged, except as explained in the instruction for legally interlocking counts. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict forms when all of you agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict forms back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you.
Oh, gotcha.
You become aware
I was
of any
like,
violation
wait,
of
what
these
is she talking?
instructions or any
Why are
other
we curbing our
instruction after the end of this case, you
enthusiasm?
must
I was
terminate by
really
giving a note to the
confused.
bailiff.
Now I understand.
Many
Steph
of
says,
you may
just
have
got here,
cell
but I'm in
phones, tablets,
bed.
laptops,
I've
or
had
other
unsettling
electronic
dreams the
devices here in
past
courtroom.
2
The
mornings, and
rules do
sweet
not allow
Jenny's
you to
good
bring your
morning makes
phones
me
or
feel
any
more
of those
settled.
types of electronic
Aww.
devices into the
Well,
jury
good
room.
morning.
Kindly leave those devices on your
Good
seats where they will be
morning.
guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. And I'm
She's
gonna
talking about the
explain a
show.
little
She's
bit
not telling
more
you to
about
curb
how
your
we
enthusiasm.
handle that provision here in the 16th Circuit in just a moment. If you need to
Only the
communicate
smartest
with
show
me,
ever,
send
and you
a
all know
note to the
Larry is my
bailiff.
fantasy hubby.
If you
Yes,
have
I do.
voted,
I
do
do.
not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations.
So
while
there's
you
4
wait for
main
my
charges
answer.
with all these
I
little
will
things
answer
under
any
these.
questions if I can in writing or orally here in open.
Well, these are all questions that they have to answer yes or
During the
no to
trial,
in order
items
to
will be
decide
received into evidence
their
as
verdict
exhibits.
is
You may examine
for each of
whatever
the charges.
exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The
Ooh.
exhibits will be sent into the jury room with
Recall
you
on
when you begin to
Robitussin.
deliberate.
Ooh, I don't know if I have any in my medicine cabinet or not.
That's going to go back. Its operation is fairly straightforward. So if you care to view any of these.
Cynthia says, Steph, I love that you feel true crime settles you. It does me too.
In closing,
Hey, sweet Mary Lou.
let me remind
How are
you that
this morning?
it is important that you follow the law
I hope
spelled
you're
out in
warm.
these instructions in deciding your verdict.
Yes, Joanna, I
There are
did. I got
no
my new
laws
mic
that apply to this
yesterday. Thank
case.
you.
Even if
Thank
you
you,
do
thank
not
you, thank
like
you.
the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. So I'm going to ask
Crime part, not so much, but Jenny does. The crime part is because I feel uncomfortable if I don't have a certain level of anxiety in my life. Diamond painting is too relaxing. So I have to you have to what? JC says, I'm sorry about your dreams, Steph. I have them too. The doctor said they have something to do with hormones fluctuating. Ugh. You know, whenever I was pregnant, I had the worst nightmares with both my kids. He didn't really want to have to do this today, right? He wanted it done yesterday, right?
When we talked about alternate jurors.
He does, Mary Lou. I said that whenever we first started watching this. He does look like Phil Donahue, and he also looks like Leslie Nielsen, the actor.
I didn't relish by any means excusing alternate jurors because, as has been the case in this particular case, our alternates have been here throughout, just as attentive and patient and involved as the first 12. And now I have to excuse you because the first 12 jurors have been here throughout and are now ready to deliberate, and the law doesn't allow any more than 12. So one might ask, well, why were we here, Judge? I mean, goodness gracious, we've listened all this time. We'd like to share our thoughts now that we've spent all this time here. We'd like to hear what the others think, and you're denying me the opportunity.
So I just had to pause that for a minute because I wanted to read Steph's comment, but I also want to hear what he's saying. Once he gets past the jury instructions, then I'm just kind of over, those are the boring things. I don't really blah. But she said, JC, that's very likely because I had a hysterectomy in October, actually, but I also had a divorce in December, and that has been very, very confusing and lots of back and forth. So I'm not sure where I stand. Shirley says, Jenny, I too have a thing for bald men, but I also like long hair on a man. I like long hair on men too, but it just depends on the man, right? I may have to have one Steph waiting on the doctor to call me. Ugh. Okay. My mic cut out. Did my mic cut out or Jay Leno, right, Shirley? Yeah, Mary Lou says I forgot about Jay Leno. Hormone levels can play a big part in dreams. Counteract it with a crime so I feel the normal amount of anxiety. Did that get blocked? I don't think so. Okay. All right. And we're gonna go back. Gonna start back. So here we go.
I understand that feeling entirely. All I can tell you is that more often than not, in trials, especially one of this duration with this number of jurors, things happen where one or more of the first 12 are unable to complete the case. If we don't have an alternate to sit in that very seat that's been vacated, we have a mistrial. And you already heard instructions about how a mistrial is a waste of time and inconvenience on the cost and all the above. So we try to avoid that by having alternates. In this case, we haven't needed them. So with my sincere thanks, I'm going to excuse Ms. Van Stry and Mr. Amsterdam. But thank you very much. I certainly appreciate your service and your involvement. So just a couple other things. I'm going to give those folks a moment to clear the jury room. Just give a few further explanations about some of those instructions. I mentioned about electronic devices. You've heard lots of instructions.
Oh, and side note, there is a new poll in the chat. Make sure to vote in the poll.
In terms of the prohibition against having access to the electronic devices, personal devices, that's an administrative order from the Florida Supreme Court. That's not something that yours truly has concocted on his own. That comes from the Florida Supreme Court, and of course we honor their authority and their rules and regulations. But here, instead of having you leave whatever devices are on the seats there, we have what's called a lock box in the jury room. So you bring them in there.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been saying the names. That's not good.
Electronic devices you may have right before your very eyes. They're placed in the lock box. It's secured. There it sits. So
ovaries must have been good, and you must still be young, so they didn't want you to go into menopause.
That their devices aren't going to be compromised. Not that they would be, but just in terms of state of mind.
Thank you, Steph. Thank you, Steph. Thank you, Steph.
They're So that's how we do that. You will be able to take your notepads with you now. If there is some question, problem, communication that
No,
is
Tammy,
needed
not
to
necessarily.
the court, then your foreperson should take a
That
clean
happens.
page, nothing with any kind of marks on it, but a clean page and in legible, complete, comprehensible fashion, right or
And there's a
print,
lot of times that the
whatever
press
it
will
is you
accidentally
want
get
to ask
picture,
me to
like
tell
video
me.
of jurors.
Judge Jones,
And, you know, I mean, it happens. It happens.
when it's complete, the foreperson should put his or her name, fold it in half, knock on
Yes,
the door,
Morgana, we were
give it
talking
to the
about that
bailiff.
first thing this
Bailiff
morning
will
in the
alert me,
video,
alert me.
in the
I'll look at it. I'll
live.
share it with everyone, the lawyers.
We were talking
and I
about
will
that. Super
do my best
creepy,
after
right?
receiving input from them to provide an appropriate answer. So, the alternates gone. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you may now retire to consider your verdict.
Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. Tucker is very nervous. Oh, Shirley, that's awful. I'm sorry, hun. That's tough. Start the clock. Start the clock. Put the verdict watch banner up.
So
Yes, good idea. Good idea.
Out here after securing the electronic devices, I'm going to give him the verdict forms, the instructions. Then I'm going to have him, or one of the security officers, take all the evidence, bring it back, knock on the door, present it along with this device to view it. So what I would ask clerk to assemble it, which you probably already have, but when I step down here, if Mr. Tucker and state wants to examine the accumulation of evidence, just to be sure that it's complete before it goes back, that everything that's supposed to be there is there, and similarly, everything, if there's anything that's there that shouldn't be there, then it doesn't go back. I doubt if either one of those is the case, but just to be sure. Then, as we mentioned yesterday, you all don't have to stay here if you care not to, as long as there's a means to contact you telephonically and you're able to return in the event of a question, a problem, a verdict in 5-10 minutes. I also mentioned that just as soon as we finish our immediate business, I have another docket that I'm going to be conducting, and of course, anytime I'm needed in the trial, that docket will be halted and we'll address the trial. So, here are the instructions and the verdict form. They can look at that too. And then I can hear the evidence to take back. So, at this point, stand in recess awaiting for. Thank you. I'll be.
All right, you guys. So they are on verdict watch. The clock should go up on the screen pretty soon. So that's cool. Hold on. I gotta turn my do not disturb on my phone. Yes. If you haven't already voted on the poll, make sure to look for the poll up at the top of the chat or maybe in the bottom of the chat. It depends on whether you're on a phone or a laptop, computer, PC, tablet. But there should be a little box. This jury checked out on all this instruction crap yesterday. Yay. Trying to control the endo with birth control just created more problems. I'm telling you what, after I had Jolie Lee, if you're in the chat, this is going to be a little TMI because it's a girl talk kind of chat, but I had like a monthly visitor, you know what I'm talking about, a period that lasted, I think, like 3 or 4 months solid. And yeah, I went to the doctor, went to the gynecologist, had to go for tests, and all they said was I had a, what do you call it? Like a fibroid or whatever on one ovary that wasn't like very big at all. I think he said it was like 2 or 3 centimeters in size or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, and then maybe, what was it? I think they just basically said it was like uncontrollable, whatever, bleeding. So the gynecologist was like, well, he said there's something, they did put me on some kind of medicine, and if that didn't work, then they would so I had to take that medicine for a little bit, and then it never stopped. And then he's like, well, let's go in. What he wanted to do was go in and do a hold on, I can't remember the word. Ablation. That's what they did. It was a uterine or I think it was called a uterine ablation. And yeah, had that, and amazing. Been amazing. Basically what they do is they go in and they just take out the lining, I guess. Yeah, it was like I had 1 period since then. And he told me that that's basically what happens. Most of the time women just won't have any more periods, right? Sometimes you can, sometimes it'll be like random, and then other times the ablation can fail, and it won't work. But it worked in my case, and but yeah, it was. I had to be put on iron. Yeah, surely they did. What they said they did was they went in and they do something that causes the lining to let loose of the uterus. It kind of helps it to come loose, basically, and then they scrape that out. But before I had it done, I had to have a tubal. So I had the tubal done and then that done all at the same time. Hey, no more periods just means no waiting, right, Lee? JC said, nope, I want a whole hysterectomy. I'm coming back as a man in my next lifetime. Oh. They cauterized something in me as well, says Brenda. What was it JB said? JB said, I've had 2 ablations and 3 DNCs. Ugh, wow. Gail said I ended up getting a hysterectomy because they found precancer cells. JC, they'll probably remove it then, Steph says. It's just the possibility of children that makes them hesitant when you're younger. But dang, girl, you're a babe. I would think you were younger than me. JC said, "Oh, Steph, thank you. That's a recent profile picture too." So yeah, you cutie. Let's see. JC said, "No way, JB. Sorry, I know for sure you want to definitely come back as a man." Right? Well, whenever I talked to my doctor, my gyno, I was like, is this, like, I literally asked him. I'm one of those that will ask the doctor this question and I don't even care. But I was like, okay. He's like, we can do a hysterectomy or we can do this ablation. He said, but the ablation is like a precursor to a hysterectomy, And I said, well, you tell me, what would you, knowing what you know, and according to my test results, let's say I was your sister, your daughter, your wife, your mom, your aunt, what would you have them do? And he said, I would totally go with the ablation route before I would do the hysterectomy. And so that's what I did. Steph said I had to get a uterine biopsy before the surgery, and that was horrifying, incredibly painful, and I felt like I was sexually assaulted. I'm still angry they don't medicate or explain the procedure. Ugh. Crazy. Oh, JB, yeah, the thyroid and autoimmune stuff is bad. I have is it hypo? Yeah, I'm hypothyroid. I have hypothyroidism. So I take thyroid medicine every morning. No fun. No fun at all. Okay. So you guys, we are on verdict watch. Now the question remains, there is a new trial starting today. So that trial is the, I thought it was just for Jennifer Crumbly, which is Ethan Crumbly's mom. He's the one that did the, one, what? Oh, hold on. Oops, that was too loud. Was it Oxford? Yeah, Oxford school shooting. But she is the mother, right? So that one starts today. It's actually currently started, I believe. Opening statements are today. But looks like Jennifer Crumbly. So it says the first She's the first parent in the U.S. to be charged and tried for first of its kind trial against the mother of the Oxford High School shooter. Trial is expected to last 3 weeks. So, anyway. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just catching up on your all's comments here. Oh, Brenda said her daughter had that procedure done when she was 16. Oh my goodness. Joanna says, at least we won't be forced to have children. Wish men got pregnant. Think they would survive? Absolutely not. Steph says, my son was born with a heart defect and is autistic. I didn't want any more children the second his pediatric cardiologist told us that there's increased chance for future children to have heart conditions too. That's a tough decision. Shirley says, I don't think a man could handle the early contractions. All right. Yeah. PVC is piping, Brenda. You're the cutest. Did you mean HPV? Or is PVC piping? I love you so much. I love you so much. I read that and I was like, I think, and then when I saw you said, or is that piping? Then I was like, that's what PVC is. Cynthia, I am enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a lot. A lot. Are they back for a question already, maybe? I see the judge coming to the bench, but I do know that he had other dockets that he was going to be working on during the day. But that shouldn't be recorded, right? I mean, but yes, absolutely, Cynthia. I've been enjoying the heck out of it. I had my son at 21 because I was afraid I'd end up infertile and wouldn't be able to bear children. He had open heart surgery at 5 months, so that's all good. You know, it's crazy whenever you have kiddos that have to undergo surgery that early. When Eli was 9 months old, he had to go under for it's called well, he had what's called sagittal synostosis. I know that's a mouthful, right? But he had to have basically a craniotomy. But what sagittal synostosis is when that soft spot on the top of the baby's head starts to fuse together too soon. And they found it when he was like 6 months old, that it was fusing together too soon. And then so at the age of 9 months, he went in for the surgery, and they literally cut him from one ear all the way over the top of the head to the other ear. And had to go in and take some of that bone out to allow, space. That was very scary. Very scary. I mean, a little bitty baby, That was tough. Yeah, Tammy, it looks like I saw the judge come to the bench and sit down, but I don't know what's going on. What, Joanna? I heard that there was a guy on death row. And they said that he was going to be, it was going to happen this week. She says, "Did you guys hear about the guy on death row? They could not locate a vein, so they are going to use nitro." Thoughts? How in the world do you not find a vein? Mm. Yeah, the judge is in the courtroom. Oh yeah, Morgana, right? Give me that epidural. Like, I want the epidural the second my foot steps into the hospital. Yes, 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 yes. Her leg kept falling off the edge of the bed and she didn't even know it. Oh. Hurry back, Shirley. Oh, wow, Lisa, my nephew had to go through surgery for a similar thing, but it was earlier than 6 months. Tammy, usually the soft spot isn't like all the way closed up until they reach their teenage years. But if it does close up too soon, then it doesn't allow the brain room to grow, as they get older. And that's dangerous. Thin veins or collapsed veins are a thing. Or if you're extremely dehydrated, it can be very hard to get a vein. Gotcha. Yeah, I've heard that before. Oh, wow, Steph, that is tough. Congestive heart failure. Oh, as a first-time mom, absolutely. I mean, you're afraid if you look at them wrong, you're going to break them, and then add on super hardcore medical issues, and then, yeah. JC says, Joanna, those doctors probably think she's crazy. So anybody that knows Joanna and has met Joanna on a personal level, she is crazy, but it's the good crazy. It's the fun crazy. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You can't not have fun around Joanna. Oh my goodness, JB. You didn't get a chance to get an epidural. Went in the hospital at 4:30 and had the kiddo at 5:17. Holy cow. No, Tammy, it doesn't affect him now. No. Other than the fact that he's got a, scar, but you can't see it because of his hair. Unless, he gets his hair cut with him and his dad go get haircuts like every 3 weeks. They're OCD about their haircuts. So they like their haircut very, very short. And Eli's hair grows pretty fast. So he, when he gets his hair cut that first like few days or week or couple of weeks, you can see the scar like at like one side of his ear. But yeah. Morgana said I was lucky they induced me 3 weeks early, so I got the epidural super early. Ugh. I think I'm caught up. She does let her light shine, JC. You're right. Steph says, anyone like me. I was confused for a minute because Lee said, I like you, Steph. And Steph's like, Lee, why? Okay. All right. When I had children, it was an act of Congress to get an epidural or anything like that. It was called something else. Used to, didn't they call it a saddle block or something like that? I think it's pretty much, it's not, I don't think that is exactly the same as an epidural, but it's kind of similar. Ooh, Morgana, that would have been bad. Ooh, no. I was terrified of like having to have that done. I never had one, but I was terrified that I would like need to or something. Yeah, a super big need, like super long. Ugh. I've seen people on TV like have that done, and I'm like, oh no. They would have to knock me out in order to do that. Like literally. They have to give me gas just to clean my teeth because I gag. Shut up. Okay. I'm going to have to go get a coffee. And yeah, I'm going to have to go get a coffee. And I'm going to have to go wee. Ooh, I bet, Morgana, I would have passed out. I would have been the one that fainted. Like, never mind. I don't need anybody to knock me out to put this needle in. I'm just going to go ahead and faint right here. Boom, hit the floor. Uh-oh. Hold on, you guys. We're behind. We were behind for a minute. There's a lot of people on Twitter that are saying that they think he's going to be found not guilty. They're like, I don't like the guy, but I don't think the state proved their case. Let's see. Okay. I was just looking and keeping up, checking in, make sure I'm not missing anything. Steph says I have to get my life together is what I got to do. Honey, don't we all? Don't we all? Lisa, as well as you've heard me say, Steph, of all the things I lost, I miss my mind the least. JB says, so am I the only weird one here who actually has a timer set? They usually do, Steph, but sometimes if they're behind, the moderators over there on Law and Crime, they sometimes get them put up late. Usually the chat will constantly remind them, hey, you don't have a timer up, you don't have a timer up, you don't have a timer up. So I'm sure they'll put one up soon. But, you know, they've already got it. They've got it like started. So they'll have a timer set in the courtroom anyway. Yeah, right, Morgana? Not weird, JB, just on top of things. By the way, JB or Morgana, did either one of you take a look at any of those things I sent you last night that QB sent me? Wow. Holy cow. That was a lot of information. Like a lot. Especially that first link. That was crazy. That was a lot of information. So I'm going to go, like I said, I'm going to go get some coffee, go wee-wee, let the dog out to go wee-wee, get the kids a nice little snack. Morgana says not yet, but I plan on it today. Steph says that's why I'm here. Safe place that makes me happy and feel less lonely. JB hasn't had a chance, but planning on it here in a few. Yes. Brenda says, Steph, I'm 62 and spent too much of my life worrying about that. So just try and concentrate on living and being happy. Yes. Great advice. I agree. Right now, that's all that counts, Tammy. I know. I get it, honey. I get it. All right. I'll be right back. You guys entertain yourselves, but behave. Behave yourselves. Lee. Steph. All right. Morgana, keep an eye on the children. I will be back in a second. I'm back. Hello, hello. I'm back. I'm back. Let's see. Did you guys behave? Oh, let's see. Let's see. What are you guys talking about? Mm. Let's see. Let's see. Of course, she puts the person in charge of this. Started a whole slew of conversation just by saying the word would. That's true. That's true. Morgana says, wasn't me. Wasn't me. The proof is in the text. So other than Verdict Watch, what is everyone doing, says JB. Lee says, me, oh, nothing, just offering to help with someone with a task. Steph says she's in bed, should get up to pee and get coffee myself, but I also just want to sleep all day. I know how that feels. Lisa's waiting for my brain to wake up so I can stop making too many outrageous comments. Uh-oh. Joanna says, well, she didn't tell me to behave. Yeah. JC says, JB stressing. Just got a phone call that my aunt dropped her Medicare and is on the Humana Advantage. They want to put her in a nursing home so bad. She has a lot of money and they know it. Uh-oh. Not good. JC says, they also know I ain't having it. I will care for her myself. Uh-oh. Yeah, that sucks. Super duper. Joanna said, Steph, snitches get stitches. Oh, look, it's so funny, you guys. Yeah, right, Morgana. Those nursing homes can eat up that money real quick. There you go, JC. Do it. She said, Lee's going to rub off on me and I'm going to end up misbehaving and cussing them people out. Cuss them all to pieces. Cuss them for filth. I'm kidding. Don't do that. Don't want you to get in no trouble. But, I mean, also, don't let them railroad your aunt. JB said I have to keep an eye on the same thing for her dad. Welcome back. Shh, says Lee. Shh, Jenny's back. They behaved this time, huh? Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Hold on. Just trying to get caught up here. Okay. Steph said Jenny thinking we're going to play Heads Up 7 Up while she's gone. I loved playing that whenever I was little and in school. Loved playing that. Loved it. I always cheated, though. You know how I cheated? I think everybody else probably cheated the same way. But the trick was to, when you put your head down on your desk, you peek through that corner at your elbow for shoes. And then when you get tapped on the head, you look to see whose shoes is standing beside your desk or walks past you. And then whenever you have to pick the person in the lineup, you look for their shoes. And about 95% of the time that works. Can you get her a home nurse? Insurance may cover it. Tammy said, I always get calls trying to get me to go with an Advantage plan, but it's not feasible for me because I have my spouse military med insurance as a supplemental. Yes, Steph. Yes. Watch the shoes. Gail said, love playing that, but the few butt heads that bang your thumbs. Oh. Oh, that was a fun game. I always hated dodgeball because there were some like super duper hardcore athlete boys that when they slung that dodgeball, oh my God. Yeah, not fun. That was not fun. Like they would throw them dodgeballs like they were dang baseballs, you know? They meant to put a hurt on you. For sure, for sure. Coffee. JB didn't like Red Rover. Heads up, 7-Up. Joanna, it's the game where everybody in the classroom puts their heads down on their desks so you can't see. And then there's like a group of kids who walk around and tap people on the head. And then you have to guess, you know, after the clock goes off or whatever. And that group of kids stands at the front of the room. And then whoever got tapped had to raise their hand up. And they would get called and have to guess who in the little lineup at the front of the classroom was the one that tapped them on the head. Hey, QB. Hey, good morning to you. You worked last night. Did you have what time did you get off work, and did you get a good sleep? Did you get a good night's sleep? That's the question. Tammy said, I need to make a phone call. I will leave my phone showing the chat. Yeah. Good deal. Military doctors too. TRICARE, says JC. All right, let's, Morgana says, okay, sheets are changed. Time to make the bacon. Yum. I would like some bacon. Bacon. He goes to the sink and dunks his head into cold water. Ooh. Making myself coffee, pants on, says Steph. Good. Look, there, you've already made progress. You got pants on and you're making coffee. Good morning, everybody. Sleep? What's that? So you didn't get no sleep then, huh? I'm on my way. Okay. Hold on. I saw somebody movement in the courtroom, but I keep seeing heads flying by, so I'm not taking that to mean anything. And I'm still not seeing any sort of timer. But hold on just a second. I'm going to I got to grab a couple things real quick. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. My 2 seconds is up. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, Fresh Sheets is amazing, right? QB says, ew, pants. Ugh. Almost at 1 hour right now, just an FYI, says JB. She's got our verdict watch clock on. Yes. QB says, sorry, y'all. I don't even have my glasses on yet. Trying to catch everyone. If I missed you, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. So, we have, like I said, the pizza murder retrial, the pizza delivery murder retrial. That one is the case or the trial that I keep telling you guys about that is like not being streamed by any of the big networks. And they're like streaming it through through like a courthouse feed. But then they like chop it up into sections and chunks. It's not like one big long stream, you know? And then they're also not showing a lot of the witnesses because they're giving the witnesses like the opportunity to not be video recorded or audio recorded. So QB says that was the prosecutor. He's moving around. Why would he be in there if they weren't coming back? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The judge did say he had other cases, and usually those cases will be held in, sometimes in the same courtroom. Other times they might be in a different courtroom. I think it depends because some courtrooms are for some things and then other courtrooms are for other things. So I don't know. He did say that he had other dockets today, and he said that if the jurors came back with questions or a verdict, he would halt whatever proceedings he was in and come take care of this matter. So. Yeah. I don't know. She's not awake yet. Of course you're not awake yet. What time did you get off work? Did you even say, did I ask you? I don't even remember if I asked. I think I asked. Oh, you use the at in front of. But then you like have to actually type the whole thing. It won't like automatically put it in. Crazy, right? Oh, and QB Designs too. And anybody else that's new or lurking in the chat, if you haven't yet voted on the poll, make sure to vote in the poll that is in the live chat. It should be at the top or the bottom of your live chat box. Oh, you got our home around too. You voted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, JC, take your time, take your time. See you when you get back. I know what you mean, QB. It's like when you get home at a certain time, you can't just like go straight to work or straight to sleep. You have to like wind down a little bit before you can like go to sleep. That's how my husband, whenever he worked second shift, he would get home and then, you know, it would be a couple, sometimes 3 hours before he'd be ready for actual bed. If your participants list is up, just type the @ and the first couple letters of the actual screen name, and it should show in a pop-up. Oh, I didn't know that. If your participants list is up, what does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Normally I do second, but last night was my private client. If your participant list, I don't know what participant list is, Lee. What? I don't even know what that means. Is that only on the computer? Lee says, so when I highlight you, I type @ and then CR and hit enter and you get Crime Cafe. Okay. Well, that's cool. Let me see if I can try that in the chat on my computer. He doesn't know if it'll work on phones. Hey, hey. Oh, you know what? I can't do it from here because I'm typing in StreamYard. Never mind. Blah, 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 blah. I was trying it in StreamYard. That won't work. That will not work. QB says, I'm used to Twitch, so I'm still learning lives over here. Mm-hmm. Oh, JB says we're officially at 1 hour. 1 hour. Well, I'm shocked that they haven't had any questions yet. Usually they'll either not have questions for a really long time or they'll come straight out of the gate with questions. Like they'll literally be sent back to the deliberation room and then within like 5 minutes, they're already back with a question. So Lee says if you look at the top of the chat across the live chat, you see 3 dots. Okay, and that's where you find a participation list. Ooh, Tammy says, I'm so peed. I was supposed to have O2 delivered yesterday, and nope. They said it was for tomorrow. QB says, did you me? Mm-hmm. Brenda says, I wonder what we're talking about. What's who talking about? Right. Tammy, do you have enough? QB says, Tammy, do you have enough O2? Participants that are actively typing yes. Oh, the jurors? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. They might be like, you know what? We already have our answer, but if we're going to get a free lunch out of this, then let's just hold off until after lunch. And then we'll say, yo, we have a verdict. We are ready. QB says, I'm trying to diagnose that. Mm-hmm. Now I don't remember what I said to. Let me scroll back up and look and see what I said to. Oh, probably about the I'm used to Twitch, so I'm still learning lives over here. Probably. Yeah, let's eat lunch. Let's eat. Well, I mean, shoot, especially, I mean, the judge did say that they have a budget for it. In the clerk's office, they have a budget for the jurors' lunch. And he said they've got menus, so they get to pick and choose what they want. I'd be like, dude, let's get some Texas Roadhouse right now. I'm hungry. Feed us, and then we will give you our decisions, our decisions. Mm-hmm. Nope, Henny says nope, doesn't work. The person typing does not see the highlight, only the intended recipient. QB says I would get free lunch for sure. Yeah. Yeah, whenever you type the @ nobody else sees it except that person highlighted. JB's like, yes, 100%. Henny's on a tablet. Well, I have added people in on my phone, but never had a drop down list before. And I always just hope that I type their name in all the right way in hopes that it will like highlight, but Lee says, hey, with everything the jury has been through, a free lunch is the least they can offer, right? I wonder how it works. Is it state to state or trial to trial? With like the jury's pay? Because I've heard that jurors get paid like a per diem rate, but I don't know. Like I've heard it's like a very low amount, like $20 a day or something like that. And they do get the free lunch, but like the $20 a day ain't even going to cover gas. Especially if you live very far away, you know. Oof, on the phone, I have to type the whole thing. Y'all just gonna have to pay attention. Yeah, on the phone, you do have to type. I've had to type the whole thing. It's $2 an hour. Oh, my Lord. But is it the same everywhere, or is it like different amounts for different states, different trials? Brenda says, OMG, at the top across from live chat, there are little lines. I clicked on that, and all of this time I have been on top messages instead of all. Yeah, that's the thing, Brenda. That is a thing. Oh, it's mandated by the state. Okay. Right, Steph. People have bills to pay. It's one thing if it's a trial that lasts a week, a couple or 3 weeks, but like, let's say, for instance, like these big, massive, long 6-week trials, or God forbid, like that Scott Peterson one that was 19 weeks. What in the world? JB said, I believe it's based on what court, state case or federal case, county, etc., and that would be based on budget. Steph says, barbecue. Lee says he thinks it's across the board. Brenda says, I'm always on top of life. Yeah. Yep. I don't think it's a big deal whenever the chat is small, but whenever it's like a big chat and there's a lot of people, it makes a difference. So I don't know how YouTube picks and chooses which comments they show in top chat versus all or whatever, but no idea. Ooh, hey, Kel. Kel says jurors in California get paid $15 per day starting on the second day of service. Free lunch isn't provided until deliberations begin. Oh, wow. So basically, then that $15 takes care of their gas and lunch if they want to eat like off the budget meal menu at McDonald's or Taco Bell or Burger King. Brenda just says, just think when I'm in your lives, like on Thursday nights, how much have I really missed? See, I just, Brenda too, QB, see? Uh-oh. Apparently this Oxford school shooting, Jennifer Crumbly trial, Kathy Russin just tweeted in quotes. It says, "This is horrific," says the defense attorney. It says the defense attorney responds to prosecutor complaining that the attorney showed emotion. This is horrific. And then I guess the prosecutor said, I was not sobbing. All of my makeup is still on. Oh my God. Uh-oh. It's getting a little bit juicy over there. A little sassy. It looks like. Let's see. QB says it's state-based. This is from my state. The clerk of court will issue payments by check by U.S. mail a few days after your jury service concludes. Trial jurors receive $12 for the first day of service and $20 for each day thereafter. If you serve more than 5 days, you'll receive $40 per day. Oh, wow. Grand jurors receive $20 per day. Lee says, for Florida, if you're not regularly employed or you don't receive regular wages during your service, you will be compensated at the rate of $15 per day for the first 3 days of service. Also, you have to file taxes. Oh my God. So jury money is taxed. Kel said because they pay so little, you can say it's a financial hardship and you can't afford to serve. JB says federal cases jurors get paid $50 a day and may be eligible for certain travel reimbursement and allowances. Lee says each juror who serves more than 3 days is entitled to be paid $30 per day for the fourth. Hold on, sorry, I got a notification on my phone. Each juror who serves more than 3 days is entitled to be paid $30 per day for the fourth day of service and each day thereafter. But most companies pay you for jury duty, says Tammy. Some companies still pay you, but they minus the amount you got paid from your check. QB says not anymore. They will allow you to use PTO and have to allow you to have off, but they usually won't pay you. So wait a minute. You mean you would have to use your PTO? That's not fair. Like you would, like if you say, I'm going to be on jury duty for 2 weeks. Okay, to get paid. But if you don't get paid, do they like legally have to let you off to serve jury duty without pay or taking any kind of points or anything? Tammy says, I know in Colorado, my husband, when he worked, got paid for jury duty. But not if you just take off. They have to allow you off without penalty. Okay, that's what my question was. That's what my question was. Mm-hmm. Oh, and you guys also, guess what? There is going to be a hearing. There's supposed to be 2 hearings tomorrow for Brian Koberger. Yes. And one of them is supposed to be public and live streamed. And both of the hearings have to do with something about dismissing whatever the indictment, and this is something that they keep going round and round and round about, but I don't see that happening. But anyway, could be fun, could be interesting, see what they end up doing. I'll have to find out what time. Yeah, have to find out what time. Yeah, if they're streaming it, for sure, Steph. $100% be watching it. I'm going to run over here real quick into the live chat and see if they have anybody asking about verdict watch or the timer clock. The clock. Because I don't see anything. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Not seeing a thing, you guys. Not seeing a thing. Bum 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 bum. QB says I'm never gonna get any sleep. Y'all had me jumping up when I saw it was 11. I was like, crap, what I missed. Haven't even put my glasses on yet, and I pulled y'all up. Sorry, QB. Sorry. So sorry. Steph says voyeurism is a kink, and we don't kink shame here. Well, you know. All right. While they're doing their little thing over here, I vote that I'm going to go over here to this crumbly murder trial thing and see just kind of peep in for a few and see what's going on. Maybe go back and look and see if we can find the part where the prosecution and the defense are getting into an argument about their emotions and stuff like that. But I will have the live stream here going in the background and on. So let's pull this up and let me mute it real quick just for a second until I can get my wits about me. It's okay, maybe court is on a 10-minute break. But it started earlier this morning, so we'll go back and watch. Just kind of see what's going on. What's going on will be flies on the wall. Let me find the part where it was at, though. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I don't know where it was at exactly. Wish I knew where it was at exactly. They didn't give a timestamp on this tweet that I was looking at. Let me go back and look. Ba-ba-ba-bum-bum, ba-ba-bum-bum, ba-da-ba-bum-bum. Let's see. Where was that? I already dislike this attorney way too dramatic and whiny, says someone. It was 39 seconds ago. This was 14 minutes ago. Hold on a second. Let me see if they give a timestamp. All right, so 14 minutes ago. Let me see if I can find that. For you guys. Okay, now let me go back to the chat, see what you guys are doing. Let me check on the live stream over here. See what you guys are saying. QB says gotta make coffee, sans pants. Good morning, Billy. Nope, haven't missed anything. They went through the jury instructions and the jurors are deliberating and we are waiting for a verdict. Waiting for a verdict. Tammy JB has a timer going. Law and Crime usually puts a verdict watch timer up, but they have not done it as of yet. And I don't have a way to do it on my end. JB has a timer set. If I would have thought about it, I would have started the timer on my phone. I just didn't. It didn't even cross my mind. QB says, but I'm wearing a dress. So, well, there you go. JB says, I've got a timer going. We're almost at 1.5 hours. Yes, Brenda, it's the first day for that trial. Yes, yes, yes. Not this one, but that one about Jennifer Crumbly. I agree. Steph did great singing that happy birthday. I thought it was amazing and beautiful. Let me go see if I can find what it is I'm looking for over here. She said 14 minutes ago, so probably about. Let me back up the clock. And I'm just going to mute this real quick and push play. Hold on. Okay. Can you guys hear the audio on this other video that I'm playing or no? If you can. Oh my goodness. Okay, she is sobbing, but okay. We have to watch this. This is going to be good. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to find the right spot so I don't have to go digging around for it when I get over here. You guys can hear the talking going on right now? Okay, if you can hear that, then I didn't think you would be able to hear it. I'm playing a different video in the background, but I wasn't sharing the audio, so but hold on a second. Oh, you guys can't hear it? Okay, good. I don't want you to hear it is what I'm saying. This video of this other school shooting video is something I'm listening to right now, trying to find the right spot to share with you guys, but I didn't want you to hear it until I'm ready to share it. So hold on just a minute. I got to get to the right spot. I'm going to mute myself too, though. So hold on a second. Okay. So sorry, I didn't mean to scare anybody. I just kind of like came back in and was like, okay. This is what I was talking about. This case here, this trial here is the one that started today. So we're going to take a little detour over here while we're waiting on the verdict for Tucker. Let me make sure my volume is up on this, and it's okay. Yeah, it is. So this here is the trial for Jennifer Crumbly. She's the mother of Ethan Crumbly, who was the school shooter at the Oxford school. And that's what this is about. It's his mother is on trial for her role in what happened with him getting, the weapon and all that kind of stuff and what happened afterwards. But anyway, apparently this is like the first time that a parent has been charged in like a mass school shooting as this. Like I've never heard of this before, but apparently I've read online that this is the first time a parent has been charged in, you know, their decisions or whatever she did. So but apparently they watched the video, and apparently the prosecution got super emotional. It doesn't show the video, the like shooting video to us. Like we can't see it, but they actually like can't like turn the live stream off during the playing of the incident or the murder, and then they turned it right back on afterwards, right directly afterwards. So but yeah, so I guess there's a little spat between the prosecution and the defense attorneys. So that's what I wanted to watch with you guys for just a minute. But I'm keeping an eye over here on this. Keeping an eye over here on the Tucker. I was watching because I saw the camera jiggling, and it don't look like anything's happening though. So, but all right. If I hear the judge come back and say any kind of words or anything, then I'll stop immediately and go back over to it. All right. So I'm going to push play on this, you guys, and let's just kind of peek in on this for a minute.
I'm sorry, is the prosecution further question?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I like can't think straight.
Oh, yeah, I think he said that he's
Yes.
finished, yeah.
Okay. I have no questions for you, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Can this one is yes, you can step down and work stairs. Who's the next witness?
Can be bad.
Jenna, is there any way we can have like a minute?
Say it again.
I'm like so sorry. Can we just have a minute, like a break or we have a 10-minute break, please?
Oh, sure. Sure. I'm gonna give you a 10-minute break, okay?
All rise for the jury.
Okay, apparently they cut the feed again because these, you know, these two the prosecutor and the defense are both like having, you know, obvious emotional stress, if that's what you want to call it. Hey, Dawn. If I missed anybody coming in, I'm sorry. Hey, Dawn. Let me fast forward a little bit until it gets to the right spot.
Okay. You were on the record. And you
Your
were.
Honor, this court, upon the defense's request, instructed the prosecutors not to show emotion. You instructed the prosecutors to tell our witnesses not to show emotion. And you instructed
I don't
us to
think that's
let our
what I
victims
actually, I
know.
don't think that's actually what
I
I said.
understand the ruling, Your Honor, I do.
Yeah.
You're concerned about influence of the jury.
Yeah.
I take no issue with it, but it was a difficult thing. It's difficult and we're doing it. And then to have not just the defendant, her lawyer sit there sobbing so that.
I did not sob.
I just want to finish, Your Honor. I just want to finish. I think if that is the instruction, we are trying really hard to respect the court's instruction because I understand the reason for it.
Okay, I didn't tell people not to show emotion. I some of that is involuntary. But there have been times in this courtroom during trials when people will show facial expressions or things like that, or make comments. I understand this is a very emotional situation for everyone here, right? If someone was audibly sobbing in the audience, I would hope that they would exit. And as you said, the reason for it. I didn't tell anybody not to show emotion. I guess some emotion is involuntary. So I guess I'm asking what you're asking of me.
I think it should apply to both sides.
Your Honor, first of all, I was not sobbing, and this is horrific.
I've never seen this before.
It's horrific. That's
Okay.
why we asked the court not to play it. This is horrific. I don't know how the prosecutor.
Okay, this is
She's
so-
watched it 100 times
I've never seen
with
You've had
these
it,
witnesses.
you've had it,
It's horrific.
You've had this video for over 2 years.
I don't know. I don't have this video. I have to go to their office to watch it.
You've seen it.
No, I haven't, because it's not necessary. It's not relevant to my client's case. We've already litigated this, but we're doing our best. We were not sobbing or making a scene in any way. All my eye makeup's still on. I checked my camera.
I'm not having an.
I need to run to the bathroom. I need a break.
Okay, we're having a break. That's what we're doing. And you gotta keep your voices down because
I'm sorry.
the walls are cardboard in here, so.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, everyone here is human, right? Everyone here is human. I understand that. I'm striving really hard to give both sides a fair trial. And if people don't at least try to check themselves, to exit if it's that excruciating, which I know it is. I'm not a robot. I'm trying to keep myself from sobbing. I'll do it at 6 o'clock tonight, okay?
I appreciate that, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
That's all I'm
Your
asking.
Honor, we don't have the option to leave the courtroom. We're trying our best. We're trying. I promise you, we are trying our best.
All right.
Thank
all right.
you.
Everybody needs to take a deep breath. She has to go downstairs, right? And we're gonna call you right, have her come, right? How long do you think the next witness is? I'm bringing lunch in for the
Next
juries.
witnesses can be back. I anticipate very brief questioning.
Okay, because I'm having their lunch delivered so they don't have to commingle with people in the cafeteria.
It should be less than 30 minutes. So
Okay,
we'll work
okay,
out.
all right,
Are we gonna break then after that witness?
yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes.
Great. I apologize.
No, it's natural, it's horrifying, it's
horrifying.
It is horrifying. But
We're trying. We're trying.
okay.
We'll keep trying.
All right.
So, what do you guys think? JB's is going to be in and out and on chat working on the Peterson case. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, Steph, come do my chores too. She's like, I don't even want to do mine. What are you talking about? There's drool on my comforter. But yeah, again, that was Jennifer, the trial for Jennifer Crumbly, who is the mother of Ethan Crumbly, the Oxford school shooter dude. So, apparently she's on trial. I'm not sure that I don't know all the details about it, but I think it has to do with his parents purchasing him the weapon, even though they knew that he was like not fully like mentally stable. And then also, if I'm not mistaken, she like washed his clothes and stuff afterwards because um I think that she apparently knew that it was him afterwards and like washed his clothes to like hide the evidence or something. Prosecution is a bit irrational. Not expecting people to cry at the video. I mean, really? I know, right? Yeah. Yep. That was, and like she said, I wasn't sobbing. I still have my makeup on. So, yeah. Now, I don't know if she wasn't sobbing during the actual watching of the video because we didn't get to see that because they had like cut the feed while the actual video was playing. But, right, Steph, having to watch your child do horrific things and be powerless to change it is awful, right? But I also wouldn't protect my child in something like this. Turn them in myself and he knows it, right? Maybe JC. JC says, didn't she also text him, you should have learned how not to get caught? Not sure. QB says, I agree, Lee, but I don't know if I believe the defense hasn't watched it. They could still react because it's awful, but it would be remiss for the defense not to watch it prior. Yeah, I think so too. And her saying, oh, well, it's not relevant to my client's case. Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, maybe not, like literally relevant, but I don't know. Tammy says he had the gun in his book bag. They went for a meeting with school before the day of the shooting and they got caught trying to leave the country. Oh, I remember that. Maybe they didn't watch it because it's so traumatizing. Potentially. Nothing going on over here in the Tucker case yet or verdict watch yet. Nothing over here, nothing over here. But yeah, let me know if this is one that you think that you would, the mom of the Oxford school shooter on trial, Jennifer Crumbly, Michigan versus Jennifer Crumbly. If that's one that you are interested in potentially watching instead of the pizza murder delivery one, because, yeah, I don't think that that's going to happen. Lee says, and the judge saying she thinks people getting emotional should step out like the defense said. They do not have that option. Well, I mean, I guess they do have that option, but they would have to just like stop. They would have to like call a break. Could set a precedent on being held accountable. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that too. Henny says, yeah, let's watch this one. Dawn says this one sounds interesting. We'll see what you guys say. I don't know. Another one at the moment that is starting. Let me look at the calendar because I've got a calendar of events started. Well, unless I've missed anything massive, the Alex Murdaugh 3-day evidentiary hearing is supposed to start on Monday the 29th. Let me look into February. And then the Adam Montgomery trial is supposed to start Tuesday or wait, is it the trial or is it a hearing? No, it's the trial. The trial of Adam Montgomery starts on February the 6th. I guess we'll have a couple of different options. The Alex Murdaugh evidentiary hearing is only going to be 3 days long. Oh Lord, no, Nicole, what for? Brenda said this one sounds good too. Lisa's, yeah, but the point being, she said they should step out so not to disrupt the trial. So that's true. Joanna's like, hi guys, I dozed off. She's over there just snoozing like Susan. Nicole says, did you hear Brooks is going back to trial? For what? For what? Please tell me that it don't have anything to do with the Wisconsin parade. Hopefully it's got to do with some of his other like prior convictions. What's he going in for now? Oh, Nicole, don't leave us hanging. Don't leave us hanging here. I need to know. I need to know right now. Joanna, honey, what did the doctor say anyway, by the way? I mean, did he say that you've got like the flu or like a sinus infection or what's going on? Thank you, JC. Yes, make sure you guys like and subscribe. I would appreciate it. I would appreciate it. Oh, Nicole says, I don't know yet. Just saw it on my news feed before coming on here. Ooh, okay. I'm going to have to go look. I'm going to have to go look. Hold on just a second. Let me go look. Let me go look. Let me go look. Daryl Brooks, new trial. Lord have mercy. Yeah. Let's see. Where's my mouse? Let me look. This is Daryl Brooks. Here it says Brooks is to get new attorneys for remaining Milwaukee cases, but what is he going back to trial for is what I want to know. Oh, here, hold on. I got a link, a video link here. Let me see. Hold on. Let's.
The man convicted of killing 6 people.
Oh, hold on. Start over. Rewind. Let me share this tab with you guys real quick, and we'll watch this together. Trial is set for May. Juror intimidation and bail jumping. Oh. Oh, they found flu, bronchitis, and they are testing for RSV, which I fondly referred to as restaurant reservations. Oh, God, I love you. Brenda says, ooh, I rewound that Detroit shooting, and the judge did instruct to be quiet and hold their emotions. Joanna says, if I die, you get first dibs on my stash. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds like a deal. Sounds like a plan, Joanne. You crack me up. Let's see here. Let me see. Okay, so I'm going to hit play on this real quick. This is, it says Daryl Brooks heading to trial again. This was posted, it looks like 6 days ago from WISN 12 News. Okay, here we go. Let's play this.
The man convicted of killing 6 people and injuring dozens more in the Waukesha Christmas parade attack is headed back to trial, this time for crimes he's charged with in Milwaukee County.
Wait, why is he coming in a wheelchair? He's got a full face of hair, and his hair's grown out on top. But why in the world is he in a wheelchair? What's he in a wheelchair for? Joanna, that's terrible, says QB. I hope you are better soon. I do too. I hope that your medicine makes you feel super much better fast. QB says maybe she meant the audience, but should clarify. Joanna says, even on my deathbed, she laughs at my jokes. This is why I love you, boo. Being sick is horrible, but to have all the above is beyond. Sending you so many prayers, sending you love and hugs. Wish I could help you somehow. Aw. Take nothing I say seriously. I'm higher than Cooter Brown. Oh, I love a good high Cooter Brown. Higher than a Cooter Brown. Joanna, God bless you. Even when you are sick, you still have it. Lisa, keep playing the video. Maybe they'll explain it. I don't know. It's only 47 seconds, so I don't see them, maybe they will. What's it say here? Nothing. Okay, never mind.
Daryl Brooks is accused of running over the mother of his children just weeks before the parade attack in November of 2021. He also faces charges in Milwaukee of witness intimidation, intimidating a victim, and bail jumping. The trial is set for May. Brooks is currently serving 6 life sentences for the parade attack. And last year in Milwaukee County Court, a judge sentenced him to another 2 years behind bars after he pleaded guilty to carrying a firearm as a convicted felon in 2020, when prosecutors charged him with shooting at his own nephew.
My God. He's a piece of trash. He is a piece of trash. Piece of trash, I tell you. Okay, let me go back over here. Present, share screen. I lost that screen. I lost it. There we go. And we're back. Yeah, I didn't figure they'd waste their 47 seconds on explaining why he's in a wheelchair. I don't know. He's complained every 2 seconds. Like he got a cut on his thumb. Or something. I can't remember what he did. He got like a cut on his thumb or like a paper cut, literally. And he wanted first aid. He kills me. Steph says, Joanna said hi, so that's my cue to take an edible. Brenda said, so Jenny, she meant that I would get her stash. Oh, okay. Sure. I'm going to do the Long-suffering hubby made me a waffle, but it tastes like a potato. Fiona loves it. George snubbed the free brunch. Snotty floofer. Oh, God. Oh, Lord have mercy. He's a big faker. Who, Brooks or George? Dawn. Oh. We all love George and Fiona. I gotta get my chapstick. I gotta put my chapstick on. I can't believe they still have not put the verdict watch clock up on the daggone screen. What is wrong with them? Somebody needs to fire them over there. Yeah, we don't like Brooks. Brooks is a jackwagon, man. He's something else. Ugh. Sorry, I'm putting my chapstick on. My lips are chapped. We don't like Brooks. Nope. Every time somebody would say something, you know, I mean, like the state would like say something or no, he would say something. He would be trying to like prove his case because he's, what did he call himself? What is the people they call themselves when they say they're not who they say, their legal name? I forget what they call them. But yeah, he kept saying, my name isn't Daryl Brooks. I don't go by Daryl Brooks, and blah, 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 blah. And he would, somebody, you know, they would make an objection and he would scream, grounds. Like sovereign citizen. That's it. Yeah. There you go. That's it. Yeah. He wore me out. Joanna says, because they can't follow the instructions. Timer is on page 833. Oh, God. I have to share. Tammy, what do I have to share? The stash? No, not happening. I don't share stashes. Oh, 2 hours for verdict watch. Okay. Okay. Oh, Tammy, she's in there on her tablet. Yeah. She came in here a while ago and had to have me fix her volume for her on her tablet. She cannot, I don't know what it is. It's like every time her tablet is turned like portrait mode versus like sideways, her volume button thing, she can't get it to work. And so I don't know what's wrong with it. It's being goofy. It's scary that people like Brooks is out there. Absolutely it is. That dude was crazy pants. Crazy pants. Steph said, I want my stash to go to a shelter for DV victims. Oh, you know what? That would be amazing. That would be super cool. Steph says, if I die, they can't pry it away from me until then, though. Right? Yeah, no. Try coming at me to steal my stash and I'll beat you over the head with a big old diamond painting box. I got stabby eye tweezers too. Stab your eye out tweezers. You can't. She's 4 QB. Yep. Okay, you guys, I'm going to be right back. I got to take another potty break and I got to stretch. I'm starting to feel the yawn coming on. Here's the yawn. There's the yawn. I have coffee. I'm going to have to heat my coffee up too, though. All right. I will be right back, guys and gals, germs and gents, and ladies and germs, ladies and jury germs. All right. We still got to figure out what that was about, right? We got to figure out what he said. Ladies and germs. Ladies and jury germs. Ladies and gent term germs. Okay, I'll be right back. Holy cow. Why is it things that should take 2 seconds end up taking 20 minutes? Ugh. I got in there to heat coffee up, use the potty, and then got one kiddo something to eat. And then the second kiddo sees the first kiddo gets something to eat. Then the second kiddo wants something to eat. Then the dog sees the two kiddos with something to eat. And then the dog chases the kiddos through the house after they're something to eat. So then I have to give the dog something else extra to eat. And then the dog decides she's got to use the potty. So, yeah. Goodness gracious. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I love Dr. Pimple Popper. I love that show. Imagine Jenny changed it to Dr. Pimple Popper and left us. Oh, wouldn't that be good? No, QB, he's home. He gets home half day. No, mamma mia, mamma mia. Oh, Tammy, I think the only thing that we missed was a super up close personal view of someone's ear. Got an extreme close up of an ear and mole. Was it the judge's or whose? Dawn loves that show too. I can't help it. I love that show. It's sick and disgusting. You know, it's sick and disgusting, but I love the show. Can't help it. Mamma mia, let me go. Oh, prosecutors? Yankees. Yankees. Yeah, that flag keeps moving. I saw the judge come in on my phone. I had my phone with me when I was like on my on the kiddos' lunch break. And the big cranky guy. Okay. The main one, the main prosecutor. Mansfield, I think is his name. Tucker is on the run as we speak, taking a paddle boat to the islands. He's going to the islands. Islands, man. Well, he did say, you know, that he preferred living in a boat on the water. So there's that. There is that. There's that. Oh, yes, Morgana. I watched that one too. My feet are killing me. Yes, I love that show too. It's creepy, super creepy. But I do like that show. And then there's another one called Botched, where people who have had like crazy, horrible things go wrong and like plastic surgery or whatever. And these two doctors that are like big celebrity, like California cosmetic doctors do work for them to like help them like fix what happened that was bad. I love all those shows too, Morgana. Yes. Nope. No feet, says QB. I love Botched. Isn't it fun, Henny? It's a fun show. The two doctors, they're like, the way that they interact with each other is super fun. It's so cool to watch. Some of those people come in, though, that have been botched, and I'm like, you did that to yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. No. Like, people that have, like, extensive amounts of plastic surgery on purpose, and they go to like the far extreme things that they can do with their bodies. And then they're like, okay, my lip is the size of the Titanic. Can you fix it? No, because you did that to yourself. You did one after the other, after the other, after the other, trying to go as far as you can go with what your body can physically do. No, it's a no from me. The one is married to one of the Real Housewives. Oh, that's crazy. Billy says, yeah, it is. Some of those weird body things they want done. Glad they don't do them. Yeah, me too. There's no helping you, buddy. There's no helping you. No. Dr. Dubrow. Yes. I love him. Have you seen his house? OMG, Heather Dubrow is a monster designer. But he helps so many with cancer. Oh, wow. I like both of them. What's the other doctor's name? It's Dubrow, and then I can't remember what the other guy's name is. Oh, camera's moving. Oh, you guys, look. Oh my God. Let's see what's going on. Oh my God. Here we go. I hope that it's a verdict and not a question. Oh God, this is nerve-wracking. Oh my God. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go. Mickey, they said that they were going to let him have lunch in the deliberation room. It would be like a working lunch.
Good afternoon. Mansfield here for the state, Mr. Tucker here. Back on the record. Deputy Riccio advised me that one of the jurors informed him that they had some medication in their car that they needed. So I felt it appropriate to convene and present my options or hear from both sides as to their suggestions, but the jurors can't deliberate when any one of them is not present, and obviously they also can't have any exposure to outside influences during deliberations. So I propose one of two things. If, and Deputy Riccio has indicated he's amenable to this, if the juror is agreeable to having the deputy go out to the car and get the medication and deliver it to the juror, that would be the simplest solution, because then the deliberations could proceed, person would get their medicine, and all is well. If the juror doesn't feel comfortable with that, then basically I would have to bring the jury into the courtroom. I would have to explain that they can't deliberate in the absence of anyone. I would then have to explain to the individual juror that they can go and get their meds as long as they do so expeditiously and not obviously have any contact with any information or anyone about the case. And basically, in abundance of caution, have them stay right here. We all kind of sit still. That way, there's no question that there's no deliberation going on, and when the person returns, then they go back to deliberating. So those are the two solutions that I see.
Your Honor, if I may, one other one.
What was
Could
that?
the deputy
Well, you
Sorry, could the deputy escort the juror to their car to get the medication, making sure that they're not having contact with anybody?
Yeah, I mean, That could be also.
Judge, I'm fine with either one of the things Your Honor proposed. The state's fine with either one.
I'm fine with any. I'm just trying for the easiest.
So then.
Good idea, Tucker. Good idea.
Rico, would you go inquire if the juror would object or be to you getting the medication? If that's the case, could you then report back to us before you do it? And if it's not the case, tell us that too.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Lord have mercy.
And
Jeez.
they did offer, have the deputy offer the jurors lunch. And again, it's from a fund that's there at the clerk's office just for these purposes when jurors have to stay together. They did order it. The order's been placed, and I guess it's on the way. Excuse me? The food is here, all right. So that way they can stay together, they can have their lunch, and they can continue to deliberate without having to separate. So let's see what the word is here.
Right, Joanna. The jury needs drugs to get through this.
Okay, so then we'll have to bring in the jury then, and that's what we'll do.
Oh, my Lord, the juror said that he wanted to go himself to get the medicine. That's weird. That's not weird at all. I don't know, Morgana. It sounds kind of kooky. Unless the dude's really just, or the woman, the man, whoever it is like just really wanting a cigarette or something. Which if that's the case, they usually give them smoke breaks.
Okay, please be seated, members of the jury. Welcome back to the courtroom. Have a seat. Deputy Riccio has explained to me, and I've explained to the state and Mr. Tucker, that one of you, and I'm not going to name names, I don't want to do that, has requested to have the opportunity to get some medication that's in their motor vehicle. And of course, we want to allow any one of you, if there's some medication you need to take, to be able to get it. So I don't want to make a big deal of this, but I want you to understand why I'm using the procedures that I'm going to, because jury deliberations, the integrity of those deliberations have to be safeguarded, and we can't have any question about that. So while it may seem, gee, I'm making a big deal of this, if perhaps you understand why, then it will make more sense. Jurors can't deliberate while any one of them, I mean, even the instructions I gave you said if somebody goes to the bathroom, you got to stop. So obviously, if somebody vacates the jury room, then the deliberations have to stop. So what I'm going to propose is that the person be escorted by the deputy, and they've been consulted and they're agreeable to this. Go get the medication. The reason we have the escort is, again, the integrity of the jury deliberations. We can't have even this possibility that somebody would be approach the individual, or there'd be, who knows, some newspaper on the ground that, you know. So to avoid all of that, we're going to have the deputy escort the person quietly, as expeditiously as possible, get the meds, and meanwhile, I'm going to ask you folks to stay right here. They seem a little awkward, but for whatever it takes, 5 minutes, we're all just going to sit here quietly. Why can't we go back in the jury room, Judge? because of what I told you. It's just clearer and safer if we just stay here, sit quietly. Then we all know there's been no deliberations. We all know that the mission was successful. We all are excused back together and the deliberations can resume. So that's what we're going to do. I'd ask whoever it is, again, I want to name names, just stand up, go with the deputy, and we'll do what I said, and we'll sit quietly near them.
Lord have mercy. Well, yeah, apparently the guard is going to escort, which is good, but I thought the whole point of the guard escorting would be so that there would be no, you know, I thought that the whole reason for that was so that the jury wouldn't have to come out there and sit. I don't know. Maybe, I guess, because they don't want the jury to deliberate together without the one juror. I don't know. Yeah, he's putting everybody in timeout. Steph says he needs a little blue pill for the celebration with the lady later. They do, QB. They want that free lunch. Yes, they do. They want that free lunch. And you know Tucker is like, oh my God, why is this taking so long? So just a side note, if Tucker had taken the deal that was offered to him, the plea deal, he would have already been out of jail by now. That's the sad thing. But he didn't want to take the deal. He wanted to go to trial. Because he said that taking a plea deal would be admitting that he did something that he did not do. And he did not want his children to have that view of their dad. So. I mean, you can look at that two different ways. One, it was dumb, right? Two, honorable. Is that even the right word to use? I don't know, but yeah, he said he had his own moral reasons for not taking it, which I respect. I do too. I mean, but you figure, you know, if he gets like life in prison or something, versus a handful of years. Sheesh. Yeah, Lee, they've already decided what they're doing is the guard is escorting the juror out to his car or her car. I don't know if it's a man or a woman to get their medicine. And the rest of the jury is sitting there quietly in the courtroom with the lawyers and the judge. So they're waiting for the deputy and to come back from the car. And lunch is there. The deputy said that lunch was there, so they'll be getting their bellies full. And I'm willing to bet that the verdicts will be in shortly after they get done eating. If we're on they're only staying for the free lunch part. I wonder what they got. Did they get something plain Jane like Jimmy John's? Or did they get like Olive Garden or Texas Roadhouse or Red Lobster? Something from the local Mexican restaurant? I mean, they're in Florida. I guess they could have got seafood. I don't know.
Okay. I
think you can stay right there. So mission accomplished.
They're back.
Okay, so the record should reflect that the objective was achieved, that all the jurors remained here in the courtroom other than the one who retrieved the medication under the deputy's escort. There was nothing unusual that occurred, or influences that were involved at all. Okay, we've remained here. There's been no deliberations, so now, thank you. Members of the jury, you can now return to the jury room and resume your deliberations.
Yeah, we do need a live crash course on Discord. We need that. Tammy said, I think they just get like Subway where they can choose what they want. Yeah, probably. They also do pizza a lot. Like you always hear about the jurors getting pizza. Steph says, I wish we could watch jury duty while we wait, right?
Unless anybody has any input, we took care of that situation.
It's fine.
So they're going to continue with their deliberations, and we'll just stand by when we next hear.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so they are Steph, I started it back. I think the last thing I remember is whenever the one goofy dude like knocks over all the mannequins and scares them to death upstairs in that factory or whatever. Objective was achieved. The mission is complete. Okay. So we'll be more than 3 hours out. I don't know what it is at now. Lunch is getting cold and the jurors are heated, says Steph. Okay. It is funny, Steph. Super funny. It's super cute. Discord, Tammy, we were just talking about Discord being a place for some of us to like be able to like drop links at for everybody all at once, and just a good little social place for everybody all at one time, you know. QB says like 2 hours, 40 minutes, but I stopped the timer. Okay. Lee says, JB, did you pause the timer while they were not deliberating? You can see some of the female actors falling in love with the guy who's being pranked because he has such a good heart. He does have a good heart. You can tell he's very, very sweet. It cracked me up because the little old woman, I forget what her name is, that he's sitting beside of, and he's like, the judge keeps telling him, you're the main juror, you're the foreperson, you have to make sure she stays awake. And so he's like constantly like gently patting on her, and you know, because she keeps falling asleep. It's so cute. Yes, she kept falling asleep. It's so funny. QB says, JB, not trying to take your job, just you're studying. Oh, because she said she'd be back because she was doing the Scott Peterson stuff. Tammy says, I got so many notifications making my phone go off every minute of the day. That's how my phone is. And whenever I get tired of it, I just turn the do not disturb on. Because my phone goes off nonstop. QB says, first thing you'll have to do is set up a channel. That's fairly easy. You'll need to decide if you want one for crafts and one for crime, or if you'll combine them. And the one girl that keeps hitting on the Mormon guy, that gets hilarious. Oh, which one is the Mormon guy? I don't remember the Mormon guy. Oh, and then there's the one guy, Steph, on jury duty that has the girlfriend or the fiance that went to Mexico without him, and he's got the friend Casey. And the chick finds through the bailiff that on her Instagram, that picture of her with her friend Casey. And it's the guy. I did pause the clock though, says JB's mama. Good deal. Good deal. Steph says, I have personal focus on all my apps other than phone, text, and YouTube. Tammy says, I just can't put my phone on do not disturb. Well, you can. There's a way to do it, Tammy, where you can. That's what Steph was saying, basically. You can put it on do not disturb, but you can have it so that you can still get like texts. Like you don't miss anything important from like the kids, the grandkids, stuff like that, the school calling or whatever, so you can turn do not disturb on and still get like actual text messages and phone calls. But you just wouldn't get like notifications from like Instagram and YouTube and email notifications and Facebook notifications, all those kinds of things. You can definitely customize and personalize it. That's what I do. Steph says the one who said he was racist and his girlfriend is on the trip. Oh, he's a Mormon one? I didn't know that. Yeah, the bailiff is funny. Oh, no. QB says, my suggestion would be to start with the crime one since it will probably be smaller. I'd keep them separate, otherwise it gets confusing. QB says, I started mine back. Uh-oh, why did the screen go black? Are they getting ready to maybe put a timer up? I bet they're getting ready to put a timer up. I started mine back. I only have an estimate, though, because I didn't start until JB said she was working on Scott. Then I added what she had at that time. Tammy said, so we would watch trials on Discord. I would watch trials on YouTube, but you can stream things on Discord, apparently, that are things that you wouldn't get like copyright strikes on YouTube for, like TV shows or certain things like that. Steph says he had a treehouse, not a tent. I was super scared to do D&D. But I've tested it and the parameters work. You just have to set up who can break the barrier. I don't even know what that means. Steph says, Tammy, no, but we can watch other things that are copyrighted. Yeah, like a group watch party without worrying about copyright strikes. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, see, now we got the rainbow of colors. QB says do not disturb, but dungeons not. What? I have no idea what. I'm confused. I'm so confused. Yeah, we have the picture of the video back, but there's still no timer. Come on, Law and Crime with the program, man. Steph says, do not disturb, not Dungeons and Dragons, LOL. What does what? I don't know what you mean, not Dungeons and Dragons. What's that got to do with do not disturb? You guys have got, I'm super confused. Super. Okay, QB says D&D is do not disturb, but can be Dungeons and Dragons. Oh. Okay. I was telling Tammy she could set it up with confidence that it would allow important people through. Steph says Dungeons and Dragons is also called D&D. Oh, okay. 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 Now I get it. Now I get it. I was really confused. Dungeons and Dragons is still a thing? I thought that was like something that people played like back in the 70s or 80s. I didn't even know that was still a thing. QB says not disturbed. Oh yeah, I guess I am, LOL. I'm always behind. Okay, Brenda, yeah, you're behind, honey. A little bit. Just a wee little bit. If it's their car, I wouldn't want someone getting in my car. I wouldn't care. I'd be like, yeah, sure, man. The bottle is right in the console, right between the seats. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. Here's my keys. Just make sure you lock it back. Let's see. QB says my dang phone is in crack. Is on crack or in crack? Steph says still a thing and also made a comeback with Stranger Things. Still? Okay, wow. I had no idea. And I haven't watched Stranger Things either. Still have not watched that. Steph says Matt and Aiden sometimes go to a friend's house on Saturdays to play. QB says, tell me you're a dork without telling me you're a dork. QB will go first, but Steph is right behind her. Saturdays is D&D day. Brenda's a day late and $1 short. QB says on. I think QB needs to go back to bed. She says I'm a shut up. Oh God, you guys kill me. Mm-mm. You guys crack me up. You guys crack me up. Oh. You need to watch it too. You need to watch it. What, the Stranger Things? I wanted to watch it when it first came out, but then it's like been forever now, and I just feel like, is it even worth watching it? Steph says it's so good, and if you like D&D barbecue, characters are based on D&D. I didn't know that. Even the original Stranger Things was like that. JB says, okay, I need a Peterson break. I have almost 2 pages of article links. Oh my gosh. Holy wow. Been busy. Busy. QB says, I only know D&D because of my boys. I know Zabe watches it. I'm getting the yawns again. QB says, JB, we got a QB, a JB, and a JC. You guys keep my head spinning. I'm so dizzy, my head is spinning. JB, did you have a chance to look at what I sent? Says QB. Steph says, just wait until the next season is over and then you can binge the whole thing. Oh. Hold on a second. I got to check on one of the children. Okay. And I'm back. JB says yes, and I'm nowhere near done. Just been working on one news source. Oh my goodness. Steph says, yeah, the villains and side characters are based on D&D characters. QB says pronounced Zabe. Zabe. And that's my name for Elizabeth. Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. Lee said, as I said yesterday, you know I'm being good. I'm quiet. You must be sick, Lee. If you're quiet, you must be sick. JB said, I'm getting to that today, QB. Oh no, Steph is high. She said, I'm rewinding because I don't remember what Jenny said 10 seconds ago. Okay. Yeah, you're high. QB says you're still in timey-wimey mode, JB. Okay. AKA way back machine. I did look through some of the stuff that you sent QB last night. Like, I didn't too much because I was closing off, but I did look through. And there is a crap ton of stuff. Crap ton of stuff in that. Uh-oh, Steph's getting drowsy. JB says, yes, still very much stuck in the way back machine, QB. All this time I thought Zabe was one of your kids. Get it? Elizabeth. Zabe. Elizabeth. Steph said, and I'm coming back tomorrow as Steph C. Oh, sorry. That was a big snort. Steph always has super, like, just off the top. She just is so quick-witted. She kills me. Quit it. Quit making me snort, laugh. Overwhelming, but some cool stuff. Yeah. I was reading stuff and then Steph's snort comment, so I said, it's overwhelming, but some cool snuff. You did make me snort 100%. That was funny. I'm coming back tomorrow with Steph C. We got QB, JB, JC. And then you throw Henny into the mix. I snaffed, right? Good Lord. I feel like I won the lottery. Yeah, there's snuff. We're at 3 hours, huh? 3 whole hours. Who needs a verdict watch clock countdown on the timer on the thing whenever you got JB and QB? You got JB and QB. JB QB, JB QB, JB QB, JC. JB QB, JB QB, JB QB, QC, JC. Yeah. And then there's Lee. And then there's Lee, and Henny, and JC QB, JB QB, JC, Lee, Henny, Lee, Henny. Okay, that's enough. And the bees, and the bees, and the bees. Ay. And then we got Zabe. I'm gonna have to start now. Here we go. Yeah, see, we got MB. Nikki says, I'm about to pop you. Why? Seriously, look at this. We got QB. And then we got JB, JC, MB, Lee, Henny. And now we got Beatbox and Jenny. I wish I could beatbox. I can't do that. Morgana said, my daughter heard you and said, is she okay? Is she okay? Jeez. She said you were like a fly by the end. Oh, you trying to find me to swap me with a fly swatter? Oh, God. If you call Zabe, she will be like, you've been talking to barbecue. I would snaff. Well, no, what I was thinking about was calling her Zimbabwe. She got a transference of Joanna energy. Well, you guys knew I was over here like yawning. I'm trying to wake myself up. Otherwise, my forehead is going to be down here on my keyboard in a minute, and all that you're going to see in the chat is a bunch of gibberish letters, a bunch of Q's and B's and J's and H's and N's and M's and B's and Lee's and all the things. Got the sillies like Jolie the past 2 nights, right? QB scared her dog out loud. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. I cackled when Mickey said she was going to pop Jenny. Oh, and she means it too. She'd pop me. Pop. Pop. Okay. All right. Let's go find something to watch. Let's go find something to watch on the YouTubes while we wait. Because I'm getting bored. Let's go find something to watch. What should we watch? Oh, God. Texting like Abigail QB? Yes. She wears me out. One word at a time. Yes. Her making herself make popping noises. I know. Pop. Pop, 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 pop. Can you guys do the thing with your voice that makes it sound like popcorn? That like... sounds like a burp, right? But it's not a burp. I've loved doing that. And if you do it slow enough, it sounds like one kernel of corn popping at a time. It's like ADHD in text format. I know, right? Steph says, I think everyone can. Stop it. Not everyone can. QB says group chat be like, you have 457 new messages. If Abigail's included, yes. 100%. 100%. And then she gets in those moods where she sends like 52 memes in a row. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, Brenda's calling me out. And what? Oh, thank you, Lee. Thank you, Lee. Thank you. Leave your fingerprint evidence on the thumbs up button and your DNA on the subscribe button with all other evidence on the notification. All bell, proving Crime Cafe guilty of entertaining and informative content. Thank you. What's Mickey doing with a sock? Oh, Mickey said I would not, but I'd slap you with a sock. A sock. What's Brenda and Jenny and me for? If it says 9+, I know Abigail's been in there. Brenda's behind again. I think so. All right, let's go find something to watch. Let's go find something to watch on YouTube. We can peep back in on this. Where did it go? Where did it go? Which way did I go? Which way do I go? Which way do I go? Let's peep back in on this Jennifer Crumbly for a few minutes and kind of see what's going on over there. The page is loading.
Yes, people were getting over it. That's not yes.
Let's just peep in here for a little bit, see what's what. Oh, Abigail put drills. I sent her on her nails and it looks beautiful. Aw. Cute. Yeah, I did, Tammy. Sorry about that. I did. Yeah, we're peeping. We're over here on another one for a second. This one here. This one right here. I figure we can like peep in on this for just a few minutes and kind of see what's going on over here. So again, this is the mom of the Oxford school shooter on trial, Michigan versus Jennifer Crumbly. Look at all these deputies over here parked on this wall. They're like, oh, they think she's going to do Joan. She's probably got shackles around her ankles, right? I'm about to steal her idea. Wish me luck. What idea? What idea, Steph? I want to know. What idea? Oh, stealing Abigail's idea about putting the nails on the thing on your drills on your nails. That would be pretty. QB says, Lee, we can put gems on your nails. Yeah, Lee. Let us put some pretty bling on your fingernails. He'd be like, I don't think so. No, thank you. No, thank you. Okay, I'm going to push play on this and see what's going on over here in this trial for a few minutes. But yeah, look at all those sheriffs over here on this wall. They're like just waiting, man. They're waiting for something to happen. Okay, here we go.
As you drove, were you aware whether or not it was a false alarm or if it was a real active shooting situation?
As I drove, I began to receive information from our intelligence employees that it was indeed a real shooting and that we're reporting there were victims and fatalities.
Okay. Do you remember who else you talked to on the way to the shooting?
I spoke to ATF Intelligence Research Specialist Michael Malone. At one point, I also spoke to my wife.
About how long did it take you to get there?
Approximately 35 minutes.
And you arrived with a caravan of other first responders?
Yes, as I got off Pier Road around 24 to drive north towards the high school, it was like the Red Sea had parted and everyone was parked on the right side of the road. And there was a caravan now of people coming from Auburn Hills and Pontiac, unmarked cars, marked cars, and joining that caravan to get to the high school.
Lights and sirens?
Yes.
What did you observe when you approached the Oxford High School complex?
When I arrived at the school, I saw some Oakland County deputies that I'd known from prior cases, as well as other people from other departments starting to run towards the school. At that point, I don't exactly recall when I learned that the shooter was in custody, but I knew there was no gunfire going on and no one was moving as if the threat was still active. It became clear to me that not the scene was secure, but that the threat had been either eliminated or detained.
Did you see any students in the parking lot or around?
No.
Were you able to determine where the students were?
Yes, as I drove past, I believe it's the Meyer there, it seemed like there was way more cars than normal in that parking lot, so I assumed that's where they were meeting.
Okay, so you approached the building and did you enter the building?
Yes.
Which?
Oh, yay, Mary Lou. I'm glad you
entrance?
got him. I'll let her know. I will let her
Never mind,
know.
it's gonna be too much. We had a map of the school that we admitted earlier, but where in relation to that hallway did you approach the building?
I arrived at the main entrance, which would be off Ray Road, and where the parents would drop off their students in the morning or pick them up in the afternoon and the buses go. I arrived at that entrance.
Okay, when you approached the entrance, were you allowed in?
Yes, my law enforcement status was verified and I was allowed to enter the building, yes.
Okay, tell the jury what you did.
As I entered, I realized that they were on their, I believe at that time, their second clear of the building to make sure that it was safe. Again, I worked with other individuals from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, and they informed me that Lieutenant Willis was in charge. At that time, I thought the best use of my federal abilities and assistance would be to locate the firearm and start the urgent trace.
So I just want to stop you there, backing up. You go into the building, and when you say it was a second clear, so just to make sure everybody knows, that means the students were no longer there.
Yes, the students have been evacuated at that time, yes.
The shooter was in custody. Were you able to learn that?
Yes, during that time is when I learned that the shooter was in custody.
Okay, and what was the scene like when you approached, and like how many people did you see?
There were dozens, if not 100 law enforcement officers in the main front office area of the school.
Okay, and you were told that Lieutenant Willis was the ranking officer in charge?
Yes,
This guy right here.
that's right.
Okay, and did you track him down?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was standing in front of the administrative offices in the front of the school.
Okay, and what did you do?
I told him that I was from ATF. I believe some other people let him know who I was as well. And then I asked if I could get the identifying information and physically observe the firearm used in the shooting.
Why did you do that?
So to start a trace to determine who first bought the firearm, I needed to know the make, model, and serial number of the firearm. And I wanted to physically inspect it to make sure that the information I was getting was accurate.
Okay, but it might seem like an obvious question, but that's also what the ATF does, correct?
Yes, that's our primary role in a situation like this. In addition to being, responding to the active shooter situation, that is the number one thing that we offer that other people can't start themselves. Yeah.
Okay, and so what was Lieutenant Willis's response to that request?
Lieutenant Willis brought me to where the firearm was located. It was in a.
I'm going to rewind it back a little bit because I want to see, there was a school teacher's testimony that was played, and that was actually the school teacher's testimony was part of the reason why when that defense attorney, so called allegedly whatever, started sobbing. So I want to go back and kind of see what her testimony was. Yeah. And Mary Lou, if in case you didn't see my response or my reply, I'll let her know. She'll be excited to know that you got them. So Brenda said you were doing the E's, and then I included you. Jenny, Lee, QB, JB, JC, Henny, MB. Am I forgetting anybody? I don't know. There's too many E's now. All right, let me rewind this back. See if I can find the right spot. Oh, who's this person? Let me see who this is.
We talked about Exhibit 25, the pistol sales record. And this was the pistol that was bought back in June of 2021. On this receipt, or I'm sorry, on this pistol sales record, James Crumbly is the person who purchased this pistol.
Okay, yeah, that must just be a store owner or something. Okay, this is the teacher that I was talking about. Mm.
Was, Judge.
Okay,
I just have to maintain my objection.
sure.
Thank
sure.
you.
Okay,
For the record, that is a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance footage.
correct. Okay,
And for the record, we just think it's
Okay, she's not
not
there yet.
necessary.
all right. All right.
Mary Lou's like, I'm getting dizzy
Could you step
here.
forward?
I know, right? Me too.
Could you raise, it's so cozy in here, I apologize. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the true self?
It was the video that they watched, Tammy. So it was during her testimony that they watched the video. So, but yeah. Mary Lou's like, I'm getting dizzy. And now me too.
Yes. Okay, you can be seated. And then could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
My name is Molly Darnell, Molly Darnell.
Go ahead, trustee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm gonna call you Molly. I assume that's okay.
That's okay.
Okay. Molly, can you tell the jury what your profession is?
I'm an educator.
Where is it? Are you a teacher?
I am a teacher.
Okay. And who is your employer?
Oxford Schools.
Okay. How long have you been in, how long have you worked for Oxford Schools?
I started working for Oxford in the fall of '98.
Okay. Would that be your entire career?
That is my entire career.
Okay. And you stayed in that one school district?
Correct.
Okay. Your current position is what?
I work for Oxford Virtual Academy.
All right. And when did you begin that position?
I began that position 18 months ago.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to November 30th of 2021. Can you tell the jury what your position was at that time?
At that time in Oxford, I was under teacher contract, but I was the ELA coach and the International Baccalaureate Coordinator. So I worked specifically with curriculum and teachers, like instructional moves in the classroom.
Okay.
So ELA, what's ELA?
I'm sorry, thank you. It's English Language Arts.
All right, thanks, George. So how much contact did you have with students compared to teachers at that point?
I would say minimal in comparison to teachers.
All right, and you did though spend some time in the classroom in your career?
Absolutely, yes. I spent the majority of my career in the classroom.
Okay. So on that day, what was your typical day like around that time in that position?
So in that position, I would work with building kind of professional development opportunities, or I was working with teachers individually. On that day in particular, I was working with the media specialist and my other coaching colleagues, my other instructional coaching colleagues, on building professional development for the next day.
All right, did you have a classroom?
I had an office that I shared with 2 other individuals, and it was like half a classroom, but it was in the educational hallway.
So it was a classroom made into 2 offices?
Mhm.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when classes began that morning? What was the schedule of the day, began and end, if you remember?
So you're referring to like the start day of the school
Yes.
day? The school day started around 7:30 and ended around 3 o'clock.
And I know Oxford had a different, they didn't have exactly the same schedule every day.
Yeah, they had a rotating 7, so we met 6 days a week. We met 6 classes a day. But we had 7 classes, so the students only were there in every single class for 4 hours a week.
Can you tell the jury what passing time is?
Passing time was about, Oxford's one of the larger high schools in the state. It's the largest single floor high school in the state, I think, at the time.
Do you know how many students?
I off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay.
And so there were about 8 minutes between passing times, or between passing.
All right. November 30th, 2021, were there any COVID protocols still in place?
Yes, we were still in masks at that point in time, yes.
And were lockers being used?
Lockers were not being used.
Okay, so how were the kids getting their things from class to class?
They were carrying book bags. Yep.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed Exhibit 5. I don't believe there's an objection, Your Honor.
That's
When I-
correct, Your Honor.
When I say I'm going to show you, it's going to be on this screen and this screen.
5 submitted.
Okay. Molly, what is that?
That's the layout of the high school.
All right, so that's a map of the school.
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me where your classroom / office was?
So if you're looking at that yellow portion, I am, thank you. I am where you see 222, and then there's 226. I'm that little sliver right in between there, and that was 224.
Okay, Mark's gonna show you
Yep.
on the map. He's
Correct.
not letting me have access to the clicker for the trial, so we're relying on him. Okay, so is that your classroom?
Yes, that like little sliver where you can see, it looks like a bunch of names are written in there.
Mm-hmm.
That was the room that I was in, yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna take you to around the time of about 12:50.
Okay.
What were you doing during that time?
So on that day, the year prior, I was in the classroom, and I had a student who popped by around that time just to check in and wanted to chat. I had a chat with her. There was, I believe it was the beginning of passing that she stopped by. We had a quick little chat.
Was that conversation in your
It was in the
office or in the
office.
hallway?
Yep, it was in the office.
Was the door open or closed?
The door was open.
Okay.
We had a little chat. She left. I was alone in the office. And passing was still happening. So I moved to my desk space just to check some emails, check on a couple of things.
Okay, so your desk was in the back of the classroom,
Yeah, it was towards the back side, yes,
facing the door?
facing the door.
Okay.
Correct.
And did you have a practice of what you did during passing time?
So sometimes I would go out in the hall and check, like just to check and see what was going on, or I might chat with a teacher or two. I didn't on that day because it was towards the end of passing time, and so I knew things would be wrapping up and teachers would be heading back to their classes.
Okay. So at some point, did you see or hear anything unusual?
Yeah, so all of a sudden I could hear a commotion in the hallway, and I looked up from my laptop, and I see a bunch of kids running through the hallway. It was a pack of kids, and they were moving pretty quickly, and there was a commotion around it. I couldn't tell if it was like excited you know, that it was like higher pitched though. And it was almost like some of the kids' hands were extended, like they were trying to move really quickly.
Okay, for the record, you have your hands, both your hands up, shoulder. Okay, and that seemed unusual to you?
It did.
Okay, did it seem unusual because of it was at the end of passing time, or just because of the movement and the sound?
It was the movement, it was the sound, it was the large bulk of kids that were moving.
What did you do?
I exited my office. I believe that there was possibly a fight. So I run out of my office. I'm about midway through where 222 is. And I see all those kids exiting out of door 4. So I know there's not a fight.
So if you look at the map, you come out of your classroom and you look down the hallway and they're all running out of the school?
Yeah, on a door 4.
Okay, and that was unusual.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes, I had never seen that before.
All right. And then what happened?
I paused for a second because I'm thinking like, well, what's going on, right? I don't know what's happening. I head back into my office space. The hallway is completely clear. And I walk into my office and I'm like, all right, what could possibly be happening in this moment?
Was it unusual for the hallway to be completely clear?
I don't believe the bell had rung yet, so that was unusual.
Okay. And so what did you do?
It was in pausing, trying to like gather what to do next. I heard 3 things pretty quickly together, like so quickly together that I have a hard time distinguishing what came first and what came last. But there were the sound of like 3 like loud pops that I could have mistaken for lockers closing if we were using lockers.
Okay. So when you heard the 3 pops, what did you think that sound was?
Well, again, there was doors started slamming. I could hear like boom, 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 boom. And then the principal at the time, Steve Wolf, came over the PA and said, we're heading into lockdown. This is not a drill.
And how long had you known Steve?
So a couple years at that point in time.
Okay. Did his voice sound panicked?
His voice sounded, it was like urgent, but you could tell he was like tempering any, like panic.
So was that before the loud pops or after, if you can remember?
Honestly, I cannot remember.
Okay. When you heard this, was your door open or closed?
My door, when I came back in, I pulled it, but it didn't shut. So it was open a couple inches.
Okay. So what did you do?
At that point in time, I moved to shut my door.
Okay. Did you, after the pop, did you smell anything?
No.
Did you see anything?
No.
All right. Then you tell the jury what happened when you turned around and headed to the door.
So I walked to the door. I immediately pull it shut. To the left of my door, so my door was here and there was a glass part, like, floor to ceiling glass. And then right here was a night lock system.
Can you tell the jury what a night lock system is?
So a night lock is a simple gadget that goes into the door that goes into the floor, so that if the door were unlocked, it's like a second security measure. If the door was not locked, or even if it was, someone can't get in. So if the glass is shut out, even if they're trying to undo the door, they can't open the door.
And when did you learn about night locks?
Maybe 4 years prior.
Okay. Did you do that? Well, why did you install the night lock?
Well, one, I was directed that we're in lockdown,
Okay.
right? So as soon as I knew that we're in lockdown, that's what you do.
Were you able to install the night lock?
So I grabbed the night lock, I undid the piece, grabbed it, and looked down at it. So I also, some of the doors have different installs, whether the door goes, you know, in or out from the room. And so I looked at it to see, just to remind myself which one, because the other office that I have at the middle school, or had at the middle school at the time, had
At
different.
this point, Molly, the door is shut or closed?
The door is shut.
Are you facing the door or facing away?
I'm facing the door, so I'm close enough to that wall because I had just grabbed it.
Do you know about what the distance was between you and that door?
Not even a foot.
Okay. And then what happened?
I look at it, and out of my peripheral vision, I can see some sort of movement. And so I look up, and I see someone dressed in dark, oversized clothing.
And you're looking through that glass
Looking through
pane
that glass
next
pane.
to your door, okay?
They have the mask on, a hat, glasses, and a hood. And I lock eyes with them.
Had you ever seen that person before?
I had not, no.
Did you know if it was a student or is that a no?
I did not know if it was a student.
All right. And you said you locked eyes?
I locked eyes. And then instantly I noticed, I see some movement. And so I look down and I realize he's raising a gun to me.
Okay. Can you describe?
Yeah, the gun was black, and I remember thinking, because he's raising the gun to me, that there was no orange tip. I had heard prior that BB guns have an orange tip.
When you say he was raising the gun, can you explain what that looked like? Was it one arm or two arms?
Well, I just saw the one starting to move up. I saw the gun, and I moved.
Which way did you move?
I moved away from the glass partition, away from the door, toward back into the room.
Okay, you just described, you saw something in your peripheral vision, you looked up, you locked eyes.
I locked eyes. He didn't hesitate.
Okay. About how long was that from the time you saw the peripheral vision and then the gun was raised?
A second.
Okay.
If that.
When you locked eyes with this individual, what did you see?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Describe that for me.
I lock eyes with him, and I instantly see that movement. And I jump to the side.
Okay. What happened after you jumped to the side?
As I jump,
and was did you ever get the night lock installed at that point?
The night lock is not installed at this point.
Okay.
So when I move, I kind of jump and turn my body this way at the same time.
Okay, and for the record, you're motioning, turning your
Yeah.
shoulders to the right.
To the right.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like my left shoulder moves back a bit, and I feel a burn like hot water had stung me.
Where did you feel that?
In my arm.
Which arm?
In my left arm.
Okay, and you're pointing to your
Yeah.
right below your shoulder?
Yep.
Okay. And are you standing up? Are you sitting down?
I'm standing up at this point in time. I feel that hot burn go through my arm. And I turn back. There was a window in the back of my room that leads out to the courtyard. And I see a bullet hole.
Okay, I'm going to show you on the screen what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
6 is admitted.
What is that, Molly?
That's the office that I shared.
Okay, and can you just describe where the desk is, where what you just described and point that out? You said
Yeah.
you turned around to the back of the classroom.
Yep, so you can see on that window exiting, there's a white mark.
Right there?
Yep, that would be the bullet hole.
Did you, is that what you noticed when you turned around?
That is what I noticed when I turned around, correct.
Okay. At this point, what were you thinking?
A BB gun can't do that. It seems like really silly.
What seems silly?
That I couldn't wrap my head around what was happening.
I mean, after you felt the warmth and you still were thinking it might be a BB gun?
Yeah.
Okay. So what did you do? Is the night lock installed at this point?
The night lock's not installed at this point, and the only thing I'm thinking is I have to barricade this door. Like there was instinct that kicked in. So what you can't see is right around that corner, there was this huge filing cabinet.
And I think if we can point, so to the, around that corner to.
Yeah.
Hey, Chaloon. How are you today? How are you today? Finally a court with good microphones, right? I know. I'm still checking in over here on the Treehouse murder. We're waiting on a verdict over here. They're probably still eating lunch. It's been a little bit, but we'll see. Deliberations have been over 3 hours, so yeah. So currently we're just peeping over in another courtroom, another trial that started today. This is the mom of the Oxford school shooter who's on trial, and it's the mom of the Oxford school shooter. So anyway, that's what that is, and this, I think, teacher or did she say she was a teacher or like an aide or something like administration, or I don't remember what she said her position was. I thought she was a teacher, and maybe she is, but she's talking about how she thought it was a BB gun at first. Pretty scary, right? Pretty scary. Oh, okay. She's done both. Okay. Gotcha. I heard the language arts part, so I thought that she was a teacher, but I thought that I heard her say something about sharing like a space or something. She teaches virtually now, but she was working more with teachers on curriculum back when it happened. Okay. Okay. I'll go ahead and restart this, but yeah, just so you guys know, I'm still keeping an eye out over here. Nothing going on. I see the flag move occasionally, but nothing really going on yet. So.
Okay.
And so I grab it because I'm afraid to go back towards the door at this point in time. And I try to move it, thinking maybe I can pull it out enough and push it. And it was just too heavy for me. So that rolling cart was sitting next to it. That's when I pulled out the rolling cart and no, sorry, I take that back.
It's
I
okay.
didn't do that yet.
Take your time.
I crawled down on my hands and knees and I put that night lock in. And then I moved for the rolling. I was like, I just have to keep barricading. And so I grabbed the rolling cart.
Is the object in the?
Yeah, you can see it's the little red object on the rolling cart. Yep.
Oh, that's the night lock.
Yes.
Okay, but it's sitting on that's the rolling cart, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and were you able to put it in front of the door?
I was able to put the rolling cart in front of the door, correct.
Okay, and then what did you do?
Then the only thing I can think of is he's gonna come back and finish what he wanted to do.
Did you hear anything else in the hallway?
At this point, I'm not hearing anything.
Okay. And so what did you do?
So I go back to that large cabinet because I know if I'm anywhere in the back of this room, he can see. So I need to hide in this front corner. And so I pull that, that large filing cabinet back just enough to crawl behind it, so that if he comes to that window, he can't see where I'm at.
So the way the classrooms are is you have to be at a certain angle to see certain parts of the room from the hallway, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you said you moved to that corner behind because what?
Because I didn't want him to see where I was at.
Okay. Once you were behind the cabinet, were you sitting?
I was crouched down. I was trying to make myself as small as possible. Right, I got really low. I was on my bottom, crouched as close together physically as I could make myself.
Okay. What did you do next?
I had texted my husband, "I love you, active shooter." And then I started feeling blood dripping down my arm.
What did you do? At this point, had you registered that you had been shot?
I don't think I was registering that I was shot. I just knew that I was bleeding.
Okay. What did you do?
I had a cardigan on that day. And so you can see in the photo, there's this red little bag on the side, on the right side of the wall. Those are, those are medical response bags that we keep in every room. So if someone's bleeding or if a tourniquet's needed, they're in there, but I was too afraid to go back and grab it. So, so at that point I knew I needed to put a tourniquet on. I knew I was bleeding. I removed my cardigan and I used one of the sleeves of the arm, wrapped it up on top and pulled with one arm, my teeth with the other, to tighten it.
And Molly, how many inches down was that wound?
It sits right here.
Okay. And you brought a cardigan so that you could show the jury what that looks like, so they know exactly where you were hit?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you can all see okay, but.
You can step down if you feel comfortable doing
Can
so.
everyone see? I just need to see you, yeah.
So you can see it kind of sits in the back. So when I was turned, that was the entrance and the exit.
And there's 2 holes there.
Yep, so it entered here, it exited here, and the space in between, the heat of the bullet cauterized.
The skin?
The skin.
Okay. You can sit back down. You put the tourniquet where on your shoulder?
I put it above the wound.
Okay. How'd you know how to do that?
We go through trainings once a year regarding what to do.
Okay.
You know, in the situation.
What happened next?
I put the tourniquet on, and I'm in my head, I'm thinking, okay, what do I do next? What's like the next move here? And my daughter texts me. She didn't go to Oxford High School, but she went to a neighboring school district. And they had heard through social media that there was a shooting at Oxford High School. And so she sent me a message that just said, "Mom, are you okay?" And I responded to her that I love you. I'm sheltered in place. And I'm fine.
You didn't tell her you were hit?
I did not tell her I was shot, no.
Molly, I want to go back, and I'm so sorry. When the shooter raised his hand, what were your what did you notice about, if you noticed anything about his stance, or you said you locked eyes?
Yeah, his feet were set about hip distance apart. And that's, you know, he was, and his shoulders were like, he was square, right? He was square.
How long were you in that classroom?
I was in there for about 20 minutes.
Were you communicating with anyone else in the school, or law enforcement or administration?
No, there were a couple teachers. My hallway had a text thread, and that was not active. There was nobody texting on that. But another part of the building where the English Language Arts Department is at, they were texting. And one of them said, I heard there was a shooter. And I responded that I saw one.
Did you respond that I've been shot?
I did not.
Why is that?
I think I didn't want to like create panic. Like I wanted to make sure that people knew it was serious, but there's no, like, I'm okay.
Okay. At this point, did you have any idea where the shooter was? If anyone else had been hurt? What were you hearing? Anything?
Nothing. And it was absolute silence for a long time. And then I started to hear a volume of footsteps. And I thought, they must be evacuating a classroom. And so when that shift occurred, I texted the teacher next door and I said, hey, you're the only one that knows right now, but I've been shot. I hope I'm the only one.
How long was that? How long were you in the room?
At that point, it was probably 18 minutes.
Okay. At some point, did somebody ask you to leave the classroom?
Yes. So the teacher next door was like, oh my gosh, I'm calling the office. There was another teacher in the room with her who texted administration.
Okay. And at some point, did somebody come to the door?
Yep. So the text from administration, Kurt Noose was at my door within maybe 2 minutes. Time's hard on that. And he was like knocking, Molly, are you in there? I've known Kurt Noose since they started in Oxford. I did not trust that was him at my door.
What were you afraid that it was?
I don't know. Everything that I knew to be reality wasn't.
So did you answer him back, or did you open the door, or did you just remain silent?
I said, I'm in here, and he said, are you okay? I don't remember how I responded. It was within a second or two that then there were police at the door, and they were like, are you in here? Are you injured? I said, yes. And then I said, do you want me to, it was clear that they wanted me to, like, they were there for me.
And they couldn't just open the door.
They can't just open that door. That night lock prevents them from getting in the door.
And Molly, if you know, how would you get into that room if someone doesn't remove the night lock from the inside? Is there a way?
So I know there's a special tool to use, but you'd have to take everything off that door, and that's all steel.
So the frame, actually?
Yes.
Okay. And so they were asking you to remove the night lock. Did you do that?
I said, do you want me to remove the night lock? And they said, yes, remove the night lock. And then I said, do you want me to open the door? And they said, yes, open the door. And I'm down on the ground while I'm doing all of this. Like, I'm removing the night lock and I'm opening up the door from my knees. And they like scoop me up, and I can see the two officers that scoop me up, but I can see Kurt standing there against the lockers. And I can see 4 cops with guns.
Did you see any students?
I did not see any students, no.
Okay, Molly, I'm gonna play a surveillance, which is marked People's Exhibit 7, which I know there's an objection to, but the judge has previously ruled. Just to let the jury know, you're not gonna see any victims in this, except for Molly, nor are you gonna see any students.
Can everybody see?
While he's getting that on the monitor, when you say you saw 2 officers with guns, how far away were they? Were they in the same direction?
They were, so when they scooped me up, the two that scooped
Okay, I'm
me
gonna
up,
stop you. Look here.
Yep.
Is that the hallway?
that's the hallway.
Okay.
So you can see there's multiple around, so it wasn't just the two.
Where's your classroom in this photo?
It's farther down, right? So you can see, yep, like they're going inwards towards the classroom.
Okay,
It looks like that's an officer there.
okay.
So I could see, I knew that they were officers based on the vests that they were wearing. And so they were just around, right, as well, like securing the area, I suppose.
All right, can you press play? Is that you, Molly?
That is me.
At this point, are you hearing anything in the building?
No, everything is silent, like, almost like it's, like echoey, it's so silent.
Okay, now you can see through that glass door. Is that you?
That is me.
What's happening?
He's removing, the self-made tourniquet from my cardigan. And he's putting on an actual tourniquet.
Okay, and at some point you get into an ambulance, correct?
Yes, so at this point, he says, I'm gonna radio to see if there's an ambulance available for you. Making sure that no one else needed it ahead of me.
Okay. You eventually get into an ambulance. They take you where?
They took me to Lapeer.
What happened when you got there?
So I got to Lapeer and the doctor comes out to the ambulance and introduces himself. And they said, I was sitting in the ambulance the entire time, and then they said, we're gonna put you on the gurney. And I said, I can walk, like if I can walk, I wanna walk. And so they helped me out of the ambulance and I walk in and they're like steadying, you know, like kind of almost holding me up, steadying me. And the hallways are lined with doctors and nurses.
Did you see any other victims?
I did not, no.
Okay. And they treated your wound?
They did.
Okay. Were you able to, I assume they ran some tests. I want to be cognizant of the judge's prior ruling about what you can testify to. But at what point, how long were you at the hospital?
I have no idea what time I walked in those doors.
Okay.
I was there for several hours.
Did you learn at some point there were other victims?
I did ask when I was in the hospital, is anybody else been injured? And I was, you know, I was told that there were other victims and a few fatalities, yes.
Okay, at some point, did you hear a teacher was shot?
I did.
And what did you think?
I instantly thought it was another one of my colleagues. I knew the direction that I saw him turn, so I knew what direction he came.
And who was the teacher now?
I thought it was Lauren Jasinski that was shot.
But who was the teacher they were referring to?
It was me.
Yep. I'm good over here, Steph. I'm just watching this. I'm just blown away. It's sad, super duper sad. I'm sorry that your drills potentially may be falling into your food, Steph. I'm sorry. You need a top coat, girlfriend. You need a top coat. And still over here watching the Treehouse murder verdict watch. Nothing, nothing. JB or QB, any time? Anybody know what the time frame is on it yet? Or at the point? Anybody? Bueller. Bueller. Bueller.
At some point, you were shown weeks later, a picture of your doorway. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, do you remember who showed that to you?
No,
Okay, was it me?
I did, well, I did see it in your office, yes.
Okay, when you were preparing to testify.
Yes.
I'm gonna put that picture on the screen. It's People's Exhibit 8. I don't think there's a objection.
Any objection?
There's no objection.
8 submitted.
Molly, is that your classroom door?
That is my, yes.
Okay. What was your reaction when you saw that?
He was aiming to kill me.
Do you know which one of those shots landed in your shoulder?
I don't. I have no idea which one landed on my shoulder, but I know the top one, that's where my head would have been. And the two down below are my chest area.
Okay.
I unlock that door every day.
And what was your, did you have some, what is your, when you think about the wound and why you weren't hit, why was it? In the chest?
That door, the distance, the door. And me moving was the only reason that I'm alive.
How many inches from your heart was that, that injury to your shoulder?
The actual wound is 6 inches. But my turn might have made it less.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross?
I have no questions, Your Honor. Can this witness be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, please. You can step down and you're excused. All right. Who's the next witness?
Christy Gibson Marshall.
Okay. We had a discussion about the boundaries of her testimony. I don't know if we put that on the record. Do we need to or not?
We've prepared her, Your Honor.
Okay.
We understand it's not another hearing, we know it's a trial.
Okay. All right. The media is asking whether or not they can videotape tape the video. I don't see a reason why they can't, right?
No, there's no minors.
Oh, okay. I want to make sure.
Judge, actually, this one, in this portion.
Oh, yes, in this portion. We'll indicate which,
Right.
which videos can be shown.
Okay. Yeah, give them a heads up so they know.
I'm mostly concerned with giving a heads up to the jury so everyone's prepared.
And then, Your Honor, again, the defense objects to, I believe it's just one exhibit you're using.
Oh, with this witness?
I believe it's only exhibit
No.
9.
Yeah.
And
Well,
you-
this was previously extensively briefed.
Yes.
And, I made a red ruling about it. Yeah. But your objections are good.
Thank you.
I can't imagine. That would have been absolutely terrifying. Steph, oh my God. And Tammy, oh, I would have been livid too. Gail, there's a lot of police presence there, that's for sure. I mean, the Oxford school shooting was a massive, big deal. And so I'd say probably a lot of it has to do with just the fact that they don't, there's probably a lot of parents there, angry people, victims.
Christy Gibson Marshall.
Face.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth so help you God? All right, please be seated, and then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Christy Gibson Marshall, KRISTYGIBSON-MARSHALL.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Good morning. May I call you Christy?
Yes,
Christy, could you please tell the jury where you're employed?
Oxford Community Schools,
How long you been with Oxford?
29 years,
And what do you do right now?
I'm an assistant principal
Okay. And that's at the high school?
at my school,
How long have you been the assistant principal at the high school?
6 years.
And what did you do before that?
I was an elementary principal,
Also in Oxford district?
yes.
Now, if you could tell the jury a little bit about your role as an assistant principal. What are some of your responsibilities?
Teacher supervision, evaluation, curriculum and instruction, supervising, I do parent communications. It's hard to think of all the stuff that's my big giant list while I'm sitting here, but we have a student relations team that works together to support our alphabet, part of the alphabet. Big goal is, like, to me, my biggest role is supporting students, and I love the kids, so just bringing energy and having fun with them.
You've been in education, you said, for 29 years?
Yeah, yes.
So up until this role, you were an elementary school principal?
I was, and then prior to that, I was a teacher.
Teacher before that, okay. Now, as it happens, the school that you were principal at was Jennifer Crumbly's son, one of those students.
Yes,
And what grades, if you recall, was he there?
4th and 5th.
Did you have any contact with him in your role as a principal in those 4th and 5th grade years? Did you have any contact with his mother or father?
Not that I remember. I had an email about a report card once, but that's all I remember.
And that would have been years prior?
Like 5th grade going to 6th.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th of 2021, about 12:50 in the afternoon. So we have the screen in front of you. That should be displaying People's Exhibit 5. This is a map of the Oxford High School.
Yes.
If you could tell us, if you recall, where you were about 12:50 in the afternoon that day.
I was in the cafeteria. I started in the cafeteria supervising lunches. So what would be, I guess, they're the commons.
So right
Yes,
here?
correct.
Okay. So was that lunchtime while you were there?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
And is there a time where you moved? So around that time on November the 30th, did you have a specific area of the school you would go to, or did you move around?
We didn't have an assigned area, but I like to go to the senior courtyard after lunches and just kind of help see that courtyard area.
Okay.
The hallway out in front of this courtyard area between where you see 400 and 401.
Okay.
Our seniors hang out there and they congregate in a good way, not terrible. Let me just clarify. It's kind of like the rite of passage, and we just like to kind of go there and keep traffic flowing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that something you would do on a routine basis?
Yeah, my bad mom joke on that one is that I make it a senior citizen window and I stand in that area.
Was there a point that day when you realized something was going wrong?
When I was approaching the senior courtyard, so when I was coming down the hallway from the commons, what says commons, I call it cafeteria, by the media center, by the courtyard, and hit the 500 room. When I kind of got to that triangle there, that diamond there, one of the students that I know pretty well went running by and said, "Get the hell out of here." And he was laughing and running, and I was like, that was a mixed message.
Sure. At that point, was there an announcement on the loudspeaker?
No, not at that point, no, no.
Was he the only one running?
Shortly after him, there was a group of kids laughing and running behind him. When I stopped to ask them what was going on, they weren't entirely sure. But as kids started to pass, you could see it got more serious.
Okay.
I grabbed my walkie-talkie and I
What do you mean it got more serious? What do you mean by that?
their faces got more, I'm sorry, their faces became more serious.
Okay. Did that signify something to you when you saw that?
Yeah, just something, them running signified something to me because it's not a typical behavior.
Okay.
But the running and laughing was confusing, and then when their faces became more serious, I was started to get very worried, and that's when I grabbed my walkie-talkie.
What'd you do with your walkie-talkie?
I said, "I'm not sure what's happening, but kids are running in the hallway," which is very odd, and look like they're trying to leave the building.
So where did you go?
They shortly after I got on the walkie, they went to Alice Alert, and so
What's Alice Alert?
Alice Alert is our intruder. I'm gonna call it an intruder alert because that's what it was that day, but it's a notice that we need to take cover, lock down, be aware.
So is
an
that
emergency assistance.
an alarm ringing, or is that somebody who's giving a message over the PA system?
On that day, it was a message over the PA system.
Do you recall who gave that message?
Steve Wolf.
Who was that?
Steve is our principal.
Who's the principal? Okay. So is this shortly after you saw the students leaving that appeared to be more serious to you?
Practically the same. Yeah, it was like when the more serious students came by, the announcement went on.
Okay. Now, when you hear that announcement, what were you supposed to do?
Supposed to lock down.
Did you?
No.
What did you do?
I went to check the hallways to make sure people were okay.
When you first started to check the hallways, did you see anybody?
The hallways cleared so fast. When I made the turn down the 400 hallway, I ran into a teacher who was locking his door. And then a student came up who was running late. He asked if it was a drill. I let him know that it didn't matter if it was a drill or not, just you gotta get covered in there. And then I proceeded down the hallway. I was the only one in the hallway at that point.
Did you hear anything?
First, I smelled something. I smelled what I thought was cap gun.
Okay.
Later, figured out was gunpowder. And then I heard two gunshots.
Where were you when you first smelled what you thought to be cap gun?
Probably by like the somewhere between 409 and 414.
So you were continuing to walk down that hallway, the 400 hallway, towards the 200 hallway. That's in yellow highlight.
Yes, that's where I heard the gunshots. I was going that direction.
You were walking towards the gunshots.
Yep. Yes.
As you walked down the hallway, did you see anybody else?
No.
Tell me where you went.
When I got to the end of the hallway, I realized how dumb this is. I turned left to go towards where I heard the gunshots.
So this hallway,
And I went towards 225.
so you came down the 400 hallway and you turned left towards 225.
Yes.
Tell us what you saw when you made a left.
I saw a student laying on the ground.
Do you know who he was?
I didn't at that time, no.
Okay.
His face was covered. And then as I continued a couple of steps, I could see another student walking my direction. He had just dropped his arm was up and then he dropped his arm.
Did you recognize him?
Not at that point, no. He was too far away.
What did you do when you saw the student on the ground?
There was a garbage can between he and I, so I moved the garbage can out of the way. And I put my foot near him and nudged him and told him to stay there.
Did he respond? Could you tell if he was injured at that point?
You could tell he was injured.
What happened next?
Ethan then came into closer view and I could tell it was Ethan.
He had been at the school where you were principal?
Yes.
Did you interact with him at all at Oxford High School?
Just normal, like how I interact with everybody, high fives, hugs, silly stuff that I do.
Okay.
I brought my elementary to the high school, so I just.
Did you say anything to him?
When he got close enough to me that we were sharing the hallway, so he was kind of walking down the center and I was kind of over to the side, so we're probably 3 feet apart. I asked him if he's okay. It just didn't seem right that it would be him.
So I need to back up just a little bit. When you didn't know who it was at first, the student down the hallway, you said he had lowered his arm.
I knew it was a shooter when he was down the hallway.
Okay. Could you see if he was holding anything?
I could see a gun.
At that point, was he walking towards you or away from you?
He's walking towards me. It was when I realized it was Ethan that I didn't think he could possibly be the shooter is what happened. I know I said I knew he was a shooter down there because I could rationalize that is a gun. He is putting that gun down. He just shot something.
Okay. Now, I know this is difficult, but I need you to use your teacher voice and speak
okay.
As loud as you can. Thank you. You saw him coming towards you. How far from him were you when you recognized who it was?
He was probably by the room 221 when I could tell who he was.
Okay.
And I was standing between.
Everybody here good? Everybody good? Just wanted to check, see if everybody's good in the hood. I know this is a little heavy, right? This is heavy compared to what we've been watching, but I just want to make sure that everybody's good, so. Okay, just checking in. All right, everybody's saying yep. All right, just checking. All right, I gotta make sure my people's good, I'm still watching the Treehouse murder trial, or verdict watch. So we're up, I think, was it QB or JB a while ago said we were at the 4-hour mark or coming up on 4 hours. Something like that. Almost 4 hours, said JB's mama. Okay. All right. Everybody's good. All right.
Well, between 226 and that white section there there's exit doors there.
Now, you said you said something to him?
Yeah, it seems so odd that it was him. So I said, buddy, are you okay? What's going on? And when he didn't respond to me and he looked away, that's when I knew it was him, that he was the shooter.
Did he point the gun at you?
He did not.
What did you do at that point?
I got on the walkie and I told I told my team that I have eyes on a shooter and I have a victim.
Now this hallway, 200 hallway, there's a curve to it.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. If he was walking, if we followed the mouse cursor here, he's walking down the 200 hallway towards 233 and 237,
Yeah, he was walking that direction.
that direction.
Yes.
Did you watch where he went?
No,
What did you do?
there was a student who was injured, so I went to him. I didn't, I knew he needed.
And,
Hey,
you're
Aileen.
aware there's been certain
I'm sorry you had
rulings by the court, so
stuff done
just in
today.
general terms, did you render aid to that student?
Hope everything's
Did you
good.
tell he was injured at that point?
Yes.
Did you recognize him?
Yeah, I knew another one of my students from Lakeville. Came here. Just took my breath away.
Were you were on the walkie-talkie, you said?
Yes. So I let them know I had eyes on the shooter and that I had a victim. Kurt News asked me where I was. It's probably the biggest hallway we have, and I said I was in the 200 hallway. Kurt let me know that that's a very big hallway and needed more direction. I don't know why I couldn't process the fact that, like, my exact location, I told him I was near the 400.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did you
Tammy,
stay
she
with
is.
Kate until help arrived?
Yes.
Now, you have seen at least a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance video, is that right?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as People's 9, it's been admitted. It cannot be broadcast on the media.
All of it? I've never seen it, so you have to tell me.
Oh, the entire, this is a short clip of it, none of it can be recorded.
Okay. You have, okay, so you guys are not video, okay, everybody gets it? You're gonna stop the live stream? Should we stop the live stream?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay, all right.
I do want to give notice to jury.
Okay, so I'll have to fast forward it because this is where they cut the feed long enough to watch this video, and then they come back, and that's when the whole defense and prosecution gets into the little argument about the sobbing situation. So let me scooch over to that section. Whee! I forgot time warp. Time warp. Yeah, exactly. Take the rest of the day off, like you said, Kayleen. Diamond paint and just chill out for the rest of the day. I think I continued this. Yeah, it should be starting any second here. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now it'll start.
I'm sorry, is the prosecution further question?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I like can't think straight.
Oh, yeah, I think he said that he's
Yes.
finished, yeah.
Okay. I have no questions for you, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Can this one be explained?
Yes, you can step down and you're excused. Who's the next witness?
It's Candy back.
Jenna, is there any way we can have like a minute?
Say it again.
I'm like so sorry, can we just have a minute? like a break or we have a 10-minute break, please.
Sure. Sure. I'm gonna give you a 10-minute break, okay?
All rise for the jury.
So at this point, prosecution is mad. I thought that it was the prosecution that was also crying, but it wasn't. She's over here in the corner talking to her co-counsel, like saying, you know, we're going to have to tell the judge that defense over here is going to have to knock it off, right? And you could hear crying just then right before the camera cut off again just now. And I couldn't tell if that was the lawyer on the defense side or the mom or both. I don't know which. I agree. They're out for a long time now. Granted, like, you know, the free lunch and stuff. So, you know, timey-wimey.
Okay. You are on the record. And you
Your Honor, this court, upon the defense's request, instructed the prosecutors not to show emotion. You instructed the prosecutors to tell our witnesses not to show emotion, and you instructed
I don't
us to
think
let
that's
our
what
victims
I don't
know.
think that's actually what
I
I said.
understand the ruling, Your Honor, I do.
Yeah.
You're concerned about influence of the jury.
Yeah.
I take no issue with it, but it was a difficult thing. It's difficult, and we're doing it. And then to have not just the defendant, her lawyer sit there sobbing so that.
Well, Tammy, the defense, the lawyer was also crying. She was like crying and blowing her nose a minute ago, right before they asked to have the jury taken out for a little bit. So, yeah. But I didn't see her like sobbing. But anyway, okay.
I did not sob.
I just want to finish, Your Honor. I just want to finish. I think if that is the instruction, we are trying really hard to respect the court's instruction because I understand the reason for it.
Okay, I didn't tell people not to show emotion. Some of that is involuntary. But there have been times in this courtroom during trials when people will show facial expressions or you know, things like that, or make comments. I understand this is a very emotional situation for everyone here, right? If someone was audibly sobbing in the audience, I would hope that they would exit. And as you said, you know, the reason for it, I didn't tell anybody not to show emotion. I guess some emotion is involuntary. So I guess I'm asking what you're asking of me.
I think it should apply to both sides.
Your Honor, first of all, I was not sobbing, and this is horrific. This is horrific.
I've never seen this before.
It's horrific. That's why we asked the court not to play it. This is horrific. I don't know how the prosecutors, she's watched it 100 times with these witnesses. It's horrific.
You've had this video for over 2 years.
I don't know. I don't have this video. I have to go to their office to watch it.
You've seen it.
No, I haven't, because it's not necessary. It's not relevant to my client's case. We've already litigated this, but we're doing our best. We were not sobbing or making a scene in any way. All my eye makeup's still on. I checked my camera.
I'm not having.
I need to run to the bathroom. I need a break.
Okay, we're having a break. That's what we're doing. And you gotta keep your voices down because
I'm sorry.
The walls are cardboard in here, so.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Everyone here is human, right? Everyone here is human. I understand that. I'm striving really hard to give both sides a fair trial. And if people don't at least try to check themselves, to exit if it's that excruciating, which I know it is. I'm not a robot. I'm trying to keep myself from sobbing. I'll do it at 6 o'clock tonight, okay?
I appreciate that, Your Honor, that's all I'm asking.
Okay.
That's all I'm
Your
asking.
Honor, we don't have the option to leave the courtroom. We're trying our best. We're trying, I promise you, we are trying our best.
All right.
Thank
all right.
you.
Everybody needs to take a deep breath. She has to go downstairs, right? And we're gonna call you right, have her come, right? How long do you think the next witness is? I'm bringing lunch in for the
Next
juries.
witnesses can be back. I anticipate very brief questioning.
Okay, because I'm having their lunch delivered so they don't have to commingle with people in the cafeteria.
It should be less than 30 minutes. So
Okay,
it'll work
okay,
out fine.
all right,
Are we gonna break then after that witness?
yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes.
Great. I apologize.
No, it's natural, it's horrifying, it's
horrifying.
it is horrifying.
We're trying,
Okay.
We'll keep trying.
All right.
Lord, 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 have mercy. Yeah.
It's easy, it's not emotional, it's Canada. Let me see let me find out if there's any objections to exhibits. Hang on 1 second. I'll let the court know when they come in. There's an objection on these ones.
I'm waiting for the prosecutor.
That's funny. That's funny, QB. My makeup is still in. I still have my makeup on.
No. It's fine.
Okay, I wanted to let you know that my amateur media consultant, AKA my husband, says that he can hear conversations between Miss Smith and her client at the table. And I think we talked
Okay, Steph. No worries,
to the
baby.
camera person maybe about not recording when we're not in here, but I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay.
So maybe, I don't know if you can write what you're saying to each other, or if
Is
there's a
that
way.
when we're on the record that they're hearing it, or is it when we're?
Both. Well, yeah, so
Okay. Is there any way I can move the microphone? Do we need it?
I don't know. That is so not my department. I still own my 8-track, so.
You don't need.
You made the microphone on the podium.
Yeah.
Your clerk has asked me to kill audio when we in session, so I'll do that from now on.
Oh, okay, so, but when we're in session, audio's on, so I don't know.
Is this the microphone that's catching it?
I don't think that's it.
There's a microphone on the back of the podium.
Is it this one?
Yes.
I guess it would have to be.
Oh, it's this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need to be able to talk to my client. I can't only write notes with her and.
Okay,
I
I guess I
can't-
don't know what to say.
When we're off session, I've been asked to turn them off, and I will.
Okay, when we're on the record, can you hear? Because it sounds
Well,
to me.
I can hear what's going on in the courtroom when we're on the record.
Okay, I'm asking though if you can.
It's
hear
these
myself and my
random
client and my co-counsel
conversations
talking at
like
the
this that
table.
I love.
They're live microphones, so
Ah.
what's going on in here, so when we're on record.
Well, it seems like, one of
Can I
the
just
reasons
slide
I'm
this
telling
over
you
then?
is just to be mindful of it.
Yeah, thank
know,
you. Okay, we
know.
will be.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sure we'll hear more. Okay.
Your Honor, just so the court's aware, the next. Oh, sorry.
Oh, we're not on the record, I guess.
Sorry.
Are we on the record? We're now on the record, okay. Go ahead. We're bringing the jury in.
Next witness is Kami Back, exhibits 24.
Tammy.
And Your Honor, just for the record, I just wanted to place in the record to make it easier.
The defense has no objection to exhibits 24 through 30.
Okay,
I know the court will check with me, but I just want you to.
okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're bringing Cammy back. Well, I guess we might want to bring the jury in before we do that, right?
Make sure.
Could you just imagine, like, let's just imagine, right, for a minute, let's just imagine what would happen if, say, the lawyers had no, and the defendant had no idea that their conversations were being heard. Like, we've heard whispering, right, a lot. In some of these trials, we hear whispering. Hot mics is what they call them, right? So what would happen if like one of them said something really like incriminate, like admittance kind of things? You know what I'm saying? What in the world would, you know what I mean? That could be terrible. Immediate guilty charged. Lisa's hearing the conversation between client and lawyer on live mic is not good at all. No, it's not. Not at all. It's not. Right? But what if they accidentally said something like really bad, or I don't even know. Like, I could think of all kinds of things in my head, right? What we could accidentally hear that would like the media would like run with and cause like a whole uproar inside the trial just because one little mic was live and they didn't realize it and they said something they shouldn't have said. That would be horrifying. Okay. I'm still looking, still nothing. All I see over here in the treehouse verdict watch is the seal and a flag that is super duper still. No waving or movement. So, okay. I'm going to push play on this again. This guy over there on the prosecution side, he's like literally looks like he's done and they ain't even got started. I mean, today's day one ain't even done yet and he's already looking like he's ready to just
All rise for the jury.
throw the whole thing in the trash.
All right, you may be seated. Request for vacancy next witness.
Thank you, Ms. Katie there.
Good morning. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? You can be seated, and then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Cammy Back,
And spell your first and last name, please.
CAMMY BACK.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Ms. Back, I'm gonna ask you to keep your voice nice and loud for me, okay?
Okay,
Now, is it true, miss, that you work at a retail store that sells firearms?
yes,
And that's in Oxford, Michigan?
yes,
Okay. How long have you worked there?
4 years.
What's your current title?
Office manager?
Have you always been the office manager?
No,
As office manager, Do you assist with gun sales?
Yes, I do.
And what did you do before you became the office manager?
I was a counter.
I'm sorry?
I worked the counter.
Okay, the counter?
Yes,
Okay, so you would deal with customers?
yes,
And you're familiar with the procedure when someone purchases a firearm?
yes.
Hey, Joanna. So what's going on here is we're waiting on the verdict for the Treehouse Tucker trial. And while we're waiting on a verdict, we decided to peep over in this other courtroom where the mother of Ethan Crumbley, who was the Oxford school shooter, the mother is on trial for her part in whatever, crime. So, yeah, that's what we're just kind of watching, We have given Lee a makeover while you were asleep. Lee has been given a makeover. He has, I think QB or Steph 1 has bejeweled Lee's fingernails with some Aurora Borealis diamonds. Yes, Joanna. Yes. It's the mom right now. It's just the mom, so. Nice part about this is except for showing of evidence, I can do other things while listening. Oh, hold on. We have something going on over here. Hold on. Oh, no. Wait. What happened? What happened? Hold on. Uh-oh. Hold on a minute. Did that... What happened? They cut the Tucker, or it just automatically switched over to a new video. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It just like automatically slipped over to a new. No, they've started a whole new live stream. What in the world? Hold on. Let me figure this out. Yeah, people in the chat over there are saying, wait, what happened? It says 5 hours ago. So... Let me reshare this screen, but yeah, I don't know what happened there. Hold on a second. Verdict and watch is what we're doing. Share. I don't know how that happened or why that happened, but it did happen. So it was like it automatically started or stopped and then started over on a different video. But then when I come back to this stream, it says started 5 hours ago. So it's like it just kind of had a little snafu in it or something. I have no idea. Okay, so it's back. We're back live. And volume is up. I'm just checking to make sure it's all good in the hood. Okay. Now I'm going to come back over to share this tab again. So, okay, I think we're good. All right. It was stuck in Cleveland, Ohio for almost 2 weeks. Tomorrow would make 2 weeks. Uh-oh, what? Disney Dreamlight and my hubby had said that The mailman was here bringing a diamond box. So excited. Oh, yay. Gotta love good mail days, right? Tammy said she had to go all the way out and then come back in. Yeah, that's what I had to do. I had to exit out of that one and then go back in. Lee says 10% are now saying continued into tomorrow out of 30 votes. Oh, okay. There was 29 votes a while ago, so somebody's come in and voted since the last time I looked. No worries, Steph. No worries, no worries, no worries. Okay, let me see. All right, I'm going to push play back on this one, and I'm keeping my eye out, keeping my eye out, keeping my eye out. All right, all right, all right, all right.
Now, there is a specific process when somebody purchases a handgun, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that, please?
So when you come in to purchase a firearm, whether it's a handgun or a long gun, we have to have your ID. You have to fill out a 4473.
What's that?
It's a federal firearms form for the
Okay.
customer. Once that is done, myself or whoever will run a NICS check on the computer.
Okay, can you tell us what that is?
That is where you send it over to, I just lost my train of thought. To the FBI, and then they take it from there.
Okay, do you know what happens with that? When you
I
send
do
it to the
not.
FBI? All right.
Nope.
So you take this information in and the customer fills out certain forms and you send that off?
Yes.
That's what I was
How
going
long does that process usually take?
to do, QB.
Sometimes it
In
can
your
take
balloon knot.
seconds, sometimes it could take up to 30 minutes
Okay.
or longer.
Is someone able to walk in and buy a firearm, or to buy a firearm and walk out with that gun purchase that day?
As long as they pass the background check.
As long as everything checks out?
Yes.
Now, what happens if things don't check out, if there's some kind of delay? Does that ever happen?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
So if a customer is delayed, we are giving them a Brady date, which is 5 days. Within those 5 days, the NICS check could come back as a proceed, or it could come back as a denied. After 5 days, if there's no response, then we are allowed to hand the firearm over to the customer.
Okay. Do you know the circumstances in the background why somebody might be approved or denied?
I do not.
Okay. Now, when the store you work at sells a firearm, do you also provide a ATF pamphlet on handgun safety?
Yes.
Is that with every handgun purchase?
With every handgun, yes.
Okay. And tell me about that pamphlet, please. What kind of information is contained in there?
It just states the do's and the don'ts, as far as, you know, when you buy a firearm, child safety, how to lock it, just to pretty much keep your firearm safe and out of the hands of, you know, anyone that doesn't need to have it.
Okay. And that is provided by the ATF?
Yes.
Okay. That's the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms?
Yes.
Okay. Does your store also provide a trigger lock safe?
Yes.
Okay, and is that one of the standard forms that has to come with the firearms purchase?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is, please?
So it just, the trigger lock form, we take and we make sure we check the box, that it has the lock in the box and that it has a box that can be locked.
Okay, now we say the lock in the box. What do you mean by that?
The trigger lock.
Okay, so when your store sells a firearm, you also provide a lock with it?
Yes.
Okay, and that's not an actual gun safe, correct? That's a smaller locking device?
Yes.
All right. And that happens with every handgun sale from your store?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to November the 26th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I did.
Okay. And were you working?
Yes, I was.
Did you Well, first of all, I should ask you, as office manager, and someone's been employed at the store for 4 years, every time a firearm is sold, is there a receipt kept?
Yes,
Okay. On November the 26th, 2021, did you sell a handgun to James Crumley?
I did.
Okay. And was he there with somebody else during that purchase?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Was it an adult or was it a teenager?
Teenager.
Okay. Did you come to learn who that person was?
Later, yes.
Okay. And you came to learn that it was the defendant's 15-year-old son?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well,
So you didn't know that at the time?
No, I did not.
Now, during the
Steph-
purchase between yourself and James Crumley, did his son do anything?
if it
So he was there,
did-
present, but he didn't interact with you.
No.
hold on a minute. If it did get stuck back there, then you would have a blingy one, you know, a blingy balloon knot. So, I mean, there's a positive to your negative, right? Okay. Booty bling. What intro, Joanna? Nicole says, yes, I had thought it got lost because I've never had a package take that long before, but I was given it until Monday if it didn't get here to contact someone. We did get hammered with winter storms. Yeah, that's the worst. We had snow and then all of a sudden so much rain, it's like we have to swim to our mailbox. Ugh.
Be here for jury selection. The fact we told her she didn't have to come until call. So she was not invited by the prosecutor's office to sit through this.
okay, all right. My statement was more of a general statement about people trying to, you know, I don't want people wearing their heart on their sleeve. I know it's hard to do, but it, you know, it impacts the jury. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not in charge of witnesses. You guys are in charge of your witnesses, and there is a mutual sequestration order. So if a witness.
Shoot, I think I clicked something wrong. I think I clicked accidentally trying to restart it and I clicked it back. Ay, ay, ay. All right, let me try to restart it again.
Were to sit through part of the trial, they may easily not be permitted to testify. So.
I'm just a mess over here. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to get back to where we were supposed to be. And now it's in the slowly wheel of death thing. Hold on. Oh my Lord. I got all kinds of things happening on my computer, you guys. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Nothing's wanting to work right now. I got 252 tabs open. Not literally, you guys, but might as well have. Okay, now you're going to have to work with me here, YouTube. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? It is not wanting to load. Hold on, let me refresh the page. Good gravy. Good gravy. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Come on now. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Mm. I don't see anything, Jolie. Where, baby? Did I get it? Jolie cannot stand it when she has a hair in her mouth. She always comes up to me and just holds her mouth wide open like, okay, there's a hair in my mouth. Get it out. She cannot stand it. Okay, let me go back over here. I need, this is not, don't you love when things don't go as planned? Okay, we're supposed to be watching the part with this chick who worked at the gun store. Okay, and that's not her. Where is it? Oh my Lord, how long is this dude on the stand? Well, is this like part 2 too? Like, I'm really confused.
Trigger lock statement means at the top, the
Am I being punked right now? I don't understand what is happening. Oh my God. Seriously, am I being punked? Did they start a stream over? Cause this is all this dude. Jesus, help me. Okay, let me go out of here. Lee says, for a lack of a better way to put it, am I the only one getting the audio fart from time to time when Jenny is talking? LOL. Oh, is it when it does the thing? I don't know what that is. It's not, I thought at first that it was my mic, but not this one. Lee, it's not what you think. What I'm saying is this, they have stopped this video as well. They've stopped this one, the first one. They've cut this stream that we were just watching into 2 parts, apparently. But as far as the thing where it like does that weird cutting out thing, I thought that it was first my microphone. Back when I was using the other microphone, but then I realized it was doing it when I wasn't using that microphone. And so it's not the mic. It's either my laptop or it's StreamYard. It's one or the other. That's the only things it could be because it does it whether I use, and this is a brand new microphone. I just got it yesterday. So, yeah, it's either my computer or it's StreamYard, and I don't know which it is. Yeah, I don't know. And I thought maybe the glitching was happening whenever I would like mute myself and mute and unmute and mute and unmute, but that's not it either. It just randomly does it. And for the longest time I thought it was the mic, but it's not. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's very annoying though. I get it. I know. Okay, let me go back. I'm gonna just reshare this screen for now where we are waiting on the verdict until I can get the other situation figured out, because it appears that they have stopped that stream and they have split it into 2. Okay. Oh, I would imagine, Joe. I would imagine that would be, oh, the sounds and the smells. Yeah. Okay. I want to mute myself until I can get this figured out over here. Hold on just a second. Oh, I'm eyeballing over here. Oh, I see a judge. I see a judge. Are we doing something? Are we doing something? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe, maybe not. You're making me nervous. Okay. I'm still over here fiddling with this. So this is the strange thing, okay? I have this Jennifer Crumbly stream up, right? I have this Jennifer Crumbly stream up. And it's saying that it has been live, started streaming 6 hours ago. But when you pull it, the timer all the way back, it's only like an hour and something. And so I don't understand what the deal is, because it's acting, maybe it's YouTube glitchy stuff, because literally that stream like restarted a while ago too, just out of the blue, right? Weird. So I don't understand what the dealio is. What the dealio is. I'm live on the Treehouse murder trial. It's live. On this, where I'm watching, yeah, no, there's something wonky going on with it. I'll refresh it again, but it's only showing like an hour's worth of footage. It's something's all wonky. I'm refreshing again. Again. Again, again, again. La 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 la. Okay, now I'm going to rewind it again. I refresh the page. See, whenever I rewind this all the way back to the very beginning of this live stream, it says 1 hour and 22 minutes. But then when I look at the actual, like, somebody tell me, okay? I'm going to copy and I'm going to paste this link into the chat right now. Now, one of you guys go click this link and you tell me how long it says that they have been streaming for, like in the description part. But then if you try to rewind it all the way to the beginning, what does it say? How long does it say is there? Because see, look, I will reshare this screen with you guys. Share this tab. Okay. I'm wondering, Dawn. I really am wondering about it. So, okay, like, let me scroll down to here. See right here, it says started streaming 6 hours ago. Right here, 6 hours ago. But if you come up here and you grab this all the way over, you hit that live button right there and it's live. Let me click the live right here. Okay, I'm going to pause it just for a second. Drag it all the way back to the beginning. And look what it says. 1 hour, 24 minutes. You tell me there ain't something wonky with that. Yeah, you can come right back, QB. That's okay. I just wanted you guys to see what if you see what I'm seeing. See, Kel says she sees the same thing. How weird is that? What do you think is going on? Let me scroll back up into the chat. Okay. Started 6 hours ago, but can only go back to an hour and a half. Right. That's weird. Overall time was 6 hours ago. Refresh was only an hour 24, maybe. I was thinking it might be when you started watching, but maybe not. No, I mean, if you click on, I should be able to drag that all the way over and it should say 6 hours and something right here. Instead, it says an hour and 24 minutes or 25, whatever. So I don't know. Something's weird. It's like, cause see, the only person that's on when you start here at the beginning and you go, the only person it shows is that dude that's on the witness stand right there. That's all it shows. There's no, those two teachers that were testifying are nowhere to be seen. He comes after the woman that was on the stand that worked at the gun shop. So it's like something happened to the whole first 2, 3, 4 witnesses. I don't know. Weird. QB says, I was thinking it might be when I read that. Then I had to close that out and click on your crime cap. Yeah, Tammy, that's the link that I put in the chat, was to take you to Law and Crime Network so you could see what I was trying to see. Maybe that's how long we've been watching that trial. No, that's not what that is. It should go all the way back because it's the same. It's just it wouldn't do that. No. Very weird. It could be like, what are those? What's that called? Where it like, is it cookies? Not the kind of cookies you eat, although I could totally do have like some Girl Scout cookies right now. Sounds really good. Maybe it's a setting and they want to limit the availability of live coverage. Possibly, but I don't know. What you got, Jolie? I don't know. I'm gonna exit out of that though and like open up YouTube in another tab by its like from the beginning and go find it and see if it's like would be any different. I don't know. I think it's weird. I know. I like I like donuts, Tammy. You're right. I like the donuts. I like the donuts. Ah, these jurors are being slower than molasses. I swear. Okay. I'm exiting out of here. Exiting out of there. Hi, guys. Hi. Hi. And then I'm going to go back into YouTube. I don't think this is going to work because I did this a while ago. I did. Open this up. I'm gonna yawn again. Okay, so it says started streaming 6 hours ago, and I'm dragging it. And now it's saying 1 hour and 29 minutes. So no, it keeps starting back at the very same spot. What, baby? What she's got a little square DMC 3865 stuck to the bottom of her foot. Mommy got it. Yeah. A 3865. Yep. All right. So glad it's not. Hey. I mean, I used to change her butt all the time and find diamonds, right? Yes. You know how it is. You find them everywhere. You find them in the bed. You find them on you when you're in the shower. You find them on the end of the dog's nose. You find them everywhere. Diamond art version of Lego, right? Right, when you step on them. But thank God those don't hurt. I'll tell you something that does hurt, though. She has been playing with marbles, right? And she's obsessed with these marbles. She likes to play with them. They're fun to her, And, but yeah, go stepping on a marble on hardwood floor and it's going to hurt, but you're also liable to slide and break your neck. So everyone needs a little sparkle in them, even children. Yes. Chaloon says DPers would be the worst at crime. Our drills would be found all over the crime scene. Oh, Lord. That's the truth. You want to know, I mean, Lord, you'd be more apt to find a bunch of drills as leftover evidence more quicker than you would be to find a hair, right? Keep getting a delay. What kind of delay? What kind of delay, QB? What kind of delay? Jolie, can you not mess with my wires and cords and such? Mm. Tammy says no delay on her side. Like you hiccup and then come back. I just realized it had me about a minute behind. Track down the glue dots or putty remnants to a specific shop and lot. Tammy says now your mic is not doing that noise. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. Well, we're going to forget this Jennifer Crumbly trial peep for a little while because I don't know what they're doing over there on that live stream. They got it goofed up somehow or another. We're still on verdict watch over here. Lee says he'll be right back. Steph says, I donated to your Cash App. I donated to your Cash App for a laptop upgrade. Oh, did you really? Oh, that's sweet. Thank you, Steph. That's super sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I did. I put a Cash App link in the description box. I've had that in there for a little bit, but look, we saw the judge. Look, we saw the judge. Where they at? Where they at? Let me see. Let me share the link to over there again. Okay. We are live. Volume is up. We are waiting. Waiting patiently. Waiting patiently. Oh, let me see. It's not a lot, but it's... Honey, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, but, you know, I really do. But you didn't have to do that. In the description box, say... QB says, I hate it here. You hate me? Do you hate me? Thank you, Steph, for posting the Cash App link. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. QB says this phone hates my life. I thought you meant you hated me here. Yes, I did. How many hours of free entertainment have you provided us? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, no, here, like in my house. Oh, I got you. QB. I was like, she loves to hate me. She hates me, but loves me. It's a love-hate relationship, right? Dawn says, I just bought a new iPad yesterday, or I donate to. Sorry, I can't help out. No worries, honey. Really, I promise. Promise. The only reason I put it in there is because the craft channel has, other means. And so I just thought, it would be forever and 2 days before this one ever gets like enough to monetize it or whatever. So, Tammy says, Steph, I wonder why you posted and it turned blue, but it didn't turn blue for me. What turned blue? QB says I'm gonna restart my phone. I don't know why YouTube is being glitchy. It is. It's being so glitchy. QB had to say it 2 times. Yeah, there's no super chat in here. No, we're a BB channel over here. QB says, and she said it again, I'm going to restart my phone. I don't know why YouTube is being glitchy. YouTube blocks links from people who aren't moderators. Oh, yeah. That's true. That's true. I see what you mean. I was like, wait, what? Jolie, what are you doing, baby? I had to get some of this stuff for Jolie's hair. Hold on. Let me tell you what it is. It is John Frieda Frizz Ease Serum Extra Strength. All in one. Tames frizz, protects from heat and humidity, hydrates, and adds shine. This child has like hair like mine. It's very thin and very like fine. But it like knots up and gets tangled so easy. And it's a fight every time I go to brush your hair. I mean, even if it's overnight, like when I go to brush your hair the next day, it's like completely in knots and tangles. And so I had to get, I've tried like the different like spray detanglers for kids and stuff, but yeah, nah. So I read online that this stuff is supposed to be really, really good for that, to help. But yeah, there's nothing worse than having to fight with her because she's very tender-headed. And so I like have to fight with her to get her down and get her tangles out of her hair. 18 people in chat and 24 likes. Go us. Yay. That's pretty cool. There were, I think, upwards of like 24, 25 people in here earlier. So yeah, I think people pop in, give a thumbs up, and then you have to head out, off and on. QB says silk sleeping cap will help if she'll wear. She wouldn't wear that. I mean, they do say too that like, silk pillows is like pillowcases are really good. I might try that. I did think about getting some of those, but Morgana says I used to scream every time my mom brushed my hair. Then she just had it cut. Oh, Lord. I would cry if I had to cut her hair. But, I just have to keep it like braided all the time. Mean heifer. Ooh, JB says Fairy Tales makes a really good spray that is good for tangles. Huh. I've never heard of Fairy Tales. Poppy is the loudest licky dog I've ever heard. Like you can hear her licking from one end of the house to the other. Johnson's No Tangles is pretty good too. I think I've tried that one, and I've tried the, like, just the normal, like, Suave detangler. I think I had another one that was made from, I feel like it was that Aussie brand. QB says mine won't stay on because of how I sleep, but I put it around my bun and it helps. You can get some silk pillowcases at the Dollar Tree to test out. Ooh, they have silk pillowcases at the Dollar Tree? Really? Huh. What are you two doing? Oh, I'll have to look for that. I didn't know that they had those. I did not know. I'll have to look. It was so funny. The other day she had you know those like little princess canopy tents that you can get? Well, we got her one of those, and it had like the little fairy twinkle lights. We got her one 1 year. Hold on, I was just getting a message. Good grief. Oh. Lord, Lord, Lord. What, baby? What? Okay. Now I forgot what I was saying. What was I saying? What was I saying? What was I saying? Oh, the princess tent with the little twinkle fairy lights in them. So we got her one of those 1 year for Christmas or birthday or something, and we had taken it down. And it comes with those little it comes with those little like plastic poles that goes into the little grooves that holds it open and out. And those were in there in her bedroom, and they're just little thin plasticky poles. And I caught her. She had two, one in each hand, and she was like pretending like she was skiing, like she was using them as her sticks for skiing. And I asked her, I said, "Are you skiing?" And she's like, "Yeah." And then she went and got her little pink rain boots and put her rain boots on like they were snow boots for skis. It was the cutest thing. Cutest thing ever. Yeah. She cracks me up. Cracks me up. Let's see. I get them for my patients when they get their hairs did. Oh, nice. Oh, Morgana, me too. And the fog. It's so foggy and rainy out. It's just gross. Use Cantu Care for Kids conditioning detangler. Cantu. Okay, JB, I'll take a look at that. Thank you. My granddaughter uses it on her hair. She has very long, thick, tangled hair. I will send you a picture. Okay. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you. Okay. So still no verdict. Oh my God. They're taking forever. Taking forever. Over me. Dum-dum-dum. Okay. A photo from Tammy. I'm just checking my messages. Cantu. Where do you get that at? Cantu for kids, conditioning, detangler. Oh my God. Now she's got her Mickey Mouse or Minnie Mouse gloves, her mittens, and her beanie hat. She wants to wear them all the time. Here, baby. I'll put them on you. You got to stick your thumb up. Stick that one little thumb up. There you go. Go. You got to put your thumb in there. There you go. Okay, there's that one. And then let's get this one on. Oh my goodness. All right, there you go. Walmart carries it. Okay, I'll have to look. All right. You look like a little ragamuffin, Jolie. Goodness gracious. 5 hours and 30 minutes currently on time for verdict watch. Lord have mercy. I really thought it was going to be 3 hours or less. I really thought that it was going to be 3 hours or less. I really, really did. All right, so end the poll that we had earlier. We had a poll earlier. So if you're wanting your vote to count, you better go and vote right now, because I'm going to go end that poll and start a new one. Here in just a second, as soon as I can get over there. Soon as I can get over there. Dun 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 dun. Oh. Oops, sorry. Heard myself. Wah, 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 wah. Excited. Just can't hide it. Okay. You're shocked too, QB? I know, right? Tammy was right about the timing, yeah. Tammy said, I also use it on my grandson's hair, which is biracial hair, and it really works. Good to know. Tough case, yeah, but I really thought that they would have been like, yeah, the dude's not guilty. Let's let him just go home and celebrate tonight, because dude needs to celebrate. All right, so I'm going to end the poll. Okay, we have, let's look and see what we had. All right, can you guys see the stats in the chat? Let me go back over here because it says we're not live again. Oh, it is live. Why is it saying it's not live though? I don't understand that. I think I was looking at something else. Oh, a doctor's office. All right. So the question in the poll was, how long do you think to reach their verdicts? And we have 31 votes. Nice. 51 people, or 51%, sorry. 51% says less than 3 hours. Well, guess what? I was in that group too, although I didn't vote, but yeah, we were wrong. So 38% said more than 3 hours. And 9% say deliberations will go into tomorrow. So, definitely more than 3 hours. So, we'll have to wait and see if it ends up going into tomorrow. Surely to goodness not, though, right? I mean, it's still early in the day. Not literally early in the day. I mean, it's almost 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but uh-oh, I'm gonna yawn. Let me go call Steph. Hold on a minute. 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 Hi.
I can't hear you. Hold on. Oh, shoot, my earbud.
What, baby? Okay. Here, you want to say hi to Steph? Can you hear me now? I'll literally just FaceTime Steph right now.
I accidentally dropped my phone because I'm losing gems.
You are, but that's pretty.
But now cute barbecue's calling me.
Oh my God.
I was cleaning and I was dropping nails all over the place. So I was trying to hold them and take my earbuds back to their base.
Can you guys hear her? Say something.
What do you want me to say?
I don't know.
You want me to sing again?
I don't know. First, let's. Lee says, yeah, he can hear. QB says, bro, she sent me to voicemail. I literally have her on FaceTime. I have her on FaceTime here. Now she says she's going to go cry.
If you had FaceTimed me, and then I could have done like a conference.
Oh, I didn't FaceTime you. Well, I mean, I called her.
Your eyes are so pretty up close, Jenny.
Thank you.
And your bed looks comfy.
Oh, thank you. It is comfy. I have you super close like this because the microphone's like right here. See?
I know, I saw you have like such a professional looking setup with your ceiling and stuff.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right, I'll let you go so you can talk to QB. I just thought it would be fun.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Jolie said bye.
Bye,
She's waving. Oh, it's never dull around here, right? Oh my God. And my child has sunglasses on right now that's as big around as her head. Oh, Lordy. QB said QB was just messing. Depends on the judge how long he lets it go before he calls it a day. OMG, if it goes to tomorrow, this judge will have a coronary, right? That's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking he's going to be like, yeah, that we can't, Not happening. Oh, flag's moving. I just saw, that was the clerk. The clerk just walked by. That's who that was. She has the short brown curly hair and it looked like she had a mask on. What, baby? What are you smacking me for? She's one of those that she will smack your brains out to get you to pay attention to her. Yeah, sunglasses are a must when skiing, right? I know. Billy says, I hope they come back today. I'm out tomorrow morning. Right. I get it. See, that's the clerk. She's got a mask on. Oh. Oh my goodness. I was going to make another poll. Do I have time to do that? Let me do that real quick. Start a poll. And the question, you guys are probably already going to be aware of what the question is. Will you quit smacking your mother? What? Okay. Hold on a minute. Mm, um, and this option. Jolie, honey, we're going to play with that later. Not right. I know. They're pretty, aren't they? Yeah, I know they're so pretty. Let me see the next one. All right. I just started the next poll. So, you guys go give it a vote. There's 4 different options to choose from. Let's see what your votes are. Oh my goodness. Guys, I think we're back. We either have a question or we have a but yes. I saw that, Tammy. I saw that. She's got a slight delay. Oh, thank you, QB. I appreciate that. She must have had my ex-defense attorney, Tammy. Well, I think they said that the reason she got off was because because she was high. Pretty much. Said she had an adverse reaction to was it like marijuana or something stupid? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where Tucker is. If they have questions or if they have a verdict, they usually give them, like, I think he told them to make sure that you're somewhere close by. So, give them like 5 or 10 minutes to get in. So hopefully he's right around the corner. Uh-oh, hold on. I got to check on Jolie's toe. She's picking at it like she's probably stepped on another drill. I don't know. Hold on a minute. Oh, he's definitely a smoker, QB. He has probably been outside the whole time smoking one right after the next. For sure. What if he made a run for it, says Chaloon. You think so? You think he would do that? Somebody said in here earlier, who was it? Which one of you guys was it that said he's probably on a boat headed to an island? What, baby? She's wanting a snacky snackerson. So I will be right back again, you guys. Do we know how much time Tucker has served already? I can't remember, but I think it was like I'm wanting to say 2 years, but maybe it was longer, 5 years, 2 years or 5 years. I don't remember. I can't remember. I keep getting it confused with what the other dude served. Tammy says 2, Morgana says 2. Lee, do you remember how much time he served compared to the other guy? I can't remember, but yeah. Oh, there's Tucker right there. I'm gonna have my phone on me in case they do have a verdict, but I'm gonna go get her a snacky McSnackerson. Travis was 5. Okay, so then I think Lee had served 2. I think. Why did I say Lee? I didn't mean Lee. I meant Tucker. Sorry, Lee. I think you need QB's defense lawyer now. So, I'm so sorry. I will be right back.
Okay, well, we're all here who need to be here. Defendant and prosecutors, court personnel. I've got a note from the jury. Judge Jones, we have come to the unfortunate conclusion that we are a hung jury and need guidance on how to proceed. Thank you. Foreperson, juror number 3. So, I believe how we proceed is we give the Allen charge, the hung jury instruction.
Oh my God, a hung jury.
Comment from either side, but that's the standard operating procedure when you are advised that the jury's hung.
State would agree on.
To be honest, I don't know the procedure, Your Honor. If you wouldn't mind, check with one of my advisors real quick, just to make sure.
Okay.
I would imagine you're right, Your Honor.
You can check with them, go ahead, but that's how it works. There's a specific instruction when the jury says they can't reach a unanimous decision and are deadlocked. It's called the Allen charge, jury deadlock, 4.1.
Okay. Yeah, I've been advised that, yeah, you can go ahead and go with the Allen charge.
Okay, let me just review it. It's 4.1, jury deadlock.
I don't know where the jury is. I don't know if they're in the courtroom or if they're out. I think that they're out.
Bring them in, please.
Okay, yeah, no, the jury's not in there because he said that he got a note from the jury.
Allen charge. It's probably the name of the case from which it emanated. It's standard jury instruction 4.1, jury deadlock. Can we take? That's all right. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back to the courtroom, members of the jury. Yeah, it's cooling down in here. I heard that it might have been a bit stuffy in the jury room. We have fans there, and I did know a technician was trying to get more AC in there, so if it hasn't cooled down, it should. But meanwhile, I received this communication from your foreperson, and I've shared it with the defendant and with prosecutors. It says, Judge Jones, we have come to the unfortunate conclusion that we are a hung jury and need guidance on how to proceed. Thank you. Signed, your foreperson. Okay. There is an instruction that is given by the judge when this happens. So I'm going to give it to you. I know that all of you have worked hard to try to find a verdict in this case. It apparently has been impossible for you so far. Sometimes an early vote before discussion can make it hard to reach an agreement about the case later. The vote, not the discussion, might make it hard to see all sides of the case. We are all aware that it is legally permissible for a jury to disagree. There are two things a jury can lawfully do: agree on a verdict or disagree on what the facts of the case may truly be. There is nothing to disagree about on the law. The law is, as I told you. If you have any disagreements about the law, I should clear them up for you now. That should be my problem, not yours. If you disagree over what you believe the evidence showed, then only you can resolve that conflict, if it is to be resolved. I have only one request of you. By law, I cannot demand this of you, but I want you to go back into the jury room. Then, taking turns, tell each of the other jurors about any weakness of your own position. You should not interrupt each other or comment on each other's views until each of you has had a chance to talk. After you have done that, if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom and I will declare this case mistried and will discharge you with my sincere appreciation for your services. So with that, you may now retire to continue with your deliberations.
Holy cow. Holy cow. Holy cow. Yeah, he does look very aggravated. He looks very aggravated and disappointed. Yeah. QB, I kind of do too. Tucker is probably about to poop his pants.
Note to the clerk, we'll make it part of the record, and we'll stand by and see what happens next.
Thank you, Judge.
I mean, I want to poop my pants, let alone Tucker, right? Like, I'm like, oh my God. When he read that note, I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you, JB. Thank you, JB. Yeah. Yeah, I agree too. More disappointment. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, like he said, you know, go back in and don't interrupt each other and everybody tell what their weakness in their, you know, whatever deliberation is and have the discussions. But, yeah, if it's a mistrial, they can try to prosecute again, which is, I mean, I'm sure they probably will. But, good gravy. Devil's clavicle. What if they decide not to retry him? Well, I mean, if they decide not to, what does happen? Like, what happens? Is he like a free man? Or would he, like, what would happen? I don't know. Maybe they see how circumstantial their evidence is. Chaloon says, hearing how drunk and high he was that night. Well, Kel said, I think they have to drop the charges if they decide not to retry him. If they drop the charges, he'll have none, says Mickey. I don't know. I don't think that they have enough to prove. QB says they're pretty pompous, and so I'm not sure they'll do that, but it's possible. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that Mansfield guy has like that like Tucker is like a thorn in his side, you know? And I think it's going to like pee him off that he didn't get the conviction. You know? But it would be better than coming back and losing to him. Well, I mean, yeah, for sure. You would think. I just think it was kind of crappy that they didn't have more witnesses. Like, don't you think that they could have had felt like they would have had a better case if they would have brought in the Penny Phelps? Like, how did she get out of that? How did she get out of coming in and testifying? Well, that there, though, I mean, should say if there's the lack of evidence, shouldn't that be enough for them to say not guilty? Kel says the prosecution has a very weak case and wouldn't be smart to retry him. Yeah. What, baby? You found a penny. Yeah, that's a pretty penny. You better go put it in your piggy bank. Yep, go put it in your piggy bank. They're pompous. Their pride might get in their way. Lee says, I believe so, QB. I did not see any evidence that put him on the scene other than the testimony of one man that made a deal for his freedom. Yep. Agree. Agree. Kel says, I think the split is some people believe the DNA and others believe the testimony from the driver. I don't think you could believe in both and find him guilty or not guilty for that matter. Probably. I mean, the DNA proves he wasn't there because there was no DNA. And then you have, so that's, you know, the split with the people that believes the Travis dude. Unfortunately, there are people that will let him as a person decide his guilt. But the DNA was inconclusive, could not say one way or the other if it was his or not his. Well, but I think that in itself, because there was no DNA, I think Kel's thinking, you know, half of the jurors or however many people, even if it's just the one or two people, right, leads right, inconclusive DNA leads to reasonable doubt. If there's not conclusive DNA that says yes, he was here, or yes, he was wearing this mask, or he was, you know, DNA was on this, that, or the other, then you're right. Because he was homeless and drugs and drinking. Here, baby, take this to your daddy. I think they took that and Slaughter out, so, and broke down for a little what, Tammy? I have no idea what Tammy's. I have no idea what Tammy's saying. Tammy, are you using voice to text? Because I can't make nothing of that out. Yes, we had our testimony that was off and on, so that might have played. She's had too many gummies. Oh, Kel's been sharing with Tammy. Or not Kel, Steph. Steph has been sharing with Tammy. Share with the rest of the class, Steph. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. That was funny. All righty. All righty. All righty. All righty. Okay, here we go. Tammy said, Lee, that comment killed me dead. Tammy said, I was trying to say, is a trip away manslaughter. Oh my God, I can't. I know, I saw the court reporter. Looks like she's back. Okay, Tammy, I'm reading your comment again, honey. It says, I was trying to say, is a trip away manslaughter, added robbery, wearing a mask, soaked with a deadly weapon. QB says, Tammy, you need my attorney. You okay? Oh, I can't. Okay, Tammy says, okay, they had called us testimony, which was off and on, and they took away manslaughter. I don't know. I have no idea. I am deceased, says QB. Not soaked with a deadly weapon, right? That's the worst. Tammy, honey, we're making fun, but in a very loving way. I have a feeling that Tammy is like doing all the things right now. She's got a vehicle full of children, and she's in the middle of the grocery store. Tammy's that kind of person, right? Tammy does it all, and she watches this channel at the same time, and yeah, I can't. JC says, I cannot do gummies or anything. I had a gummy and thought I was falling off the bed. My husband said never again. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh, and QB says, not soaked with a deadly weapon. No. Maybe she's saying they changed the charges. Well, Tammy was really upset earlier about how they had taken off something about them taking off something, adding something else. I'm not sure. But Tammy was talking about that earlier today. So I know she was really concerned with the manslaughter charge. Oh my God. Oh, Lord have mercy. Y'all making me giggle. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to go get me some more coffee. I can't. You guys are too much. Too much. Oh, Lord. Lord. All right. We're continuing Verdict Watch. Yes, we are. Okay, I'm gonna go get some more coffee. Henny says manslaughter. I keep seeing a head bopping in that little corner over there. It's that court clerk. She's keeping me on my toes over here. QB said that was stupid on their part. That may be why they are hung, because they're not convinced enough to find him guilty of murder. I don't know. I'm not positive what they did. I can't even really remember what all the charges were. I know it was aggravated assault or something, assault and robbery, and I don't know what all. I mean, besides the murder charge. I think it was like a felony murder, if I'm not mistaken, and then the manslaughter. I don't remember. Soaked in a deadly weapon. I know. I can't. Tammy's so mad at us right now. Tammy is so mad at me for laughing, but I could not help it. I couldn't help it. I was trying to read them and make sense of them, but I know that she's one of those multitasking women, and she's literally probably walking through the grocery store, like throwing in groceries in her cart and wrangling kids and texting to talk voice text to talk, to type or whatever. And it did not come out the way she expected it to. JB said, y'all, I feel like a crazy person. We have home therapy here for my dad, and I have my earbud in, and y'all have me cracking up laughing. I'm getting strange looks now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. Voice to text picked up the grocery music. LOL, I wasn't laughing at all, Tammy. They was laughing good too, Tammy. We were laughing. I was laughing hard. Steph, you got to rewind it. You got to rewind it about 5 minutes or so and watch when we start getting into Tammy's slaughters and soaked in deadly weapons. You got to go back and look at that. All right, I'm going to go get me some coffee. Going on a coffee break and another pee break. You know, coffee in, pee out. So I will be right back. Holler if something happens. JC is snitching. You know what snitches get, JC. Right? But because we're a bunch of crafters over here, the only stitches that you're going to get from me would be like cross stitches. You know, cute ones. So anyway, I'll be right back. Oh, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Tammy was laughing and driving. Well, I'm glad. Glad. QB Design says cross stitches. Anna says, y'all are wild today. How many of y'all are taking gummies? Steph's like, me, all of me, every one of me, all my personalities. Chaloon is medicated too. QB don't need them. Okay, Tammy says they took away manslaughter and added robbery, wearing a mask, assault with a deadly weapon, plus Paula's ordeal. Okay. Now we understand. Tell Jenny if she comes back and I'm driving, I'm not mad. I was laughing so hard I was crying. Oh my God. It was pretty daggone funny, Tammy. And I'm glad you're not mad at me because that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. The whole soaked with a deadly weapon. Yeah, that was pretty funny. And yeah. And then QB says, oh no, not soaked with a deadly weapon. Have we had any movement? Are we seeing any movement? I'm not seeing any movement. Oh, Joanna, it's been haywire in here for the last 20, 30 minutes. There was a hung jury, Joanna. Did you know that? The judge has sent them back and said, figure it out. And if you can't figure it out, then it's a mistrial. Yes, like a water gun. Exactly. Soaked in a deadly weapon. Yep, Joanna. Absolutely. Tucker. Yep, the judge got a note from the foreperson that said that unfortunately we have a hung jury. What do we do in this situation? And so he brought them back out and he read them whatever instruction, what they call it, Adam's instruction or something started with an A. Basically telling them to go back to the room and see if they can figure it out. And if they can't get it figured out, then it'll be a mistrial. Yup. Yes. What was the vote? The poll, you guys. What did y'all vote? Let's go see. 20. We have 20 votes. And I have to open it up on my laptop and not my phone for me to see the percentages. The percentages. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Uh-oh. Okay. Ooh, Kel says, I think some of the jurors don't like Tucker and are voting as guilty. I'm not a fan of his either, but the evidence is just not there. I don't know if they didn't poll the jury in the courtroom, no. Okay, so the poll so far is we got 20 votes in the poll. How many people are in the chat right now? 24. So there's 4 of you guys who have not voted yet. Head over and vote, please. The poll is at the top of the chat or the bottom of the chat, just depending on whether you're on a computer, phone, tablet, laptop. Let's see. And the question is, what do you think the verdict will be? So far, the leading is 40% saying not guilty on all charges. Well, now 38% because we have had an extra vote. 38% say not guilty on all charges. 33% says hung jury. 19% guilty on lesser charges, and then 10%, the least, says guilty on all charges. All right, well, we'll keep this poll up. We'll keep the poll up and see if they end up coming out with a decision. Or if the judge is going to have to call it a mistrial. Yes, baby, you're a firework. Morgana says, can I change my vote? I have my I voted sticker on. Oh, good deal, JC. I should have those, right? We should have a you know how whenever you get to a certain number of like subscribers and stuff on a new channel, you get like these cool little like emojis. I'll have to have one of those little emojis or whatever be an I voted sticker. That would be fun. That would be cute. Kel says if it's a hung jury, I don't think they poll them. Do they not? I don't know if they do or not. Is Tucker out on bond? Because I feel a mistrial coming. Yeah, he's out. His wife paid a $2 million bond. Tammy said, not sure if I did, as I think I started to when the court got the note. Okay. JC says, I don't see how it went to trial in the first place. Right. I mean, a lot of people have been saying that. Like, they don't even see how there was, how they even had enough to go to trial, right? I do not know. Don't know. If it's a mistrial, then the prosecution will have to retry him again. Not very, Chaloon. I mean, it's pretty rare. I mean, it don't always happen. It don't happen very often. Got a fresh hot cup of coffee. Kel, how are you liking the K-Cups still? The Great Value Cappuccino K-Cups. And you had a couple different flavors. Flavors, which is your favorite? Love. Tammy said this emoji voted. You're cute. That's cute. It's literally a little a voting poll emoji that Tammy put in there. That's super cute. Joanna says if the state allows it, they may not want to drop the cash. Right, exactly. But I wonder if it is a mistrial and they do try him again, if he would have if he would choose to have representation this next time. Do you think he'll have a lawyer defend him? Or do you think he'll try to do it himself again? I don't know what he would do. I don't know what he would do. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I see movement. Well, I saw the camera bounce for a second. Billy, I totally see the judge going on vacation, right? He deserves one. Kel said, I've only tried the mocha so far, Jenny. When I was going to order the vanilla, they were out of stock and I just haven't ordered them yet. I gotcha. Feel free to kick me the next time I ask you, because I'll probably ask you again next week. Oh, I see the reporter or the court clerk, and we're zooming way out. We got either a decision or a not decision, or potentially them saying we're done for the day and we want to come back tomorrow and resume deliberations. But the judge may be like, no, it's early. It's not even 5 p.m. yet. I agree, Kel. I kind of think that he would think that he did a decent job if he had a hung jury. Let's do this. Let's have a verdict. Come on, guys.
We're all here. I got a note from our foreperson, Judge Jones. We cannot come to a unanimous decision as to a verdict.
Holy cow. Oh, my God. It's a mistrial. Mistrial.
We gave them the Allen charge. They went back and presumably abided by it. They've been out, and so.
The only thing I would proffer, perhaps if we sent them home and told them we'd bring them back tomorrow to give a one last try. I mean, we put 3 weeks into this trial. They've only been deliberating for less than a full day. Juries have often spent days deliberating. It's almost 5 o'clock. I mean, if Your Honor's inclined to think that way, or if you want to just go ahead and.
Your Honor, if I might.
Yes, sir.
I would assume discharge the jury at this point. Let them go home.
Okay.
It has been a long trial already. We asked, Your Honor was worried about the time, and they've been here almost a month.
I'm looking for the right way to express this. To me, it's disappointing that we go through this lengthy process and don't get a result, one way or the other. And there's been a lot of time, money, effort, stress, you name it. Everybody's worked very hard, and it's been almost 3 weeks, and you would hope at the end of that process you would get a result. We haven't. I understand that the state's suggestion, but I'm disinclined to do it. I'll just fall back on a couple rationale. First of all, when I've been faced with these situations, and they do come up now and again, I give them the Allen charge. They are unable to reach unanimity. That's pretty much it. And plus, even the charge itself, and I'll go back and read it, says, if, you know, I'll declare a mistrial if you can't reach a unanimous verdict. I think it would be disingenuous and counterproductive and not fair to
Do you
tell.
want to even inquire of them if they feel that maybe a night to everybody to sleep on it, come back tomorrow and reconvene would be beneficial?
Again, Your Honor, I disagree at this point. I mean, like, again,
It's-
even looking
it's all
at.
right, I'm not gonna do it. I believe me, though. Last thing I want is a mistrial, but we're there. I told them, the Allen charge says, after you have done that, if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom, and I will declare this case mistried and will discharge you with my sincere appreciation. So I understand the suggestion, but I'm not going to do that, to say, okay, sleep on it, come on back tomorrow, or how about that, and then, no. Sorry. Certainly understand and pretty well express my sentiments, but I just have not seen that procedure over the length of time I've been a judge and a trial lawyer, and it seems contrary to what the rule says and doesn't say. So, no thank you. Let me find the discharge instruction.
I like him too, Chaloon, but I think my most favorite thing about him is all of his long, frustrated sighs. And today he even did this whole, like, Mr. Ed, like, horse thing. Like, he did big one too. I mean, he did a real big, and he has no poker face. None. At all whatsoever. Like, when he's irritated, you know he's irritated. And at this point right now, like Lee said earlier tonight, it's disappointment. He's disappointed, and he just said it a while ago. He just said it. He's disappointed. Tucker's like, yeah, let's we're done. We're done. He's happy with the hung jury. He's happy with the mistrial because at least he's not going to jail tonight.
All right, please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. I've received the latest communication, shared it with the defendant and the prosecutors. I'll recite it now. Judge Jones, we cannot come to a unanimous decision as to a verdict. Thank you, foreperson. So, you remember the Allen charge I read you when we first were notified of this deadlock, and I told you that if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom and I will declare this case mistried. So that's at this point what I'm going to do. If you all...
Yep,
can't
it's a
reach
mistrial.
unanimous verdict, then I accept that fact. I'm going to declare this case a mistrial. So with that, I'm going to give you a final instruction here, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. So it's been almost 3 weeks. As I've told you throughout, and I sincerely meant it every time, and I mean it now. You've been a great group of people. You've been very flexible. You've been very understanding. You've been very patient. You've been very attentive. And obviously, you gave it your best consideration. We can ask nothing more than that. So thank you. I will say this also about this case has received substantial media coverage, and I'm confident that you all have insulated yourself from that, as I've asked you to do. I have no doubt that you followed my cautionary instructions to the letter, and I thank you for that. But meanwhile, there's been certainly a lot of coverage. You see the TV cameras have covered this on Court TV. I believe there's a YouTube channel that's covered it as well as the print media. So as I said in this particular instruction, now it's up to you to decide whether to protect your privacy as a juror. There may be requests from many different sources, and you will make that decision as to
That would be awesome, Kel. I almost called you Tucker. Oh, sorry, Kel. God, I'm calling everybody the wrong name.
So with that, thank you so much, folks. You're now discharged as a jury in this case. So you can go with the deputies, get your stuff, and take care.
Yeah, my YouTube channel. Wouldn't he love that? I'd love that. That'd be super cool, right? Yeah, he did. He did. He was probably talking about Law and Crime Network. I mean, that's the YouTube channel that's covering it, right? Hey.
Okay, the jurors are going. Be at ease. So, here we are. Almost back to square one. But in any event, what we need to do is put this case back on a docket. So the question is when? I don't think February 8th makes a whole lot of sense.
No, let's go with the March one.
So we've got March 7th pretrial.
Yes, sir. Judge, we would just ask for the court to reinstate the gag order. There's been so much out there that when we retry this case, we're still gonna have to get a jury from this community to the extent that we can limit now the information that's getting out there. I know that it's absurd how much attention this case has gotten, but we are gonna have to pick a jury again from this community. So I'd ask this court to reinstate the gag order in order to assist us in.
Yeah, they just said back to square one, so
Well, one step at a time.
already setting a pre-trial hearing.
So March 7th for the defense. Okay.
What time did we want it? The 1:39, was we
Well,
calling it at 9 of the note per se?
Well, 9 o'clock is, that Usually the 9 o'clock call is for cases with private attorneys. PD and pro se is usually at 1:30. So I don't know why we should necessarily break from what we've been doing, but if, unless there's any.
9 a.m. works.
All right, so 9 a.m.?
9 a.m. March 7th, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll give them his notice.
Okay, that's one thing. Next thing, so the conditions of your release remain the same, and we're gonna go back to the random, whatever the testing regimen was, in terms of whatever substance or alcohol. That's, you know, I basically during the trial had slacked off on that, feeling that, again, you were here constantly, you were busy with your defense, and so, but now all the conditions of the release remain in effect.
Okay.
So as far as the protective order or the so-called gag order, does the defense have any position as to that?
Your Honor, I would be of the opinion that it's, look, we vacated the gag order because it became pointless, and I still think it's pointless at this point. Like, again, yes, there has been plenty of media coverage, and I don't see how we're going to roll back and unring the bell at this point. You know, so I don't see the point at this point. I just don't see the point.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, that seems to me to be something that's going to take some thought. So I've got to refresh my recollection as to the extent of that and what that would mean. So that means that.
Right, Judge, we were not allowed to talk about the case to the media, you know, in interviews about, I mean, the defendant was posting on Facebook all day today, even during closing arguments. So, I mean, how are we ever going to get a jury here in 2 months that hasn't heard something about this case and is tainting this jury pool?
Your Honor, if I might, I somehow doubt the world.
Let's relax. Not everybody just relax, okay? Let's just. I know it's been a long 3 weeks, but now's not the time to get too argumentative. I got to think about this. I understand the impetus, but
Prosecution is
the
just
rationale. I'm just asking myself the practicality of it and the enforcement of it, and you know, I need a little time to think about it.
I understand, Judge. Let me just put on the record, last night I received about 11 threats on my phone, on my personal cell phone. They started yesterday afternoon, they continued into the evening. I don't know how my cell phone number got out there. I suspect how it got out there, but now I'm receiving death threats to the point where I'm gonna have to change my phone number. This is what I'm talking about. This kind of media blitz is affecting me personally, and I don't think it's right. So I'll be changing my phone number because somehow my phone number has been compromised, and I got threats against myself and my family.
Mr. Tucker, please, just.
Hold on, not Mr. Tucker.
Let me just. Mr. Mansfield has just raised a legitimate concern. I'll give you the chance to respond. So that's very troubling. I certainly disturbed by that fact. I've received in my office, which I've endeavored not to read the emails or ask my assistant not to, to tell me what these phone calls are about. I'm not aware of any threats, but I'm certainly aware of people's criticisms and comments and opinions. That's a natural product of the coverage this case has received, and so all I'm asking myself, and I'll confess, I don't know that I have my head wrapped around the issue right now. I remember the order that I issued. I reviewed it at the beginning of the case when I suspended it, and it was pretty involved, and I would think I'm almost inviting problems if all of a sudden I say, oh, it's in effect, and all these people are curious and the like, start talking and asking questions, and I don't want to have anybody in a gotcha situation. So certainly, I think rules and ethics and laws would certainly say that there should be no communicating threats, no intentional rabble rousing, so to speak. I don't know what, or directing animosities or hostilities or anything toward anybody in this case. And I'm certainly not going to be pinpointing or blaming anybody. So I don't know what more I can say than that. I don't know, Mr. Tucker, now you want to say something?
Actually, I didn't say anything earlier, Your Honor, but but I would like to say this. Look, I receive, I don't know how much hate mail myself, right?
Okay.
And I do, don't get me wrong, I do take offense at the, was it the innuendo that somehow, I had something to do with Mr.
Never said
Manson.
that.
No, I don't think.
I think it was an innuendo, though.
Well, I didn't construe it as such, but there's
But
no.
anyway, I have no control over those people, what they do, and I somehow doubt the whole world looks at my Facebook. So anyway, thing is, Your Honor, like I said, I think I'm still of the opinion that we vacated it for a reason. Same reason I would say that it's probably not a good idea to reinstate. But I'm deferring to the court at this point because you say you need time. I'm more than willing to
The recipes, I just caught that.
Well, in any event.
Judge, may I add one final point?
Okay, go ahead.
Just very briefly, Judge, whether you lift or vacate the order or reinstate it, you did ask us, once you vacated it, to act professionally amongst each other. And I can tell the court that, the state has been called dirty bastards, you've been berated, and we have not once made a comment about the defendant in this case, so we should at least have that level of ethics amongst us and not have to face that on a day-by-day basis.
Okay. I don't think Mr. Mansfield indicated, I certainly didn't construe it as somehow or other you encouraging or being the source of these threats. But there's no doubt, Mr. Tucker, that you have endeavored over the course of this to make this a public affair with all your social medias and all your other efforts to publicize it. That's coming from your side of things. That's just a fact.
No, that is a factor. I'm not going to deny it.
So to the extent that unfortunately there's folk in this world, this country, that they get riled up about certain things and act inappropriately. I know that's a very general statement, but it's an offshoot. So I do agree with Mr. Alvarez. I did say that, and I think mutual respect is what I would expect. And if I need to have some, or if there needs to be some evidentiary hearing or some showing when there's a renewed motion to reinstate the protective order, I'll be happy to do it. I'm just saying right now at this point in time, for me to just put my foot down and say, oh, it's back again. I understand the request, but please understand my belief that I need to look at it with a clear head.
Your Honor, I'm just to reaffirm or reassure you, yes, I can go ahead and tone my language down. I can definitely do that. Again, if mutual respect is what you're looking for, I have, as you saw this morning, I do have some ethical concerns myself, but at the same time, I can at least keep my public persona, as far as what I say, respectful.
Thank you. So I think that's pretty much it for now. So
Thank you, Your Honor.
appreciate everyone's hard work. I'm just going to sign this order here as to the
Lord have mercy. Lord, 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 Lord. Right, I wasn't making fun either. It was just super cute because my brain automatically read receipts because of the context of Joanna's chat mess, or, Joanna's chat message, but it was just whenever Steph said that, I was like, recipes, what's she talking about? And then I looked up right above it and saw recipes. And then it was just, I want to see the recipes, you fat blankety blank blank. It's like, oh my God, that was funny. Recipes. I know, right? Public persona gag. Blech. Steph was talking about recipes earlier, so it made her giggle. Yeah, apparently, I don't think I could either, Kel. I don't think I could either. I mean, the nosy me would like peep in on it every once in a while just to see what's going on. But no. Maybe if he has a lawyer, but if he's for sure gonna do his own again, I don't know if I could watch through that again. But oh God, I'm gonna yawn again. I was gonna say something. There was something I was coming to when I was gonna say that, and now I don't remember what it was. Anyway. Oh yeah, I remember now what I was gonna say. His Facebook message or his Facebook post had let me exit out of there. His Facebook post basically called the prosecutors a bad name, so and they're obviously, upset about that. I mean, rightfully so, but also, I mean, whatever, it can't be the first time they've ever been called a bad name, so. But yeah, I don't want to watch it again. I don't want to sit through it again because I already know the story. I already know the situation. I already don't believe that he did it. And if he did do it, they didn't prove that he did it, in my opinion. And I wouldn't mind, like I said, peeping in on it the next trial, just to see if they have any extra, like, evidence. Or if he has a lawyer this time around. So that would be that. QB says, y'all, I'm still on the phone. I've got the FOMO. Well, QB, the prosecutor said that he's received 11 text messages or phone calls or something, like threatening him and his family, which that sucks. That's not cool at all. But he did kind of say, and I kind of have an idea of how my number got out there. And I personally kind of felt like he was pointing that comment towards Tucker, or else why would he have said it? You know what I mean? He was only saying it like that because Tucker was sitting there and he wanted Tucker to know that he was accusing him. Let's be honest. But anyway. So, you guys, I think we're going to close shop tonight or today, well, evening. And I don't know that we're going to be able to do we're not going to be able to do the Scott Peterson thing tonight because I have my regular 10 p.m. live. So, yeah, I'm not going to try to do that because you know I gotta do the normal stuff too. So that's not gonna happen tonight. Oh my goodness. So probably try to do that tomorrow is Abigail's birthday live. Unless we did it early, we may potentially be able to do that. Like maybe do a trial tomorrow. And then do like a couple hours of Scott Peterson chat. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on this Jennifer Crumbly, the mom? And be honest. Like, don't say, yeah, let's do it because you see somebody else say, yeah, let's do it. I really want to know if everybody individually, personally wants to. Because if you do, then we will, but I don't want to unless the vast majority of you guys want to. Oh, is it Muttnut's birthday? I'll have to remember that. Let me write a note. So I'll remember that tonight. Let me write a note. Steph missed a big chunk of it. So the Jennifer Crumbly is the mother to Ethan Crumbly, and he was the Oxford school shooter. And she's on trial for her assisting, I guess. Not that she did it. I don't even know that she knew that he was going to do that. I think she's just being charged because the parents let him buy the weapon, and she knew what was going on after the fact. So oh wow, Joanna, look at you. Joanna says, oh, I want to see them throw the book at Creepy Mom. Let's get ready to crumble, because her last name's Crumbly, you know. That's cute. I like that. Henny's interested. Lisa's already invested. JC said, yeah. Mary Lou, honey, you are in for a ride. Do you want to watch what happened and rewind it back from here, or do you want me to just tell you what happened? Let me know, and I'll tell you, or let you watch it yourself, whatever you want to do. JB says, I do have almost 2 pages of articles if you want a filler. Just FYI, I could send that if you need. We'll talk about it, JB. I'll send you a message and we'll talk about it. Because I definitely want to go over that stuff. Steph says, I missed everything from the assistant principal on. Will we start over? Yeah. Yeah, I would start over, Steph. Billy's interested. All right, I got to write Muttnut's birthday. Muttnut's birthday. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, artichoke. I'm waiting on Mary Lou's answer. Mary Lou. Do you want to rewind it and watch it yourself, or do you want me to tell you what happened with the jury for the Treehouse murderer? I just didn't know if people would be interested in this one because of the subject matter. You know, I mean, the whole school, you know, shooting incidents and stuff like that. That's hard for people. and things can, get heated, and in that kind of thing. So I just wanted opinions from you guys. I'm fine either way, but I also, don't want to sit here and watch a trial by myself. That's why I started this, and I don't want to start it if people aren't really into watching it. Into wanting to watch it. Lord, bad English. Bad English. Morgana's interested too. Well, I think Mary Lou fell off, or she's already rewound and is starting over. I don't know. Let me type in the chat just in case she's... Let me say, Mary Lou, do you want to rewind and watch it yourself? Or would you rather me tell you what happened with the jury? Steph says, I'll try, but I can't promise I'll be able to stick it all out. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know that they're going, because the case is against the mom. It's not like they're trying him again, right? But I'm sure a lot of the evidence and stuff is going to surround, surveillance, because if I'm not mistaken, this is the same mom who, did his laundry afterwards, and somebody in the chat also said something about her sending him a text or something, said, I thought you should have learned how to not get caught or something. I don't know, but anyway, yeah. But if that's what you guys want to do, we'll start with that in the morning. We'll have to be behind a day, but maybe we can get caught up on a Saturday or Sunday if we get behind, which we will be behind by one day, because today was day one and we haven't watched the vast majority of it. So, okay. Well, Mary Lou, if you get to this part, we're closing it out, darling. If you've made it this far and you still don't know what happened, it was a mistrial. Mistrial. It was a hung jury. They came out. The judge told them to go back to the jury room, figure it out. And if they can't figure it out, then he will call it a mistrial. And that's what happened. They still couldn't come to an agreement, and the judge ruled it a mistrial. So they are going to be starting over from scratch. A new trial. First pretrial hearing will be held March 7th. So, all right. Yes, Morgana, see you tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And have a great night, everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy Friday Eve. And make sure to give the video a thumbs up if you haven't already. If you're new and you want to hang around, hit the subscribe button and the all notification bell. Ding, ding, ding. And also, if you're watching this on a replay, put the hashtag replay in the comment section down below. And let me know that you've been here. All right. I appreciate it. And I'll see you guys later. Bye. Bye, Henny. Bye, Gail. Bye, Morgana. Bye, Steph. Bye, everybody. Oh, bye, JB's mama. Bye, Sherry. I'm going to miss somebody else. Bye, guys.